the 2016 World Championship.
I love Big Buck HD.
HD is so amazing. It's such an awesome game.
It's just beautiful. It's a sexy game.
I like the trail guides. They're all very nice.
The competition is that much more fierce now.
Minnesota crews going after those Scotty snipers for sure. We're gonna put up a match today. It's gonna be fun.
I think I'm too fast for everybody in this country.
I'm fast at bonuses. People don't usually beat me at bonuses ever.
I think it's that ugly ass hat he wears every tournament. Everybody's just at this level where it's tough to get through those brackets.
It gets tough. It makes you sweat. It makes you shake, I'll tell you that.
Keep your trigger finger ready.
I'm gonna win this thing. I think I got it. There's nobody that's gonna beat me.
The game's getting younger, and most of these good players are getting older.
Big Buck Tournament weekend is the best weekend you will ever have in your life.
It's awesome.
It's just amazing.
It's gonna be awesome. Love you, Buck Hunters. Big Buck 2016, let's get loose.
In Austin, Texas. We had an incredible ladies tournament last night. What are you feeling for today?
Hopefully equal, if not more, energy. Last night was an absolute blast, and I cannot wait for this day to unfold.
Honestly, I'm still recovering a little bit from last night, but as long as all goes well, I think we're going to be in good shape today. I'm excited to see who's going to win.
Yeah, and you know what? We had one of the most historic ladies tournaments, I think.
Oh, yes, we did.
In history. Yeah. I spoke to a lot of players last night, and they said nothing but good things. Of course, we had Kylie Halston and Melinda Van Humison in the finals. Today, we've got 64 players competing to hoist that $20,000 check. Who do you have taking it all?
Do I have to start?
Oh
my gosh. I think we're going to have a newbie. I think it's going to be someone that we have never seen before. I don't know who. Maybe Federico Reed. He's our youngest competitor, only 18 years old. I'm rooting for him, so I hope he stays in.
All right, and what about you, Connor?
I'm going to go with Derek Skippy Tower.
Okay,
with
okay.
a 2014 first place and a 2015 second place, I think.
Okay.
I think this is his year.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to go. Ooh, this is tough. This is tough. We got a lot of incredible talent here.
We do.
Trevor Gartner, I don't want him to win, but like he's so good.
He is so good.
He's so good.
It's great.
I'm going to go ahead and give it with Chris Frame. Chris Frame, he's one of our previous world champions, but you know what? We've got some awesome action that's already starting.
Right,
so we're going to send it right to the desk right down to the stage with game 2. Federico Reed is Jess's favorite.
I'm so excited to watch him play. He is more than dedicated to this game, so it's going to be awesome to see how he does.
Going up against Scott Van Humison, the papa of Big Buck. So let's get right on into that match.
Absolutely.
And Federico
already dove out.
Unfortunately struggling to keep up with Scott Van Humison. Of course, Federico, this is his first event. He's actually one of the youngest players in Big Buck history to compete at the World Championship. Now, Scott Van Humison and Federico have a great relationship. Scott, kind of the fatherly figure to most of the community. Federico coming in young, hot, and eager. So we're going to see what happens. Federico's got the lead going into site number 3, so we'll see what happens with this one.
We know Scott's not going to go easy on him just because he's new, so he's definitely going to make it a fair game.
And they're gearing up, and we'll take a gander. And Federico picks up the first 2 and the critters and the third. Federico, this is surprising. I was not expecting this kind of performance.
Comes back with 1, 2.
Who's going to get the deep shots? And that goes to Scott. That's huge for Scott. That's exactly what he needed to do. He was falling a little bit behind. Unfortunately, those scores are remaining pretty balanced, so Federico's maintaining his lead by about 100 points.
And that's not much. You see from last night, and as you'll see throughout the day, these games, they can drastically change from one site or one bonus game.
What a match to start with. We are going into, I think, the last site before the bonus game, and it is a 100-point difference. And Federico does out. Now that is horrible to see from the young gun. That's a lot of pressure that is...
You can see Scott going for those far animals. He knows he can get more points with those.
Oh, he let a few go.
But that's going to be enough to put Scott just ahead of Federico going into the bonus. Now, these bonus games, guys, are worth double points, and it looks like the first bonus game of the tournament is going to be those Cannonball bonus. This is one of those newer ones. If you watched the tournament last night, the ladies event, you would have seen it. None of these players have seen it. The men have not competed in it yet. This is the first time it's being shown worldwide, apart from last night on the live stream.
Absolutely, and you know, this really throws off these competitors. You know, their first time actually playing these bonus games really is anyone's game.
And these cannons coming in, and it's going to switch screens in a second here after this ship goes down. Scott Van Humison holding on to his lead 7-4. This cannot feel good for Federico. This is his first Big Buck World Championship event, and getting an early losers bracket run is not a good feeling. But we saw Melinda Van Humison last night climb her way out of the losers bracket all the way to win the event. So anything's possible, especially with a committed player like Federico. And this bonus game is just about done. It looks like it's 15-14 heading into the last few shots here. Scott Van Humison looks like he's going to maintain his position, move his way into the next round of the tournament. Guys, we've got 64 players here today. Scott Van Humison is just one of many. And of course, the crowd in the background watching intently. Dave Snipes, our MC, on the stairs in the flannel with his belt of beer, ready to go this weekend.
Federico did a great job, though.
Yeah.
And he's got all his support down in the crowd. Everybody's so happy to see him here.
And you know what? As I was saying, Scott and Federico have a great relationship, but you do not see Scott going easy on these guys. Scott knows what's on the line. Melinda won last night. Scott or Melinda want to win today. That's $25,000 they'll be taking home if they do manage to secure first. And Scott making his way to his cheering squad. He's got plenty of family, giving hugs to Federico. Again, Federico
He actually has his mom and his dad here, so it's really cool.
Federico
awesome.
cannot feel good about that, but Scott giving words of encouragement. Federico can climb back, kick ass, and take names through the losers bracket.
No, it cannot be easy going against a veteran player like that this early on in the tournament.
No, it is not. And you know, Scott is an incredibly skilled hunter. He's got the ladies champion to practice against in his own home. He's ready at all times. He's got his own cheering squad with a whole lot of people. And as I said, Federico and Scott are no strangers. That's got to be a lot of pressure on Federico and even more pressure on Scott. Federico looks up to these guys, and Scott, as the fatherly figure, wants to give that positive outlook for all of these guys. So it can't feel good for Scott to be knocking Federico into the losers in round one.
I think I'm going to head down there and see if I can get Federico on an interview.
All right, that sounds good. We're going to be joining Jess back shortly as she's going to get some players into the booth. Before we do that, though, we've got some big names. Derek Tower and Bill Holke taking over game 2. Now, Derek Tower, 2 years ago, world champion.
Yeah, that's right.
Bill Holke, out of nowhere, took a very, very high placing at the Hard Rock Chicago last year. Let's talk about this. Your favorite was Derek Tower.
Yes.
I know Michael Colesworthy, our lead graphic designer at the studio, actually has Bill Holke winning the whole thing.
Really?
So let's put a little bet. Where are you going? You're going with Derek.
Oh, man, yeah.
I'll go with Bill.
Okay.
We'll watch the action unfold. Loser buys drinks tonight.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yes, I had made plenty of wrong calls last night. My one right one ended up.
I was going to say your one right call was the championship, though.
Yeah, that counts for something, right?
That counts for a hell of a lot more than our random bets. But Bill Holke starting off strong with a very deep shot. Derek Tower picking up the next two and the big game, but Bill Holke doles out. Now, I need you to explain this to everyone. So, how does the World Championship Tournament work? We've got one Trek.
Well, so yeah, we have these two will play one Trek, and a Trek will consist of 5 sites and 1 bonus round. Interesting thing about these sites are there'll be different animals, and as I said yesterday, a smorgasbord of animals. Each site will contain $6 and sometimes a dangerous trophy or a big game trophy, and those will add a lot of points. Same with critters.
All right, and of course, those dangerous trophies come out hard, quick, and fast, but there is only one site per trek. You know, as we move into the later rounds of the tournament, you will see a full adventure in the championship, and that is 3 treks.
Yes.
So that's a lot of playing and a lot of chance to come back.
Yes. And you know, one thing we noticed yesterday, a lot of struggling with the dangerous trophy early on.
Yeah, it's true. We did definitely notice something, and the later it got into the tournament, it seemed more and more that these players were picking up those dangerous trophies.
It does not seem like they've had a problem with them so far, but still early.
No, and as we said, both of these players are incredibly gifted and talented. Bill Holke's struggling, though, as Derek Tower moves to secure his place at the championship again. Bill Holke firing back and taking the second, but Skippy responds in kind with a third. It's split 2-2 right now. We'll see if Derek can pick up 4, but it's an even split, and you'll hear a lot of pre-clicking.
Yeah.
What's that clicking?
Well, a lot of these players, I know I do it myself, is a lot of pumping. You're pumping constantly to get the faster shot. You know, in these games, it's about being faster than your opponent and then being accurate, and it requires a lot of pumping. So I can imagine they'll be sore by the end of the day because, you know,
It's
64.
a tiring day.
Yeah, 64 competitors.
Now, and of course, these pre-shots, it's 1 shot per reload.
Yes.
So you want to consistently make sure your gun is ready to go. And
Yes.
if you're pacing and taking your time, you're not getting that speed that you need in order to maximize your potential to get those big bucks.
Now, if your opponent does out, you might see a little bit less of that because you want to take a clean shot. You want to make sure that you are maximizing your points. So a lot of these players will calm down, ease up on the pumping, and make sure they're taking good shots and knocking down all 6 if possible, you know?
Now, of course, is it possible for these players to study the sites, learn where the animals and learn where the big points are? Because there's, if I'm not mistaken, multiple things that factor into the point system.
Yes, so there is distance plays a huge factor. Also the size of the buck, and those will typically come, the bigger ones will come later on the site. So the first ones may not be worth quite as much. Now, when a hunter is going to, you know, memorize the routes of these animals, they'll be able to actually follow them off screen or as they're about to leave the screen, and that's when they'll maximize the amount of points when they're going off into the distance. So a lot of these players do know that. Now it's a little harder following these routes when there's 2 people going at once. You just got to beat out your opponent. So you don't always have the luxury of just being able to watch your buck go.
Now, so what you're telling me is it's skill, it's speed, and a little bit of luck.
A little bit of luck, I would say so, yes.
And it's tough because you see these shots. Of course, when they hit the buck, there's the green bullet mark that shows, or the orange bullet mark, depending who hit it.
Right.
And you can see, let's say Derek Tower hits a buck twice, and that third shot might take it down, and Bill Holton shoots him once, and he gets the points.
And that's frustrating. You know, you're putting in a lot of work on this buck, and then next thing you know, it's taken from you. So
and that's all part of the game.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's why it's so important to be accurate, but also quick, because you don't want to give your opponent the opportunity to take those shots to make those points count for him instead of you.
Right. And it looks like we're wrapping up this next match. Derek Skippy Tower
is of course
taking the victory.
Of course, part of Team 314, which is out of St. Louis. He's throwing up his tradition 314. He's got his hat on. And guys, we're going to be sending it over to Jess Petro for an exclusive interview right now.
Hey everybody, it's Jess. I missed you guys, but I'm back. And I'm back with Federico Reed. He is our youngest competitor ever to compete at the World Championship, 18 years old. And he's here with me. He just lost to Scott Van Humesen. How are you feeling right now, Fed?
I'm feeling pretty good about tonight. I thought it was really fun to play against Scott because he's the oldest. He's like one of the oldest players that I know, and it was really fun to play with him, even though I lost to him.
What did you think of that new bonus round?
I thought it was pretty cool. I actually saw it a couple of years ago, but now they're bringing it back this year for its official release next year. I can't wait to play it again.
Fed, I'm so excited you're here. I know you're excited too. What is your favorite thing about the Belmont and just the event itself?
Well, I like that the Big Buck World Championship has headed to a new state, you know, Texas. It's been in other cities before. And I also like that it's on an outdoor venue. In previous years, it was indoors. Yeah.
Okay, and last question. You want to give any shout outs to anyone watching at home?
Yeah, my mom, her boyfriend Joseph, Uncle Manuel, Auntie Virginia, my grandparents, and maybe anybody else, and any other relatives who are watching right now.
Okay, awesome. And Fed, just so you know, I have my money on you. Okay. So you have my support. All right, thanks guys for watching. We'll get back to Connor now. And Callum.
And of course, that's Federico Reed, our young gun himself, looking to take over, move to the championship, but it's going to be a long, long road for him through the losers bracket as more of these incredibly talented players get knocked out.
Absolutely. And you know, yesterday we saw Melinda crawl from the, her way out of the losers bracket, but like we said before, 64 people. So it's a much bigger bracket, and there's going to be a lot more talent in there. So it's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard.
Absolutely right. And speaking of talent, we've got an awesome matchup on Game 3. Nate Boyer versus Mason Powell. Nate Boyer, one of the Scotty snipers, and I know this is, I think, your first time meeting Nate. He's a giant.
Yeah, he's actually the tallest person here.
and Mason Powell is one of our hunters out of Portland. So we're going to be jumping on board with them and seeing how they do. Of course, Nate on the right, Mason on the left. Nate on the green gun, Mason on the orange. Mason choosing to go for that close shot and going for the secure kills while Nate picks up the top 3. Nate putting on a clinic as he managed to secure $5 to Mason's 1. Not only that, but his accuracy, 36%. Mason had 5%.
36%, that's impressive. Typically, it feels like we're going to see a lot of the accuracies at around 17 to, I think, 21%. It's pretty common when you're in these kind of shootouts.
And that's by no means a bad sign, but Mason picking up a huge first shot all the way in the back. Of course, as Connor stated earlier, those deep shots are going to be worth more points, but Nate Boyer does out and lets Mason secure $5 and possibly the dangerous trophy.
And you've got to be excited when you see your dangerous trophies, one of those bears. They're bigger targets, and typically you will see players knocking those down fairly easy. Now, for the Lions and the Cougars and the Panthers, those are a little harder, they're a little faster, and we will see people struggle with those. I can guarantee that.
Now, is there a strategy to taking out these dangerous games, or is it pacing or try and get it as quick as you can? Because I notice they come in further back and work their way forward.
Yes, and they run in somewhat of like a serpentine pattern in a way, and you have these, the doe that they're chasing create a difficult obstacle for them, for the shooters to actually hit their target. You want to lay small shots into the sides of them, and then when you have a good view of them, send one hopefully to the head, try to make it lethal.
Well, this is a huge turn of events. Mason Powell turns it around completely, secures 2 sites of his own, and it is a dominating lead that he has now, 9,596 to 4,584. That is a considerable lead. There's 2 sites left and 1 bonus, so Nate is really going to put in work here. And that's exactly what he does as he picks up the first 2, make that 3.
Nailed it.
But you know what? That's enough for Mason to maintain that lead, and that's all he has to do. There's 1 site left.
Right.
And 1 bonus.
And if you're Nate, you're really hoping that Mason does out. And what we said yesterday, we could not stop harping on it, was if you have a substantial lead, you want to play it safe. You want to make sure you're hitting bucks, not doing out, and just securing just enough points to not let your opponent back in the game. And it looks like that's just what Mason is doing.
Unfortunately, he manages to lose about 1,000 points there to Nate as he picks up $4, which is going to make this a 4,000-point game. Now, I'm confident that's all but over for Nate Boyer, who's going to be seeing himself early in the losers. And this is what we're talking about. It's an incredibly skilled tournament that we've got today. And we're seeing people like Nate Boyer dropping into the losers bracket automatically. That's scary. If I'm Federico Reed and other players that are dropping down early, I don't want to see Nate Boyer in my bracket.
No.
I don't want to see a lot of these
not
players.
at all, not at all. And, last night we saw our winner come from the losers bracket. Wouldn't be surprised if it happened again, though.
Yeah, and you know what? Let's actually talk about last night. For everyone at home, of course, the Friday of the World Championship weekend is our ladies tournament. We've got 32 of the best and most talented buck hunting ladies from all over the U.S. and Canada here to compete. It's an incredible show, and last night I think was one of the best tournaments we've ever actually had for the ladies event. We saw Melinda Van Humison secure her 2-peat, second time she's been able to win. Sarah Erinson, the 3 out of 4 times defending champion, dropping out relatively early. She still made it very, very far into the tournament.
And I want to talk about Sarah for a second. she is not happy about the results from last night, and she placed, I believe, in 11th last year. I would not be surprised if she secured a top 10 spot in this tournament today.
Okay, so you're putting Sarah on high, and I know actually Mike Colesworthy, one of our my co-hosts I'm bucking around, and one of our coworkers at Play Mechanics, I was talking to him, and he went up to Sarah and he said, "Sarah, what happened?" And you know what she said? She goes, "I'll tell you what happened. I'm winning tomorrow." And Sarah is a very confident person. She's got a very big crowd here supporting her. And of course, she is one of the best female hunters in the world.
Yeah.
If not the best.
Right.
But last night you would not have been able to know because that talented pool was incredible. Kylie Hodsden taking it all the way to the finals and losing to Melinda Van Humesen.
You know, the greatest part about last night was the amount of upsets. And I'm hoping we see plenty more of those today. Makes for a great big buck hunter. And it looks like Sarah also had just won her most recent game. And that must feel good for her because now she is staying away from that loser's bracket.
Just at least one more round. We've got 64 players and a lot of games to go through in this round. So let's jump on to game one next. We are watching Melinda Van Humesen and Samantha Intriari, defending champion, and another ladies tournament competitor who didn't get her chance to fight Melinda into the finals, but we'll be watching closely. Before we do that, I'd like to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors: Buck Wild Snacks, Jägermeister, Crystal Creek. Obviously, we've got our swag on.
Absolutely.
The Big Buck General Store is here. We've got a whole plethora. Strong Events helped set up this event with some incredible decor. But before we get into it, let's take a look at Buck Wild Snacks. And of course, that is one of our sponsored, and they are incredible. Those snacks are so good.
You know, they're everywhere. You cannot walk around this tournament and not see just a box full of these snacks. And I think we had a few too many last night, but it's not going to stop me from eating them today.
I know, and we've got players everywhere. And you know what, guys? I noticed an incredible game on Renee Brooks, one of our Australian players this year, made an incredible showing throughout ladies tournament tonight. I want to see what she's able to do. She's up against the big buck ninja, Andy Lynn himself, on station 2. So let's take a look at game 2 right now. Andy Lynn has secured himself an early lead, but that leaves plenty of time for Renee Brooks to catch up. It's not over. There's 4 sights and a bonus left. Who are you taking this one with?
You know, I really liked the way Renee played yesterday, but you know, I saw Andy Lynn warming up today, and he means business. You know, he's a serious contender, and although he did just dough out.
And you know what? Here's the thing. Andy Lynn has never missed a championship. Andy Lynn has been to every single event, including New York during a hurricane. Or I'm sorry, I think it was New York during a hurricane. But you know what? Andy Lynn, one of the most passionate buck hunters around, one of the coolest guys I know. And Renee Brooks, an incredibly passionate female hunter. This is her first time at the World Championship. Yesterday, she took, I believe, 4th place. That's not something to be disappointed about, but I know she's gunning for more this tonight.
Oh, absolutely. And rightfully so. You know, she played very well, but there's a lot of talent last night. And right now, Andy Lynn is really giving her this match. He keeps going out.
And that is allowing Renee Brooks to rack up more points than Andy wants her to put up. This cannot be good for Andy, but you know what? He's a veteran. He's been around a long time. He loves the party. He loves being here. Guys, if you're in Austin, Texas, we're at the Belmont on 6th Street. It is incredible. It's a party. You don't want to miss it. The alcohol's flowing. The snacks are being munched on. And of course, the tournament is happening. Renee Brooks, Andy Lynn, getting ready to go into sight number 4.
Going for that deep buck.
They're both shooting deep, and Renee with an incredibly early doe out. That's going to let Andy Lynn pick up the big game and the deep shots. He's making every one count here. I saw what you're talking about. He slows it down, waits for them to clear, and he's going to get a... Oh, no! Andy Lynn had an opportunity to get a dangerous and a big game.
You know, it's pretty hard to hit that shot and that close of a gap. You know, that's a dangerous trophy that really does come at you fast. And those does do not make it easy.
But it is enough for Andy Lynn to take a 2,000-point lead over his competitor, Renee Brooks. That's what Andy Lynn wants to happen. I guarantee you Renee is starting to stress out about that one.
That's one.
Renee, though, fires back by picking up the first two, including one, which was pretty deep, which is going to rack up a handful of points. Andy Lynn responding in kind by picking up three. That looks like an even split, and I think the scores will show it. Renee down by just 100 in that round. Now,
And you know, going into these bonus games, as we mentioned, you know, they're worth 2.5 times more.
that's right. It is a double and a half multiplier.
Yeah.
So these bonus games are incredibly crucial. If you are in a close game, you can win it all with these bonuses.
And you know, I got to say, I love seeing, as we talked about before, this brand new bonus game in the first round. You know, you have these players playing all year, coming to this tournament, and their first bonus game they're seeing is something they were unable to play before. So I think it's a great way to start this tournament out.
Now here's the thing, Renee Brooks, 4th place last night, has had a lot of practice in this game.
That is true,
already.
that is true.
I don't know how much Andy Lynn has really been practicing on these free play games, but it is clearly showing that he is on the upper hand right now. It does not look like Renee Brooks is going to be able to knock him into the losers, which will mean Andy Lynn secures his way to round 2 of the winner's bracket. We'll, of course, have those scores up for you in just a second as Andy Lynn puts in work with picking up 28 cannonballs out of the 14. Renee seeing an early spot, and I talked to her before the tournament. She did not seem too fussed about this. She took 4th last night, which was much more than she was expecting. She's happy. She's feeling it. Of course, she's going to want to win, but she's happy already.
And now let's take a look at that game one real quick. You see that Melinda Van Humesen has a pretty demanding lead, and it looks like they're going into their bonus game now, but it looks like she's going to take this one.
That's right. Melinda has 14 against Samantha's 14, and we might have just dropped it. I'm not entirely sure. That's it back up. 24 split. Melinda does not need to do too much work here, though, because Samantha is already losing pretty handily.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about both of these players for a second. They are our game brand ambassadors. Melinda Van Humesen and Samantha Intriari. They're in charge of getting these local communities around them. Of course, Melinda out of Vancouver. Samantha Intriari down in Tampa, Florida. They've got local organized tournaments going on. So what we're going to do now is tell you guys a little bit about that. That's the Game Warden program. It is something that we put together at Play Mechanics. It's a way to empower these players so that they can get more and do more with their local communities. Guys, these are the 2015-2016 Game Wardens.
Big Buck Hunter Game Wardens are Big Buck's official street team, brand ambassadors, and the voices of the Big Buck community. Their mission? Expand the player community through events and leagues. Get more games into more locations. Get more people playing in cash tournaments. And be the voices of the Big Buck brand. Play Mechanics launched the program with 9 dedicated and passionate players this year. These prominent players in the Big Buck community pioneered social events like Big Buck hunting leagues and hometown tournaments, while harnessing the power of social media to spread the word. They also showed off their hunting skills and endless knowledge of Big Buck Hunter at the Las Vegas Amusement Expo this year as celebrated special guests of Play Mechanics. Are you the next Big Buck Game Warden? As a Game Warden, you will be rewarded for recruiting new players and receive credit the more they play Big Buck HD. Place new games in new locations and earn cash. Organize Big Buck hunting leagues, create events to make money, and bring home exclusive prizes. Don't worry, you'll get help all along the way. Being a Game Warden won't impact your ability to compete in the Big Buck National Series or any other national live tournaments. So don't hold back. Follow your true calling. Become a Big Buck Game Warden. This year, we will be expanding the Game Warden community. If you have a passion for Big Buck Hunter, have the ability to engage people in the sport of tournament play, and enjoy the social aspects of the Big Buck community, we're saving your spot as an official Big Buck Game Warden. For more information, contact us at gamewarden@playmechanics.com.
Beautiful ladies and our handsome hunks. If you'll notice, this is the first year we have male trail guides. We're all super excited about it. Okay, guys, I want to hear how you feel about being the first male trail guides of the Big Buck Hunter World Championship.
I feel great about it. It's about time. I went to the event last year, no males, so it's time.
This is my first event. Buck wild, buck crazy. I'm ready to get buck.
Okay, and ladies, how do you guys feel being at the event for the first time? This is all your first experience. What do you think of the Belmont?
Honestly, the Belmont is the location for this event, honestly.
It's so much fun, so much good energy.
Beautiful, we have great drinks, we have a lot of barbecue and great big bucks.
Oh yeah, great big bucks, that's what it's all about. Okay, can I get like a massive cheer right now into the mic? Ready, set, go. Woo! Buck wild! Back to Connor and Callum.
And of course, as we're getting back into the action, those are our trail guides for the day. Jess Petra, our social media manager, having a blast down there on the interview spot. Guys, my favorite player, Chris Freem, is ready. He's getting on stage to play on game number 2. This is going to be an intense match. Chris Freem and Bradley Gartner. Now, Bradley Gartner is Trevor's brother. That is, hands down, the best competitor to practice with.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And, you know, it's got to be difficult for Bradley to watch his brother win so much. Not difficult, I won't say that, but I'll say he's probably hungry. He probably wants one himself. So let's go ahead and see him maybe pull out this one. I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Bradley today.
Now, what do you
Not
think,
today. This.
Now, what do you think is gonna happen if Bradley Gartner matches up with Trevor at some point in the bracket?
You know, I would probably give it to Trevor, but
anything can happen. Again, you're practicing with the best. I mean, Trevor Gartner and Bradley Gartner. It's like practicing with Skippy Tower. These guys are able to go to their bar and not only practice just regular gameplay, but the tournament, how it works is shootout, guys. That means you're both shooting for the same animals at the exact same time.
Right, and that, you know, that creates a much more hectic atmosphere for the game. You know, usually if you're by yourself, like we said before, you can think about where the buck is going to head and you can hit it off in the distance, maximize your points. Not so much here, you know.
But you know what, Trevor and Bradley, they have that ability to practice. And Trevor, of course, is going to help his brother as much as he can. I'm very confident of it. Trevor's not going to try and hinder Bradley by any means, but I guarantee you if they match up in the bracket, Trevor will do everything he can to absolutely wipe the floor with him.
I agree. I could not agree more.
And Jess.
Hey guys, I'm back.
You're back. You've been down on the floor.
I reappeared.
How was it?
You know, honestly, I just want to stay down on the floor because the energy down there is ridiculous right now.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm loving this. So I'm definitely going to squeeze in a lot more interviews for the night.
So I've got to ask, who do you want to talk to the most today?
Well, I definitely want to get Travis Pastrana up there. His crew is crazy. I know they're going to say some unpredictable things. And I also want to make sure I talk to Trevor, obviously. Need to get Melinda up there, see how she's feeling after last night. And I'm sure a couple others.
All right. And guys, I believe we're actually going to be taking just a short break on the stage for a little bit. We've got some sun coming in. But we are going to use this opportunity to highlight for all of you at home who may not be able to experience the Big Buck World Championship. Maybe this is your first time viewing it. Maybe you were able to tune in last year. If you were, it was an incredible tournament at the Hard Rock in Chicago.
It was.
Guys, this is the 2015 Big Buck World Championship.
Here at the Hard Rock Cafe in Chicago for the 5th annual ladies tournament.
What up, everybody? Please welcome the one and only David Snipes!
I'm having a blast. This is the funnest weekend of the year. This is what we look forward to all year, every year.
It's awesome, so much fun, my adrenaline's pumping.
The moment we've all been waiting for all night, Sarah Erinson versus Melinda Van Hoomissen. We are watching the two biggest names in Big Buck ladies history go at it. Oh, and Sarah does out early.
Sarah's gonna take a pretty big lead into the final track. Can Melinda make it up? We've got a ladies Ladies champion, everybody, Sarah Erinson!
Is there anyone that can beat me?
We are at the 8th annual Big Buck World Championship.
Having Moosehead and Old Wisconsin and Lyft and all the other game companies that are involved, it's awesome.
I love that Big Buck HD is streamed live on Twitch.
Oh my God, so much fun down there. It's so crazy. Everyone's having a blast.
This place is going insane. $15,000 on the line.
Skippy, he's fast, phenomenal shooter.
And Derek goes out. That's huge for Trevor.
Trev Gartner's amazing. He knows the sights and he's dead on accurate.
Trevor is just cleaning up right now.
Trevor Gartner, 2015 World Champ, $15,000.
Big Buck Tournament weekend is easily the greatest weekend of the year.
I'm Trevor Gartner, and I just won the 2015 Big Buck Hunter World Championship.
And that was one of the best tournaments we've had in a long time, but we seem to outdo ourselves every year.
You know, I wasn't there last year, but it looks incredible. It looked, that video.
And you know what? The finals last year was one of the most intense finals I've ever seen. Trevor Gartner versus Derek Tower. Of course, Trevor Gartner came out on top. So we're going to take a moment just to highlight that as they're getting into some Flippy Cup on stage. We'll get back to that in just a minute. Guys, this is Trevor Gartner.
I'm Trevor Gartner, waiting for Brian Stutesbury to come back. I'm from New Richmond, Wisconsin. I won the World Championships back in 2013 and won the 2015 Big Buck Hunter World Championship.
We live in a town of 9,000, and we have 3 of the top 10 players.
I cut my teeth on the game cabinet open season. In 2012, I'd gone over to Minnesota State. Very competitive. I mean, as you know, most of the champions have come from Minnesota, Wisconsin. Didn't know anybody and ended up taking second, and then everything just went from there and fell into place. Met the community and just got ultra competitive at it.
We travel anywhere and we'll go play a buck hunter there with the local players. And people are like, I seen your face on the game, or I seen you play buck hunter, seen you in this article, that article. Last year, everyone probably knows I made a home bar with my winnings. So, bring a lot of people over and play a little retro buck hunter. My favorite trek would be Kudu Trek 3, just based on the points that are available in it. It's one of the biggest treks, and people think of kudu as one of the smallest animals, but there's a lot of distance involved in that trek and just a lot of deep shots that take a lot of skill. I can't even hit a lot of them most of the time, but it's fun when you really get the sights and then you can crank them up. My strategy for winning is you gotta find that right area to let those nerves not get to you. You wanna be the fastest player out there, but not dough out. It's speed versus accuracy, and speed prevails.
In 2016, I really hoped to win the championship again. I'm gonna give it a hell of a try. I don't know how Big Buck Hunter is gonna one-up Hard Rock Cafe, but I know they will.
You guys, I'm live with the always crazy Scotty Snipers. Trevor Gartner doing his thing. Okay, Trevor, how are you feeling right now? You've got to be, I know you're doing a lot of shit talking, so why don't you just continue that right now?
I guess I'm just hoping I can bring back either 2013 or 2015, that's it.
That's what it's all about. He's going to take it home again. He's got all of his important people here, but most importantly, we have Dad. How are you feeling, Dad?
I'm great. I have great fun during these things, and then once in a while we get a good win too, so we're always happy.
Okay, and how many drinks have you had so far, Dad?
This weekend?
Just tonight, just tonight. How deep are you in right now?
Oh, a few.
Dad's taking it easy. He's probably going to pick it up as Trevor plays on. And we have Wifey in the background. Hi. All right, guys. I love hanging out with the Scotty Snipers. Always a blast. Let's kick it back over to the desk.
And we're back. We've got some Flippy Cup on stage, guys. Tell me the last time you ever saw Flippy Cup on stage at a professional video game tournament. Literally never.
Never.
That's
Not
right.
once.
But guys, that's all about the party here. We've got Travis Pastrana, legend of motorsports, here. And not only is he here, but he's a competitor. That's right. Travis and the rest of the Nitro Circus crew are here in the building. We've got They're in crutches. They're excited. Team Whiskey Throttle, they've been here before. They've actually got tattoos. This is a fun story. Travis Pastrana, tattoo on his butt that says, "I lost a bet at Big Buck Hunter." And one of the other guys in his crew has a tattoo dead center on his Adam's apple, right around his neck. And it says, "I lost a bet in Big Buck Hunter."
I saw it today, and I'm sure when he's competing, you guys will see it too. It's pretty funny.
These guys are dead serious competitors, but they know how to have a ton of fun. Whiskey Throttle looking to take home the championship, but at the end of the day, everyone's here for fun. We're gonna see what happens. We'll check in to see who wins. You know what? I've never commentated a Flippy Cup match before, but I'm excited to have my first.
You know, I don't think I have either, so.
Michael Ridings from Team 314 in the blue, an avid drinker going on, missing his first flip. Guys, come on. We've all been to college. This should not be as hard as it looks. Travis, though, coming up second. Now, Travis looks like he's well versed. He's going to get it first try. Oh, no, Travi.
Yeah, he's struggling now. Oh, no.
But it's all about the other. And on the other team, the older Buck Hunter fans, I believe that's one of Sarah Erlinson's family.
Now, to Travis's credit, he is using the one-hand technique.
That's ambitious. I respect it. It requires skill.
It's a very, some people are very strict about that.
Yeah, you know what? There it is. He got it, and it's going down to the wire. Oh, they're letting it go. No,
they really
they're
are
slipping here. Oh, could this be? And it looks like the other team takes it home.
Hey, doesn't hurt to finish your beer and make sure you see it through.
That's right.
Nothing wrong with that.
At the end of the day, it's all fun and games. The players are all handshakes. Of course, this is all about the party at the Big Buck World Championship. These guys are playing for $20,000 of cash. That is no small check.
No.
But at the end of the day, there's always time for some Flippy Cup, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this whole place is a party. So whether, if you get out early, there's still plenty of fun to be had here.
That's right. And again, for those of you in the area or watching at home, we are in Austin, Texas at the Belmont on 6th Street. It is free to attend, so if you are in the area, make sure you guys head on down, come out, check it out. We've got the VIP upstairs, some free gameplay to my right, the party's downstairs, and Killer Queen below.
Yes, you guys need to be here. There's so much going on downstairs that realistically, being up here it kind of hurts sometimes. I hear a lot of excitement downstairs, and I'm a little jealous. But we're having fun up here. We're doing our thing too.
We're doing our thing. We'll have some more fun later on, guys. We're gonna take a second and just highlight some more of the fun that we've had in the previous years. 2014, another big World Championship.
Absolutely.
And we're gonna take a second to just highlight that, guys. This was the 2014 Big Buck World Championship. Wow.
2014 World Championship Ladies Tournament.
You're on a stage, it's such a different experience. Play as much as you can because anyone can be here at the championships as long as you practice enough.
It's going down tonight. Big Buck HD Ladies Tourney.
Have fun, just stomp the competition.
We are in the championship finals.
My biggest rival is Sarah Erlinson.
Will Melinda keep her title? We are in the finals. Champion versus champion. Two World Championship Masters. They are killing it. Make some noise for our world champion, Sarah Erlinson.
My name is Sarah Erlinson, and I'm the 2014 Ladies Tourney Champion.
'14 Big Buck HD World Championships goes down right now.
This is more of a family than it is a competition.
When everyone comes together, it's just the most amazing party ever.
This is the only video game I play.
Just picked it up, loved it, and now I'm addicted.
Watching Twitch and hearing the commentary was kind of surreal.
I just want to have fun out there and play my game.
I am here to take home that big check.
In it to win it. You ready to get this started? Big Buck World Championship match! Let's go. Derek with the lead. It's a blowout. Oh my God. We got a new winner. Make some noise for your 2014 World Champion, Derek Tower.
I'm Derek Tower from St. Louis, and I am the 2014 Big Buck Hunter World Champion.
And we're back, of course. A lot of awesome events. We seem to outdo ourselves every year. Throughout the day, we're going to go further and further back. On stage, Jess, what is going on?
Okay, I know what's going on. Dave Snipes wants to be a big buck stud, so he is having them cut his pants so he can be just like them.
You know, I saw something very similar happen yesterday with Travis.
Yep, Travis Pastrana also wanted to be show his legs for days and be a big buck stud, and they actually cut his pants as well.
You know, I've never seen someone craft a pair of jorts while the person is actually wearing them.
Especially with a handyman's belt.
You know what? It's the only way to go. It's the only way to get the job done.
That's the Big Buck World Championship, guys. It's all about the fun here. It's a lot of, it's just energy. It's just random.
Sometimes too much fun, but always fun.
That's right, guys. We've got some awesome matches coming up on stage. We're gonna get to those as soon as our host, Dave Snipes, is finished becoming his very own version of the trail guides.
I mean, look at that. He looks great right now.
And of course, this is the first year we've ever had male trail guides, Jess. You played a big part in that.
Yeah, this is the first year. I knew it had to happen. Originally, we had them pretty conservative, but the second they got here, we knew we just had to start chopping things off. And it sounded kind of bad, but.
And when we say we knew, it's all Jess. Jess here is just, we got to make these shorts a little shorter.
Just a tad bit shorter. But I mean, how can you deny it with those sexy legs they have? We just have to show them. And now Dave,
Maybe not so much those legs. Of course, Dave Snipes, though, life of the party. Last year, he showed up in a ghillie suit.
He did.
And a
full camo.
And a camo tux.
I don't even think we could even find him because he was so camoed out.
But you know what? The players are getting ready and taking the stage. We've got Tony Passon and Patrick Heelan on game 1. Chris Freem and Bradley Gartner on game 2. Ryan Hodgson versus James Martinez on game 3. And Andy White versus Aaron Rappaport on game 4. Which one do you want to watch, Connor?
Let's take a look at that game 2.
All right, I like your way you're thinking. Chris Freem is one of our previous champions, winning in 2012. My personal favorite to win the tournament. We're going to see what's going on. He has been off the scene for a little bit. I know he hasn't been practicing as much as he'd like. And as we said earlier, Bradley Gartner, relatively young, but his brother is Trevor. That's a huge hunting partner.
And let's take a quick moment to just appreciate those brand new Scotty Sniper jerseys. They look great.
Yeah, and you know what? These guys consistently show up wearing team gear. A lot of these players have local leagues, local hunting groups that they get out and practice with very often. And Bradley Gartner is no exception. But Chris Freem showing why he's a champion himself, picking up the first two at a very, very long distance. He knows exactly where they're coming. He does not manage to secure the third, though. And Bradley, surprisingly enough, secures himself a 200-point lead.
That's a good first sight.
No doubt about it, and you've got to be feeling good going into the rest of this, but it is still so incredibly early. Now this is our Dangerous Trophy again. Connor, why don't we explain at home, explain everything for those at home, what a Dangerous Trophy is.
A Dangerous Trophy, you know, if the title itself doesn't give any clue, it's one of the more dangerous animals, and it runs out once the 6 bucks are eliminated or off the screen, and Dangerous Trophy runs at you, usually with two does, and essentially if you do not shoot it in time, it will attack you, maul you, and you do not get the points for it. It's a great way to pick up some extra points, especially if you're on a 4-2 loss and not picking up the winning amount of bucks.
And I know it's not the easiest target in the game. We've actually seen a lot of people struggle with it.
Absolutely.
As you said, it runs in an S serpentine kind of motion.
Yes, the old serpentine
and
formation.
It's not only that, but it's also surrounded.
Yes, and you know, there are times where that Dangerous Trophy really exposes itself, and that's where you have to take advantage. At a time where the 2 does are on one side, and you can catch the back end of that Dangerous Trophy.
Now we've talked about the Dangerous Trophies. Just then we saw Woolly Mammoth running out the back. What the hell's going on there?
So that Woolly Mammoth, that's the big game trophy. That's another type of a trophy you can pick up for extra points. typically, you know, what we've seen a lot of people do is actually let those go. They're more focused on the bucks, which I don't blame them necessarily, but I mean, it's, you know, it's 3 points. You got to pick that up, you know?
That's absolutely right. But you know what? As we were saying, it's a lot about speed. And if you do commit to that big game and you miss it, and you miss those bucks that are playing on the screen and your opponent picks them up, that hurts.
Those big games, they can eat a lot of bullets, so you got to shoot efficiently. And you got to make sure, you know, obviously if your opponent's doed out, you're going to go for that every time, but, you know, you got to take some clean shots at it.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it can go down in one shot if it's a perfect shot.
You got to take that lethal shot. You got to hit it in the heart or the head.
But otherwise, it is about, what, 5 shots to give or take?
Oh, you know, it really depends. Yeah, about 5. You know, I've definitely had my fair share of struggles with some big game trophies.
And of course, they are much easier. Oh, Bradley Gartner with the dough out. But as I was saying, they are much easier to hit. They don't run at you. They simply run across the screen in the distance.
Just think of a massive critter worth more points.
Well put. I think that's a very good way to put it. Chris Freem looking like he's going to be moving on into the next round. Bradley Gartner, again, stressing, I'm sure. But this is 7,000 points that he needs to make in this bonus game, and I think that's just about impossible.
I would have to agree with you on that one.
Nonetheless, we've got a huge game on Station 3. We're not going to switch it over just yet, but Ryan Hodgson is up 20,000 to 2,000.
Wow.
Wow. That is not good.
That could be the biggest blowout we've seen thus far.
I believe James Martinez, his competitor, is one of the newest players here. And it looks like he's doed out 2 out of the 5 sites, and he has not broke 1,000 points in a single site. And that is not what you want.
You know, like we said before, double loss elimination. There's still a lot of games to be played. Moving forward, James has to realize that he cannot make a habit out of doing out.
And it's tough, though, because here's the thing. When you practice at home, you're at your own bar. You're at your own watering hole.
Absolutely.
You're comfortable. You know your environment. You've got your drinks. You're feeling good. When you come to the Big Buck World Championship, you're on a stage with thousands of people watching you. You've got a crowd behind you cheering you. Not only do you have your friends in the crowd, but you've got your rivals. You've got people that you look up to and people that you want nothing more than to beat. And if you're coming out here for the first time, those nerves can definitely affect you.
Oh, absolutely. You know, at first glance, this place is extremely overwhelming, especially for a new player. You know, if they're not used to it, it could go to your head.
That's right, and a shot of the crowd there shows you this is the first outside tournament we've ever done. It is all the way back to the walls in the outside. The inside is packed. Guys, we've got Killer Queen here with us today. It's another Raw Thrills game, so a major shout out to Play Mechanics, Raw Thrills, Bets, and everybody involved in getting this whole event together. Of course, all of our sponsors, Strong Events, Buck Wild Snacks, Jägermeister, Crystal Creek Moonshine, the entire group of people here. But one thing everyone has in common, there's a lot of Big Buck gear out there today.
Absolutely. I know we have ours on. There's a great store actually located right there in that back tent.
And if you're not in Austin, Texas, and you want a chance to pick up your very own Big Buck swag, head over to the Big Buck General Store.
Do you love Big Buck Hunter? Of course you do! Outfit yourself, your family, and your hunting party with all new gear from the online Big Buck General Store. Browse the latest designs or create your own at bigbuckhd.com/store.
And of course, the Big Buck General Store, where you can get all of your hunting gear. Mike Goldsworthy, one of our stage MCs and lead graphic designer, does an incredible job along with the rest of the art team to put some gear together for you. So make sure you check that out. While we're talking about checking things out, let's take a look at this round. We've got some big names here. What are we seeing?
Well, we see the man of the hour that, you know, a lot of people have been talking about is Travis Pastrana. You know, I think I'd like to take a look at that game, see how he shoots.
Now this is tough. We're definitely going to be getting on board. I want to see how Travis does on game 1. But we have huge names here. Glenn Rattray, Travis Pastrana's competitor here, is one of the best hunters out of Australia. And here's the thing. About a year ago, nobody knew who he was. He was literally an unknown player, and out of nowhere, this person just started taking over every single leaderboard. Every single one. And everybody was just going, who the hell is this guy? Well, about 6 months later, he exposed himself, showed up to his first tournament, and dominated. Let everyone know who he was, and now he's finding himself here on the World Championship stage.
Well, that's awesome. Good for him.
And it looks like he is able to maintain his composure and puts himself up 400 points over Travis Pastrana.
It looks like he's feeling the heat right now.
He knows it, and he knows exactly who he's playing against. Of
Absolutely.
course, Travis loves to come out to the Big Buck World Championship. He's just another competitor here. And of course, the players love interacting with his entire crew. They're a bunch of goofballs, and they're a lot of fun to be around. But Travis picking up 2, Glenn with the other.
It's a deep shot for Travis. That's a very strong finish for Travis there. That's what he needs. He wants to pull ahead. It looks like he just did that.
And he was just a tiny bit down, but that lead looks like it's going to close. Travis taking the lead here as we're going into the next one. Just 400 points separate these 2 players. And the Nitro team is with them on stage filming.
You got it. That's one.
Glenn Rattray, Travis Pastrana.
It's a great shot.
This is a match for the ages. I'm excited that we're getting it into the early on into the tournament. An even split 3-3 right down the middle.
Well, it looks like we'll be heading into our next site with Travis and Glenn.
And even more so, we've got a very special guest on the stage. Or I'm sorry, on the desk, Jared Erinson. We're going to be joining with him in just a minute right after this match. But Travis Pastrana doing his best to keep it up, but Glenn takes the 3 and the big game. Travis doesn't give up easy though.
And there's that dangerous trophy getting taken down pretty far out. That was big for Travis. That was able to help him a little bit at that site loss. Got to pick up some good points there.
Now this is nail-bitingly close. We've got 1 site and a bonus game, and 100 points separate these 2 players. I guarantee you the anxiety is hitting both of them. Travis is no stranger to competition, let alone performing in front of thousands of people. But Glenn Rattray does out so early in the round, and that is going to allow Travis to take his time and put those shots in, picking up all 6 bucks and a hell of a lot of points.
That is a hard situation for Glenn there. You got to feel for that guy. That's no one can feel good after that.
He knows exactly what that means. He's got 3,000 points before the bonus game. It is not over for Glenn though. This is a 2.5 time multiplier. The pirate ship bonus, as we've been seeing, guys, the bonus games stay consistent throughout all the rounds. So this round we will be seeing the pirate ship bonus. The next round will be something completely different, and the players have to adapt as they go on.
Absolutely. And, we've mentioned this before, but these bonus rounds typically don't result in a one-sided victory. Usually there'll be some even splits here, but as you can see here, it's a 7-8. Typically they stay relatively close, but we will see some cases of a little bit of domination, but a rare sighting.
And Glenn Rattray needs to dominate if he was going to win this match.
Absolutely.
And Travis, all he needs to do is maintain a close score. That's exactly what he's done. We're going to be seeing Travis move for the next round. We'll have the scores up for you in a second. And then right after that, something even bigger. We're going to be joined on the desk by the one, the only, Jared Erinson.
What's up, guys?
Jared, how the hell are you, buddy?
Oh, the struggle's real today, man.
Yeah?
The struggle's real.
You're hurting from last night?
A little bit.
I don't doubt it. Now, yesterday we saw Sarah Erinson in the ladies' tourney. That was an unfortunate finish.
Yeah.
How was that for you guys?
You can't win every time, I guess, if you look at it.
Darn right. And something we were saying, Sarah loses in 2s.
Yeah.
Does that mean we're going to see her win the next 2?
Well, she's going to win today.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it don't really matter.
That's what I like.
Yeah.
Now, how does Sarah prepare for the World Championship?
You want like real version or like the...
Or the TV-rated version?
Yeah.
It depends how R-rated is your R-rated version.
Bad.
Then let's hear the real version. How does Sarah prepare?
It's just straight up preparedness for us is just go to the bar, get blast-offs, drink, and play Buck Hunter.
Yeah.
That's it. That's how we prepare. I know other people, they just play the game, they got it in their house. We don't go that route. We go right to the stores.
So here's a question that, we've been talking about this. Would you say when you're competing in a tournament like this, you think drinking helps?
Oh, no, that's why we lose all the time. It's super fun, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, for us, we like buck hunter, and it's not so much like we got to win, we got to do this. It's a social event for us. So we go out, and for us, it's go have fun, have a couple cocktails. You don't got to get, white girl drunk all the time, just sometimes. And it's fun.
And it doesn't help that you guys are incredibly talented buck hunters. You just missed qualifying this year.
Yeah, by like 100 points, I think.
That is heartbreaking. What did it feel like when you realized you didn't qualify?
I don't know. I was just like, whatever. I guess.
Still gonna go party.
Still gonna go
Still gonna go hang out.
Now I guess instead of having 2 shots to win it all, we just got 1 in Sarah. So.
And that's more than enough with Sarah Erinson, one of the best hunters in the world.
Only one person can win anyway. So.
Yeah. Now I got to ask. Last year, we've done a little recap of last year. You became a Twitch phenomenon.
Yeah. That was
what
funny.
the hell happened?
I don't know, man. Like, I got nothing. I have no idea how that happened. That was super funny. Not gonna lie, I found out half of it the next day.
Yeah? So I gotta ask. I think one of the big reasons is last year you actually got kicked out of the venue.
Yeah. Ivan did not like me, dude.
No, Ivan, the big security guy who's seemingly from Russia.
Yeah, he was a scary dude.
And as soon as you got kicked out, the Twitch chat went bonkers.
Yeah.
Free Jared the Messiah. And I believe we've actually got some Jared gear here.
Oh, yeah.
We had these on the desk yesterday. Jared, you are my homeboy. And Jared, we love you. We're going to have you back on later, but we've got to send it over to Jess Petro for another interview.
All right, thanks, boys.
It's Jess here. I'm with the whole Van Humison crew. Melinda took it home last night for the ladies. Tell me how you're feeling about that big win.
I'm feeling fantastic. It was a wonderful night. I had my whole family watching and my sister and my mom on Twitch TV watching, which is awesome. They should be watching now. Love you guys.
Okay, and let's just talk about how you won in front of your whole crew. You've got some of your kids here. I want to introduce everybody. Let's just go one by one. We'll say everybody's names.
I'm Madeline. I'm Evie. I'm Max.
I'm Alan.
Joshua.
And I'm Israel.
All here to support Melinda and Scott today. It's going to be really exciting to see how it turns out. One last question. What does it mean to win your whole family watching?
It was incredible. It brought me to tears. It was just a wonderful experience, and the crowd was cheering. It was so exciting, and I loved it.
And we got to have Max give a shout out to his YouTube channel. It's blowing up. Make sure you follow.
Follow my YouTube channel. It's Max Destruction 9. I do big buck videos and video game videos, and my mom is in some of my videos, so come watch my videos and subscribe.
These are all future big buck hunters right here. Mom, you have one more thing to say?
Yeah, if you can also look on Facebook and look up One Massage. My sister is a fabulous masseuse, and she's watching my mom so I could come compete. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be here. Give her some social love. One Massage.
It's all about supporting your family around here. Thanks, guys, for watching. We'll kick it back to the desk. I think Jared's still on there. He's probably got some good stuff to say.
And, of course, the Melinda Van Humison clan. Melinda, our ladies champion from last night with an incredible ladies bracket run, here with her husband, who's also a competitor, and the rest of the gang, their kids, their family, friends, they're all here. Max Destruction on YouTube, you saw, may be one of the youngest buck hunting fans out there. He's got more style than I do with his cowboy hats. He's ready to party. He's having a lot of fun here this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. You know, he came up to us and he talked to us before, and he's very excited. He's really excited for today, and he could not be happier for Melinda.
That's right, but really quick, I want to jump on to Game 4. We have John Byrne versus Jaron Anderson in a relatively close matchup. There's 2 sites left. About 4,000 points separate these two. What are you thinking if you're Jaron Anderson? How do you win this game?
Well, obviously he's off to a pretty good start. He can't afford to really split these sites here. He needs to dominate. He needs to make sure he closes the gap, and it looks like he's doing a pretty good job. That dangerous trophy might hurt him, not hitting it, but it looks like he still might have this site, and he does.
So that's a 1,000 points that he's able to rack up to close that gap. That's still not ideal, but you know what? You need to work at it.
Not enough, but we have one more site left, and like I said, domination is key on this site. He just has to hope that John does out.
And that's something we saw a lot of yesterday. We actually said miracles need to happen, and lo and behold, Jaren starts with a massive first shot, but John Byrne fires right back with 4 of his own. Make that 5.
Yeah, that's no good for Jaren.
And that looks like it's going to be the nail in the coffin for Jaren Anderson's winner's bracket run. We'll still see him later on in the reload bracket. Guys, this is a double elimination tournament, which means once you lose in the winner's bracket, you still have your chance in the losers.
And we cannot express enough how important it is to not let being in the loser's bracket mentally affect you or affect your game by any means. Last night we saw Melinda head to the loser's bracket, and sure enough, she came out on top, taking home $5,000. And hopefully we see that today. You know, the biggest issue about this loser bracket is it's twice as big. We have 64 competitors, and which essentially means you really have to crawl your way out of there. And there's a lot of talent. We've seen a lot of talent so far head to this loser's bracket. I can't imagine anyone wants to stay there, but equally as talented competitors stay in the winner's bracket. Overall, this tournament, I don't know if I want to play any of these guys.
No, I definitely agree with you there, but you know what? Some of these players definitely strive under pressure. Melinda Van Hooverson, pretty even split throughout her Big Buck World Championship history. Right. Sometimes she makes losers bracket runs, sometimes it's winners, but at the end of the day, we consistently see her near or in the finals. Of course, her arch nemesis and rival, Sarah Erinson, got taken out relatively early yesterday, just as Jaren Anderson sees his early way out today. Again, he will be going to the loser's bracket. That is not the last we will see of either of those competitors.
No. And, you know, at the rate we see Melinda and Sarah heading, they might actually end up playing each other again at some point.
Is that true? Are they both on the same side? You
They're
are
on the same side.
Entirely right. We have a Van Hooverson and an Erinson. That is very possible that they will meet within 2 rounds of the winners. And these are both incredibly talented players. I would not be surprised if both of them move on through. But here's the thing, Lindsay Garver, who has gotten 3rd pretty consistently in the ladies tournament. Last night she didn't have the best performance of her life, but she's actually going up against Melinda Van Hooverson next round.
A rematch.
That's huge. And guys, we're gonna be taking a look at the next set of games. We've got RJ Anguiano, otherwise known as Rogelio, up against Eric on game number 3. So let's jump on into that one. They're just shooting in, getting ready to load up those sights. So as soon as we can bring game 3 up for you, we will get right into it. Eric, who is one of Team Whiskey Throttle? Eric Lau. I believe Eric Lau is actually the one with the tattoo dead center on his neck.
I believe.
I think that's Comb Over Steve, actually.
Yes.
Oh, it's Comb Over Steve.
Close enough.
Just a little mistaken. They're all part of the gang, though.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he had one somewhere, too.
They very well may. And Rogelio is one of our best hunters out of Seattle. He's consistently here, known for loving his good old pug. But nonetheless, in 2015, he placed 10th.
He did. And, you know, that's something to consider when you're sitting across from him and you're playing this guy. Do not take him lightly. 10th place in a tournament like this, that's pretty big.
And that's something I'm actually going to have to correct myself on. I said his lovely pug, his beloved bulldog,
yes.
Snoop. We actually have a bonus game in the game with the gnome bonus that has a doghouse with the name Snoop. Unofficially fabled that it's based off of Snoop. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it isn't. But guys, the only thing that's very serious right now is Rogelio's score against Eric Lau. It is 4,400 to 3,900. Eric Lau still has a big chance to stay with Travis Pastrana in the winner's bracket.
That's one. You got one.
Off to a pretty good start.
They split the Bucks 2-1 here. Rogelio, though, picks up the critter with those deep shots, manages to pick up 4th and 5th. Eric Lau cannot feel good, but it's going to a dangerous trophy.
Wow. Just laid waste to that dangerous trophy.
That was quick shooting. It was fast. It didn't even have a chance to straighten out and come right in.
No. And, you know, what I've noticed, you know, today is the struggle has not really been there. Yesterday, there were a lot of issues with those dangerous trophies early on, and it looks like these guys are taking them in stride.
And I think something to do with that is there's a lot of pressure on these players on the stage. It takes some time to adapt and warm up. But a lot of these guys are very seasoned veterans. Eric Lau's competed before. Rogelio Anguiano's competed before. And that's not good for Eric. He goes out on that site, which allows Rogelio to pick up about 4,000 points on him.
And, you know, back to these dangerous trophies, very hard to hit, but you're going to be taking risky shots anyway. And, you know, essentially, if you want to get that far shot, going out is not the worst thing in the world because that's the last thing you're going to be able to shoot. It's not like going out early on where you can't hit any more bucks. That comes after the bucks. Taking that risky shot sometimes is the best move.
That's right. And Rogelio and Eric seem to be splitting these bucks 3-3. I'm not entirely sure. There we go. Eric picks up 400 points. That's not going to be enough to make a very big difference as Rogelio has picked up 19 overall Rams.
And now it looks like he has some headphones in.
That's right. It's interesting because myself, when I compete in any video game or do anything really, I need to be in the zone, I need to focus, and I need to be able to hear what's going on in the game. Some of these players, though, have their own things. They have their own methods, their own comfortableness, as I was talking about earlier. You want to be at home, you want to be comfortable.
Yes.
And some of these guys will go in their bar, they'll put on their headphones, and they'll just rock out.
You know, those headphones have to be on full blast right now because it is so loud down there. There is music, there are cheers. I can't imagine he can hear much after this.
No, most likely not, but who needs hearing when you're picking up $20,000 worth of first
I guess you're right, I guess you're right.
But Eric struggling to put up the stats as Rogelio and Eric seem to split it relatively evenly, but that is not going to be enough. Rogelio punches his ticket all the way to round 2 of the winner's bracket. And I'm looking actually at this bracket here, and this is stacked. Both sides are not something I want to compete in. We're seeing a lot of names into the losers bracket very early. Nate Boyer against Drew Baldock. Now that is one of our Canadians, actually the only
Canadian we have in this tournament.
That's right, up against Nate Boyer, the Scotty sniper who's tall as can be. Something we said, you don't want to play against Nate Boyer. You just don't want it to happen. And here we have Drew going up against him round 1. But you know what, guys? We're going to take a second. I'm hungry as all can be.
Oh.
I could go for some buck wild snacks.
I could too. You know, I will say I took some home with me last night.
I don't blame you. Guys, this is Buck Wild. And unfortunately, it looks like someone stole our Buck Wild snacks from under our table. We're gonna get some more out here later. I'm smelling nothing but good food. There's barbecue going behind us. We're in Austin, Texas at the Belmont. If you're in the area, make sure you come by. It is free to attend. I'm on the desk with Connor Canay and Jess Petro. Jess, of course, is running our interviews, so she'll be all around the venue interacting with these players and getting them up for you guys to meet. Dave Snipes on stage doing shots of Jaeger. Guys, our sponsors this year are incredible.
They really are. They really are.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about that for a second. We have Jägermeister in the VIP, Crystal Creek Moonshine with some color-changing liquor. What is going on?
Well, the Crystal Creek Moonshine is pretty insane. It actually changes color with a little bit of lemon and a little bit of sweet and sour. So it turns from purple to pink, and it's a sight to see for sure. And Jaeger girls are keeping everybody filled up with shots. So shot machine all day long.
That's right. And while we're on the topic, guys, of Crystal Creek, let's run that.
I fear it's not enough. I need your body and all the stardust. It's not enough. There's nothing left. You're my last breath, my love.
only do we have Crystal Creek, but we also have Strong Events, who did an incredible job decorating this place. We've got some kick-ass taxidermy downstairs.
Absolutely. The best taxidermy I think we've ever had.
Oh, it has to be. That mountain lion?
Oh, yeah.
Woo!
And real-life Gemsbach out front. It's awesome.
Right. Gemsbach or Gemsbach?
I don't know.
Oh, we were fighting about this yesterday.
We never figured out. Apparently, my sources tell me that Gemsbach is the proper way to say it. However, I keep hearing Gemsbach, and it's really growing on me.
It just feels natural.
I think Gemsbach is the way to go with that one.
Of course, we've got other people here. We've got Super Happy Fun.
Yep.
We've got Sure Shot, Game Mill. All of these guys are doing an awesome job promoting the Big Buck brand and the world itself.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like we just had a situation there where one of our game wardens had to take one of the players and keep him on their side. That was one of the game wardens, Alex Petro, getting down and dirty, enforcing the rules here. It's all fun and games, but there are rules.
Now,
it's all fun and games until someone steps over the line.
Yeah, until someone crosses the line.
Crosses the line, literally.
It's $20,000 worth of competition. You want to get in your opponent's head. I believe you were actually a game warden before. Maybe I'm mistaken. You were not. Okay, well, we'll move past that. But we know the rules of the game wardens. If you get doed out or knocked out, the appropriate thing to do is take a step back, let your hunters go.
Right.
They didn't screw up. You did. Let them hunt. And of course, as you were saying, it seems like that wasn't necessarily what was going on.
Sure.
We have an incredible game going on game one, though, right now. Drew Baldock versus Nate Boyer, splitting bucks on Irish Elk. This is a lot of points, and it looks like Drew might be sending Nate home early. That's only site 2, though.
There's we still have some sites left. We're not going to cut them out just yet.
That's right. Nate Boyer traveling all the way down from Wisconsin, but that's not as long of a distance as Drew Baldock all the way from Canada.
I will say, I love having Nate in this tournament. Tallest guy, gotta love seeing him against these competitors. But Drew Baldock being the only one from Canada, my vote has to go to him.
I do definitely want those competitors to be able to carry on Drew kicking ass and taking names. They split it 3-3, but those distance shots and the dangerous game go to Drew, which is going to increase his lead by about 2,000 points. Drew on the right, Nate on the left. This cannot feel good for Nate.
No.
I guarantee you he's starting to get anxious. He's on one of the best big buck hunting teams in the world, the Scotty Snipers.
That's one.
And cannot stress enough how great those jerseys are.
And it sucks because at the end of not the jerseys, of course, but it's tough because you're practicing. This is another guy who gets to practice with Trevor Gardner.
Yes.
Joe Miller, Bradley Gardner. These guys are good. So seeing one of them potentially getting knocked out of the tournament this early, that's pretty shocking to me.
And you don't realize how big their group is until, we saw their huge entrance today, hoisting the trophy.
Jumping around on stage.
Yes. There's a lot of them. And so, getting out, it sucks. Not the end of the world. They're going to stay here. They're going to support each other. They all came for each other, with each other. So, at the end of the day.
Damn right. And Drew Baldock putting on a performance here, maintaining that lead. But you know what? As we said earlier, we've said this countless times throughout this weekend, when you have the lead going into the bonus game, all you want to do is maintain consistency.
Yes.
You want to be putting up relatively similar scores as your opponent, not letting them gain traction. Because here's the thing, it's a 2.5 times multiplier.
Right. And what we've talked about before, and something that, we stress upon is not doing out in the late rounds. If you have a substantial lead, these bonus games, it's going to be hard for you to lose the game on a bonus game if it's not, unless it's an absolute blowout. And you cannot dough out in these bonus games. So you're going to be staying in the whole time. You're with your competitor. You're with, your opponent the whole time. You're not really going to get eliminated from that.
No, absolutely. And unfortunately, Nate Boyer sees himself out of the tournament very, very early. He's getting pats on the back. Some consoling going on. He cannot feel good, but Nate Boyer, I'm sure, is ecstatic to be down here anyway.
And I think he'll find a way to entertain himself. There's great food, great drinks, and
I was about to say even better alcohol.
Yes. And this whole place is amazing. There's so much going on here.
It's definitely electric, and that is going to be Timothy O'Malley and Dick Schultz rounding out their bonus game. And I believe Dick Schultz is going to be moving on to the next round of the tournament. Guys, it is very real down here. There is action left and right. That is the world of Big Buck Hunter. There is all sorts of entertainment, tournaments, action, community, the entire thing. Guys, this is the world of Big Buck Hunter.
Nice job.
And the crowd giving Dick Schultz some hugs and love as he manages to sneak out a victory over Timothy O'Malley. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's a blowout in the bonus game.
Yes.
He won 3,300 to 1,500, and it was just enough to put him over by 100 points. What an incredibly close ending.
Yeah, and you know, these bonus games are worth a lot of points. You know, we mentioned that before, and you really, there's not a lot of room for error. And like we've said, you just need to stay consistent. You just need enough, and you got to keep up with your opponent. And allowing a blowout to happen, not good. Not good at all.
It is definitely not. But guys, we're going to be sending it over to Jess Petro for an interview right now.
Hey guys, I'm live with part of the Whiskey Throttle crew. These guys are known to be wild and crazy, so I'm going to have them introduce themselves, and they're going to pick their craziest name that they go by.
Trevor Piranha, is Comb Over Steve over here.
That's it, Trevor. What? You're not. That's what they call you?
You don't know Trevor Piranha?
That's your
I'm
nickname?
pretty famous.
That's your nickname? Okay, I will.
Look up his Instagram.
Let's see. What's your nickname?
Come over, Steve.
Why is it Comb Over Steve?
Right there. He started losing his hair when he was 22. 19, whatever.
Is that a fact?
Oh, yeah. He had a mohawk that was painted, and in order to get the paint out of the mohawk, he used turpentine, and it just burned all the hair out of his head. I swear to God, that's how that happened.
It made sense at the time.
All right? At the time, yeah.
So how do you feel about that now?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, and you got it.
We've got a Kickstarter going. Not yet, but I'm trying to get a Kickstarter going. So this is probably the best launch platform for our Kickstarter GoFundMe thing. We're trying to raise enough money for Steve to get hair plugs, but only in the shape of a mohawk. He only needs 2 inches of hair plugs right down the middle. And we can take him from over here or whatever, but we're going to get a little video together, and we're going to start a GoFundMe because my man really needs some help.
So it hasn't started yet, but it will be starting soon.
I don't really know how the internet works, so I'm waiting for somebody to help with that.
Maybe I can help you guys out.
Kickstarters?
I think I can handle it.
All right. Well, we'll get you a business card or something. You got any business cards?
All right, guys. So we got to talk about one more thing. The Lost a Bet tattoo. Most people know about this, but go ahead and refresh us on the story. Come over, Steve.
He's not a good storyteller. So what happened was 2000 in Chicago 2011 buck hunt. We decided to go bowling for tattoos. My man just loves tattoos so much. He threw the bet and he just rolled gutter balls the whole time. I won the bet. I was supposed to pay for the tattoos. I said, no, I know that's stupid. That's not how winners do things. Anyway, so he got a big buck hunter, lost a bet tattoo because Travis isn't a very good artist.
There it is, right there.
So Trav drew it up on a napkin.
I had that before I had all this.
Before you had what, the hair?
No, fuck. Yeah, the hair. No, like all the other tattoos.
There's no other tattoos there.
You guys are killing me with this banter back and forth. No one's going to be able to hear you unless the microphone's in your face. But I love you guys. You're so entertaining.
You just mic us the first time.
Normally they just mic us.
Yeah, just got little things right here.
Because we have this amazing microphone. You guys are awesome. Hopefully I can get the whole crew back for some more stories.
It's like herding kittens to try to get everybody in one spot. It's not easy.
We're going to make it happen at some point. Thank you guys for hanging out with us.
What time is this over?
Never ends. The party never stops. We're here all night with the Whiskey Throttle crew, part of them. We'll get them all later. Back to the desk, guys.
All right, and we're going to shoot you over to the local weather's up next, all right? Stay tuned.
And we're seeing the crowd get excited. We've got an awesome matchup on stage on Game 4. This is Reload Round 1. This is the first round of losers. A player we had actually earlier on stage, Federico Reed, the young gun, up against Andy Kaleva, one of the alternates who got in last minute this year.
Right.
Of course, we have players literally every year who did not qualify or just missed qualifying. Of course, we only have 64 of those hunters. So Andy Kaleva manages to sneak in, and it proves successful as he takes out Federico Reed, 13,000 to 9,800. That is going to be the end of Federico Reed's Big Buck Hunter run. I'm hoping he's all but smiles. Andy Kaleva, of course, is. He'll be moving on to round 2. Federico does not seem upset, though. He's happy as can be. He's going to be enjoying the rest of the party with everybody here. And we've got one more match. This is a blowout on game 3. Bill Hulkey versus Rick Doyle in the bonus games. Bill Hulkey is absolutely dominating, secures the big finish, and that's going to put his score majorly over Rick Doyle.
Yes.
So that means we're going to be seeing him heading home too.
That is pure domination.
And that's the first round of people we are seeing going home out of this tournament. Of course, a shot of the crowd as they walk out to find their hunting parties. We've got guys in costumes, we've got camo, we've got people who genuinely just can't adult today. And of course, we've got buck hunters galore. Now, we are going to be gearing up to head on stage again with our next round of games. But guys, the Big Buck World Championship happens every year, but it's so much more than that. There is games, there's tournaments, there's local communities, there's leagues. You can be a part of all of this. Guys, the world of Big Buck is all encumbering. Guys, this is the Big Buck Hunter trailer. All right, guys, unfortunately, we are going to be dealing with some technical difficulties, but we're back as the players are getting on stage and getting ready to play. Of course, Jaron Anderson there in the white. I'm not sure who's all the way over on the right. That looks like, to me, Clint Krieger, who's going up against Jubilee Saranillo.
Jub.
Yep. There you go. Out of Portland. She came by to me yesterday, and she was telling me, you know, I didn't do as good as I wanted today, but it's okay. There's tomorrow. And that's really what matters. These players are here. The ladies who've qualified for both, of course that $5,000 check is nice, but why 5 when you could have 20?
And you know, that ladies tournament, it might give them a little bit of advantage, you know. They come in the night before the big tournament, and they are playing some of the never before seen or played animals and bonus games, and you know, it's a good way to warm up and kind of ease into the system and calm the nerves, you know.
It's absolutely right. And before this match, we fixed those technical difficulties, guys. We're going to roll that tape just one more time.
Get ready for the ultimate arcade hunting experience at home. With 2 big game adventures, 6 treks, over 30 total levels, and 6 bonus games. 2-player head-to-head competitions. Bring all the exciting arcade hunting action home in Big Buck Hunter Arcade.
Steve, and you know, as you guys just saw, we had an interview with him. Awesome guy, crazy tattoo on his neck.
Right in the middle.
I can't believe it.
That must have hurt.
Yeah.
Just dead center of your throat.
Absolutely. You know, I don't have a tattoo yet, but if I had to get one, I don't think I'm gonna put it on my neck.
Definitely not, but you know what? These guys are no strangers to pain. Nitro Circus, of course, doing incredible stunts regularly. I know they tour all over the world. But guys, let's get right on into this match. Steve Saran-Arnold against Jaron Anderson. Yes. Now this is relatively early on in the match. Of course, it is only one site in the books, 2,300 to 1,100 as your score. But we saw both of these guys early knockouts of the winner's bracket. This is reload round 1. The loser of this match goes home. Incredibly important. Every shot counts. You cannot let the pressure get to you.
Absolutely not.
And here's the thing. On one hand, Jaron Anderson's a world championship veteran. I'm sure he's not nervous.
Yes.
But on the other hand, Steve Saran-Arnold, also no stranger to pressure.
No, and you know, he came out here for, you know, just like everyone else, to compete and win the $20,000. And the way he's playing right now, it looks like, you know, hey, he might have a shot.
It does look bad for Jaron Anderson, who's probably sweating. Of course, these Nitro Circus guys get a hell of a lot of practice. Travis Pastrana, their ringleader, Of course, he's here, he's competing, but let's stay focused on this match as Jaren fires right back by picking up the first 3 bucks and all of the critters. Steve Sarnaldo firing back, takes his first buck out of sight, manages to pick up the next. Let's see if he gets the third. Manages to split it 3 and 3 down the middle, gives him 300 points over Jaren Anderson.
Yeah, you know, it looks like, based on what we're seeing now, this gap isn't really closing, and in fact, it's only getting bigger. So things aren't looking great for Jaren, but, you know, that's just Big Buck.
He can most definitely come back, and funnily enough, Gabe Snipes, our MC of the event, has stepped aside and let the Big Buck Ninja, Andy Lynn, MC on stage. And you know what, that's something I've always enjoyed about play mechanics in Big Buck Hunter. It's very community orientated, really just about having fun. Yeah. Andy Lynn, not even part of the event, he's just a competitor and he's on stage MCing right now.
Well, you know, you see these guys like every year and, you know, you get to know them and it's, you know, a growing community, and why not, you know? Why not let him take over for a little bit?
And you know what, even more so, I don't think anyone is more fit for the job than Andy Lynn. He's been to every World Championship, he's got a hell of a personality, and he's such a cool dude.
I could not agree more, I could not agree more.
But Jaren trying to secure this bonus game, do everything he can to either win this one or inch closer, but he needs to win with a blowout. And Steve St. Arnold is managing to split it very evenly, and that's all he needs to do.
And you know, this game in particular, it's, you know, it's pretty hard to dominate because, you know, you're aiming one way and eels are coming from all over the place. So you really cannot cover as much ground as you would like to. And when you're playing with 2 people, you're not going to take them all.
Absolutely right. And let's explain to the players at home, the viewers, what happens in a round. So there's a full trek and then a bonus. How does it work?
Yeah, so each round will consist of a trek, and this trek will consist of 5 sites. On each site, we'll have a different animal and consist of about 6 bucks with 1 dangerous trophy and some big game trophies. And then we have our bonus game. Each round will have a different bonus game, and once the bonus game is complete, that has completed the trek. Now tonight, we will have a championship game, which will consist of 3 treks. Now that is considered an adventure, and that is a lot of Big Buck.
And the biggest thing about it is it's a lot of opportunity to catch up. If you go down in the first trek and you're down even 10,000 points, you can still come back. All you need to be able to do is go hard to the next trek and rack up as many points as you can while trying to shut down your competitor.
You know, when we're talking about the other sports, we're talking about, you know, let's say winning a half. Basically, winning one of those treks would be winning a half. And so what you need to do is, if you do get blown out, you're going to come out strong in the second trek, and you need to blow your opponent out, and it's very possible to do. We see games changing every site even. So, you know, don't be too surprised if you see some great Big Buck Hunter later tonight in this championship game.
And we've switched over to Eli English against Kelly Clark. It's a relatively close match, but Kelly Clark, I believe, is able to secure her victory. I believe Kelly is also one of our newest competitors, along with Eli English, which it makes sense that we're finding them in the reload again. This is an incredibly talented bracket.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Kelly Clark's husband is in this tournament, and we love to talk about these Big Buck power couples. Could they be a power couple? I believe so.
It's very possible, but you know what? I'm going to have to say, let's wait and find out. At the end of the day, there are some huge names here. Kylie Hodgson, second place in the ladies tournament last night, getting knocked out to Melinda Van Humesen. She's married to Ryan Hodgson.
Yes.
He's one of the potential favorites of the entire tournament to win the whole thing.
Yes.
He's one of our best ranked play competitors. I think he's only been knocked out of the first place for 1 week out of the entire last year.
You know, based on how they were playing, they are going to walk home with some money this weekend. I can promise you that.
Well, Kylie won a pretty penny last night.
Yes, she
Ryan
did.
might go for that big check tonight, but even more so, Kylie is not done. It's going to be intense because they're both gunning for it. They both want it.
And you know, and as Jared said earlier, only one person can win.
Exactly. It's intense. 64 of the world's best players are here in Austin. Guys, if you are interested in qualifying for next year's Big Buck World Championship, here's exactly how to do it. Get out and practice. Get to your Big Buck HDs in your local watering holes, your arcades, wherever it may be. Get good, get ready, be prepared, because what will happen is about 4 to 5 months outside of the World Championship, qualifiers will open. What that means is you will go in and you will play one full trek, and you will consistently shoot, and what we take is the top 64 players.
Yes.
And that's broken up into a couple different ways. We've got our skill-based players. We take your top 10 performances from each month, and we'll rank you nationally. At the end of that, we will take the highest players. We take 1 player from Canada this year, and we have 4 from Australia. And then we take wild cards. So if you don't feel like you compete for those skill-based, you go in for the wild cards. You rack up as many points as you can, and you can find yourself here at the Big Buck World Championship competing for $20,000.
And trust me when I tell you, you want to be here.
You absolutely do. It's free. It's general admission right now. If you are in Austin, Texas, we are at the Belmont on 6th Street. There's alcohol flowing. The snacks are plenty. Buck hunters are on the floor. They're getting hyped up. We're getting hyped up.
Yeah.
I can't think of a better place to be.
I cannot either. And, and not only that, we have a lot of Play Mechanics Raw Thrills games downstairs that, after this, I'm going to go jump on a few.
Absolutely. And we can't forget about Killer Queen. These guys, it's a retro game made in 2015. It's produced, it's produced by Raw Thrills. It's wonderful. It's essentially a 10-player joust.
This morning when we opened doors and we're setting up shop here, there was a tournament going on for Killer Queen, and it was crazy.
Absolutely, guys. Bradley Gartner is on stage up against Aaron Rappaport on game 4. Bradley seemingly losing this sight, but he is commanding with a 4,000-point lead in the trek so far. But Aaron picks up all $6, and that is 3,000 points in favor of Aaron Rappaport, and that is not good for Bradley.
I tell you what, Aaron Rappaport keeping it close with that. That's a huge pickup.
That
really closing the gap.
Definitely is, and he's wrecking the Jägermeister hat. They're doing an incredible job here this weekend. We cannot be more thrilled to be working with them. It's literally a perfect match. Jägermeister actually means Master Hunter.
And it looks like Rappaport just doed out early on, giving Bradley free reign to just...
And that hat, the Master Hunter hat, might not be true as Bradley takes that lead back to 4,000 points. Exactly what Aaron did not want. He brought it back. He closed it.
Yes.
He made it an incredibly close match. He was getting confident, and I think it bit him in the ass as he jumped a little too far ahead.
Right. And we cannot stress enough how important it is to not go out in this tournament. It really changes the direction of the game.
Absolutely. If you doe out early, here's the thing. Let's talk about this for a second. There's a little bit of a difference. If I doe out early, it could be completely game-changing. If I doe out late, I'm not too upset.
No, I mean, and especially if you're a player with, if you're losing, you have a lot to gain, not a lot to lose at this point. Taking the risky shots, taking the far shots, you need to do that sometimes. You need to max out on points. And so if it's the last sight, you got to take a crazy shot. I understand, but doing out first buck, not an option.
And it's one of the most demotivating things. And if you're the competitor who did not doe out, one of the most highly motivating things. As soon as you see your competitor doe out, you know exactly what you need to do. Slow it down, pace your shots, take your time, and go for those max distance shots. You want as many points as you can because this is literally the perfect opportunity for you to rack up those points.
And a lot of people find themselves in different situations when there is a doe out. I sometimes get a little overwhelmed. I try to hit, all the critters, all the bucks. It's probably just smarter to make sure you hit all $6. I cannot say, I get excited like a dog chasing a car. I see all these things, I gotta hit them all, but that can hurt me. These are professionals. They take their time, they slow down, and they get the shots they need.
And it sucks because, you see very often one player does out, and the next shot, someone else does out, almost immediately following.
And that's just, it's hard to watch. It's a waste. You have all these bucks running around, and no one can shoot them.
Absolutely.
Round's over.
Absolutely, but we've got James Fish and Glenn Rattray on Station 1. Glenn Rattray might be seeing himself out of this tournament incredibly early. I think he does. He can't feel good. He's flown all the way over from Australia to find himself double eliminated. James Fish, though, a veteran player, someone you don't want to find yourself up against. And he's out early into the bracket. James Fish is one of those people I expect we'll be seeing way later into the tournament. He's confident. I know he is. I was talking to him just before the tournament. He feels good about this. Last night, he was telling me, I get to practice against Melissa Romanek a lot. Melissa with an insane performance yesterday.
Unbelievable.
I don't think any of us expected it.
Well, you know, she was the one that upset Melinda early on, and then later there's a rematch, and that's where Melinda took advantage of that. But you know, I got to say, Melissa, an amazing night, and you know, if you're training with her, perfect, you know?
Absolutely. Guys, we've got a very special guest with us here on the desk for our next little bit of the tournament. We are joined by the one and only Julia Wilmot, ladies competitor. She's not competing today. Julia, how the hell are you doing? Oh, I don't got mics up. I think we're all right. So you said you're good. How was last night?
There was a lot of tough competition, but you know, I think the right ladies won.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So who did you have going for the whole thing?
I wanted Kylie. I really did. I love Melinda, but man, Kylie, I love the underdog, so I was really hoping she would pull it out.
And it's tough to hear it from up here because the crowd is, of course, down there. I hear it was relatively split, Melinda or Kylie.
I think it was, yeah. It was about 50-50. But I think, obviously, the biggest upset of the night was having Kylie knock out Sarah early on. Not even top 4.
That was insane.
It was insane.
I cannot believe it.
Now, if you're Sarah, how do you come back from something like that? How do you come back today after a heartbreaking loss early on?
I don't know. I mean, I think she'll do it, though. You know, I think she's going to pull it out today.
Now, Julia, you're actually from San Francisco, I believe.
No.
Or, sorry, Los Angeles. I know this. I know that. You're from Los Angeles. You've got a hell of a lot of people watching, I believe.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much today. You want to give them a quick shout out?
I just want to tell my coworkers at Riot what's up, and you know, all my friends in New York and on the East Coast too. You know, hey, how's everyone doing? I hope you're enjoying the show.
Now, before we send it to Jess Petro for another interview, I've got to ask, who do you have winning today? Who's your top 3? Give me your top 3.
I have my top 1, and I'm putting it all in. So I would say Ryan Hodgson.
Okay.
Trev.
That's going to be an incredible.
I know. I don't know
finals.
if I've got a third yet. I haven't figured it out yet.
We're going to work on that.
Those two. Those are going to be, you know, pulling it out for the end.
You heard it here first.
Ryan Hodgson. We're going to have you back a little bit later to get that third number from you, but for now we're going to be sending it over to Jess for an interview.
Hey guys, I'm here with Courtney, dare I say, my favorite Australian player. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but I just did. She's doing awesome tonight. She's still in it. She won her first round. How are you feeling, Courtney, going into your second round?
I actually feel good after competing yesterday. The nerves have gone. I just going with it today.
So tell me about last night. What did you do after the Ladies Championship? I know you came in a little bit lower than you did last year. Did you celebrate being here, or were you kind of bummed out? How are you feeling?
I was a little bummed out. I actually went back and did washing because a bag of twisties broke in my bag on the way over. So, yeah, went back, relaxed a bit. We went to Hooters, so, yeah. But it was, yeah, came back, relaxed, tried to get a good night's sleep, and just recharge for today. Today's the day.
So for those of us who don't know what twisties are, you're going to have to explain what that is. I'm assuming it's an Australian snack.
It is. It's a chip or a crisp. But, yeah, no, they're cheesy chips. Yeah.
Did you include those in my Australian goodie bag?
They are in there in 2 flavors.
So I'm going to be eating those later tonight. Courtney, thank you for hanging out with me for a second. You know I love you. Kick it back to the desk whenever you guys are ready.
And we're back on the desk with another very special guest. We've got Marcus, DJ Wheat. How the hell are you doing, my man?
I'm special. That's awesome.
Oh, it's all from the heart. So
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Second day here. Was here for the ladies tournament yesterday. Loved it. Very excited because I've only ever watched it on Twitch. So this guy's been trying to get me to come down for like the last couple of years. There's always been a conflict. So this year I was like, fuck the conflict. I'm going to Big Buck.
Twitter and everything. This is what's going on.
Yep.
And tell me, what do you think so far?
It's awesome. So I have a really long history in competitive gaming and esports. It dates back like almost 15 years. And what I love about this event and what I love about just Big Buck in general is the community and the culture that surrounds it.
Right.
You know, like a lot of times we think that esports and competitive gaming takes itself too seriously, and it's freaking video games. You know, it's like supposed to be fun, and that's what I feel here, and it's great. You know, there isn't a person I haven't been able to walk up to and be like, hey, I have a question. Can you answer me this? Or, you know, about, or just who are you rooting for? Where are you from? I met the San Francisco crew and found out where they played in San Francisco. It's just great. You guys are doing something special here. It's awesome.
Awesome to hear. And I know you guys are actually a little bit of a community of killer at Twitch.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
I have been sending them pictures and updates in Slack because we have a Killer Queen Slack, and they're all really jealous and mad that they're not here. So it's good.
Well, I hope we get to see more of you guys next year.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're also shooting some really cool stuff while we're here, and we won't say too much, but like we're excited. We got some good shit.
So we've got some stuff to look forward
to.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Great.
Now, I've got to ask, I don't know how familiar you are with our players in depth. Who do you have winning this year?
So I'm not very familiar with the players in depth. I know maybe 2 or 3. And in fact, I would say I know maybe the ladies a little bit better than I know some of the guys.
And what a hell of a tournament yesterday. I know you guys have been hanging out with Sarah Erinson.
Yes.
That was an early upset, knocking her out.
It was. So she was like 6th or 5th or 6th?
Around there, yes.
So, you know, what was interesting about that is we were kind of following that story. And, you know, she's like, I'm out for blood. Like, whatever happened at the ladies tournament, that it is going to be her motivation for trying to win this thing. I didn't know that she had previously, maybe a couple years ago, gotten 4th, right, at one point. So she's like, I'm going to win this thing today. Like, I'm done playing around. I'm over the ladies tournament now. I'm going to win it.
Bravo
Go
to Sarah.
Go for it, girl.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying I have her going far today because she's proven she's really good, and losing yesterday was just not an option for her. So today, yeah, I'd stay out of her way.
I would too, yeah.
Now, along with Sarah, of course, Jared Erinson, the Messiah of Big Buck. I know you're a personal fan. Have you had a chance to hang out with him at all?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And what was it like meeting the Messiah of Big Buck in person?
So I got to meet him in San Diego, right?
Oh, that's of course at TwitchCon.
But I think Jared was a little bit reserved at TwitchCon, right? Like I get to see him in his natural habitat. He's awesome. He's great. He's so much fun. We've done some footage with him too. So great to hang out with. The Messiah's real, guys. Like you gave him the right tag. So
Jared is, of course, all of our homeboys. We're going to be jumping into the stag round coming up in just a few minutes. It was a pleasure having you on the desk, Marcus.
Yeah,
I want to bring you back. What do you have for us?
Well, really quickly, like give me the quick rundown and just pretend I'm like someone who just tuned into the stream. Like, have there been any major upsets yet today?
You know what? Right now, so far, I would say no.
Okay, business as usual.
Right. Business as usual. It's the traditional. We've got 64 players, and it's of course 1 versus 64. It's exactly what you would kind of expect it to go. We've had some very close matches.
Right, and you know, and later on, the scope it'll really narrow down, and then that's when we'll really get to see some upsets or, you know, some crowd favorites go down. Early on, there's a lot going on, you know, 64 people.
Right.
Got to keep track of a lot here.
Right. And who's our current champ?
Ooh, we've got Trevor Gartner. He's going to actually be coming up in just a little bit.
Okay.
We don't have him on now. We've got winners round 1. I am mistaken. Sorry. Trevor is up against Scott Van Humissen.
So we've got the current champ right now.
We're going to bring it on. I actually want to keep you on for this. So this is an intense match. So we're going to get on game 1.
Now, he's also against the husband of the winner from last night.
Melinda.
That's right. So Melinda and Scott, the mom and pop of Big Buck.
Okay, I didn't know Scott played. Okay.
Oh, they're both, the whole clan plays. They've got about 8 people here with them this week.
They were rolling deep yesterday, for sure.
Absolutely. And that's huge. Scott Van Humissen dozed out incredibly early, and that's going to allow Trevor to pick up 4 out of the 6 bucks. Now, Trevor, previous world champion. Scott is not known for being one of those top tier players. He's usually middle of the pack to top 12-ish.
So, like, taking any lead here would be a big deal for him.
For Scott, if Scott were able to take a lead over Trevor, I would hope that Scott would ride that momentum.
Yes.
It's tough, though, because they both have relatively large cheering squads. Scott has about 9 people in the crowd with him, and Trevor has the entire Scotty Snipers. Nate Boyer, Joe Miller, Sarah Erlinson's probably cheering for him as well.
Right.
So, with that, Trevor, one of the best hunters in the world, if not the best.
I mean, yeah, just take a look at that shot. It was a clean shot to the head. He's not hesitating, and he's creating a much bigger gap than Scott wants to have to deal with.
And of course, this is the Jägermeister Stag Round. Jägermeister, one of the best sponsors we've ever worked with. We love having them here with us today. Jägermeister is flowing throughout the venue. Have you had a chance to check out their booth or anything?
Well, I had a chance to check out many of the shots that I drank yesterday, so thank you, Jägermeister.
Well,
I appreciate that.
Plenty more today, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. And we're just getting started. That's
oh, yeah. The fun is just getting started.
We've got about 6 hours worth of competition ahead of us. Scott Van Humissen managing to pick up 2 bucks, but Trevor with the other 4, and the Dangerous Trophy in the back. But Scott takes it out deep.
No, and that's, Trevor seems to be dominating a little bit on the bucks, but Scott has picked up both the big game and the Dangerous Trophy, and that does help. The big game, you get 500 points for that big game trophy. So picking that up, if you're losing on a 4-2, it's pretty big.
And unfortunately, Scott is still trailing from behind. We've got about 2 sites left to go, plus a bonus game, 7,600 to 4,400. Trevor with the first one, the second coming right in immediately after as Scott goes for those critters. Ooh. But Trevor with the deep shots.
Damn.
Now that cannot feel good for Scott, but he's here for the party. Scott has always been one of those friendly players. Something you were talking about earlier, Marcus.
Right.
It's all about the community, and I've got to ask, you said you've been involved with esports for a long, long time. What do you see when you see these players lose and win and knock each other out, and they're just hugging it out right after, congratulating each other? You really don't see that too often.
No, I mean, unless it just so happens that the players do know each other, right? But this is obviously a pretty intimate community. The larger things tend to get, sometimes you see less and less of that. But yeah, definitely there's a lot of love here and no love lost, right?
Absolutely.
Even I watched just utter decimations yesterday, but still coming off hugs and good jobs and yeah. So,
respect. A lot of respect.
A lot of respect. A lot of respect.
And a lot of these guys, this is not their first World Championship, but we do also have a lot of brand new players here. That's something that we love. Every year there's new faces here, and we consistently see them coming back for more year after year. It gets bigger and better. What do you think of this whole venue? This is awesome.
So not only the venue's great, out a little bit outdoors, a little bit indoors, lots of different areas to hang out in. I also just, I want to officially go on air and say this, but I'm so impressed with your guys' technology that supports the competition. And I mean, not only from qualification, but even to how it automatically has everyone's names in there and how you guys have all the scores right in front. That's more support than I see from some of the bigger games that are out there. So you guys are doing a lot right. I love it.
Hey, they're making our job a whole lot easier by giving us all this.
You don't have to remember 50 million things. It's here's some help right there. So
we've got it all right in front of us, and we are going to see Trevor Gartner takes the win against Scott Van Humissen. Guys, we're going to be giving a quick shout to our sponsors, Buck Wild Snacks. Guys, they've been incredible. They're here all day. Of course, the Jägermeister Stag Round is going to continue in just a minute, but this is Buck Wild. You want to stay on for one more minute, say goodbye, and do all your... Now I've got to ask, Marcus, have you had a chance to have those snacks yet?
Yes.
What do you think?
I'm a big fan of the caramel bourbon popcorn.
Those are
good. Really good.
Yeah, I even messaged my wife, and she's like, that sounds amazing. I'm like, cool, I'll eat another bag for you.
It's actually interesting. So how we got that sponsorship, we had a player reach out to us one day and just say, Buck Wild, are these yours? And we're like, no, we've never had this. And we reached out to them and we talked with them and loved everything about it. We love the culture, the environment, everything they stand for. And of course, it just was a natural fit.
It's perfect.
It's the most perfect fit.
I'm a big fan of the garlic roasted popcorn.
Yeah.
And I was sneaking handfuls in between. We're doing spots and stuff. Then I'm over here talking in Callum's face. So, but he's getting all the flavors. It's so good. I stole a bag last night. I put it in my backpack and took it home, and I ate a lot of popcorn last night.
Can't blame you. I wish we could do the same with Jägermeister. We've got some big matches, Marcus. Game 2, Sarah Erinson versus Andrew Moskowitz. Sarah's your girl.
Yeah.
Who do you have taking this one?
Well, I mean, obviously Sarah, right? We said she's out for blood. We want to follow that story. Tell me what I should know about Andrew, though.
So Andrew Moskowitz is is the game warden that organized the whole San Francisco crew. So all of those guys in the cease and desist shirts that you're seeing, you were saying you learned for the first time that that's where they're all out of?
Yeah.
Andrew Moskowitz is the guy that got all of those together.
Okay, I know who that is then, because I met him last, there he is, right there.
That's right. Great. And they are both game wardens for the Big Buck community. They are out there getting those tournaments together, organizing it, making it exciting. But as intense and awesome as this match, and I know Sarah's your girl, we have an incredible match on Game 4. We were talking about this earlier on stream. I know we've got to get into it. Lindsay Garver against Melinda Van Humison.
Oh.
Now on Game 4, Melinda, last night's ladies champion. Huge run through the losers bracket.
Huge.
And Lindsay, not the best performance in the world, but she's consistently shown up year after year, usually ending up around 3rd place, right outside of Sarah Melinda. It's tough because on one hand, you've got Sarah, Melinda. That's one of the best rivalries in Big Buck. And Lindsay gets kind of left out of that because it's 3rd. But she deserves as much credit as the others because she's that good.
So she probably wasn't super stoked to see that matchup there, right, in the bracket.
This early, you know what, I don't think so. Fortunately for them, it is the winner's round 2.
Yes.
And excitingly enough, I believe Connor noticed something about the bracket earlier with Melinda and Sarah.
Yeah, so, you know, being on the same side, if they continue to win, they will see each other at some point. And
in like the upper or lower, or when they get past full?
Potentially the next round of winners.
Okay, wow.
We're going to see Sarah and Melinda go head-to-head, unless Lindsay is able to take Melinda out, in which case we'll see a Lindsay-Sarah. Either way, it's a ladies' tourney championship match, round 3 of the bracket.
That's pretty awesome.
That's exactly
what
you
pretty
want to see.
awesome.
Melinda picking up 4, but Lindsay secures that dangerous game. We're going to take a look at these scores here. It's nail-bitingly close, 3,900 to 3,700. Before that round, those scores are going to adjust in just a second. Both of these players are no stranger to competition, though.
Yeah, it's just so great to watch then, you know, the storylines play out, not only yesterday, but also today, as like all the players come together. I'm like really just impressed with the depth of, you know, of competition that's here.
That's right, but Melinda puts on a clinic, taking 4 out of those 6 bucks, increasing that lead bit by bit. Lindsay might be starting to feel the pressure. She needs to perform here, and even more so, she needs Melinda to choke, and that's not something we see out of Melinda Van Humison.
You know, Lindsay still has some time. She has 1 site and the bonus game left. She needs to perform very well on this site.
That's right. And as soon as this match is done, we are going to be sending it back to Game 2, where Andrew Moskowitz looks like he's actually taking out Sarah Erinson.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah had a great first round, but did she dough out?
Lindsay just doughed out, so not the most ideal situation for her in this late of the trek.
That's right, and I think that's actually going to put Lindsay into the losers bracket. Guys, we're going to send it over to Game 2, where Sarah Erinson is taking on Andrew Moskowitz, but Andrew is commanding the game right now by 700 points.
It looks like Sarah doughed out on her second site, which means she took 0 points, which definitely is affecting her score and contributing to her loss right now.
Right now, they have the site split 2-2. We've got 1 site left and a bonus. I know Sarah's your girl. You're obviously pulling for her.
I am.
What do you think is going through her head, though? She's behind. I know you've been hanging out with her a lot recently. Where's her head at?
You know, like actually after yesterday, I think she kind of just said, hey, you know, it happened. You know, I think that's obviously how she didn't want it to happen, but she seemed very focused on today. So, you know, I thought after that first sight she was going to be good, but I mean, to come down the bonus round, this is pretty nail-biting.
She'll need to perform here. 600 points is not a lot, and if she can take a somewhat commanding lead here.
She needs like, what, 10 more shots than Andrew?
Exactly. This is a 2.5 times multiplayer. All of our bonus games are double and a half the score. So if she can pull out a lead,
wow, look at that.
She has a very good shot ascending.
She is claiming
to the losers.
All right, that's what we need.
Andrew needs to perform here, and Sarah needs to control this game.
Nice.
And it looks like Sarah is picking up those points. We will see if she is able to move on.
This is going to be a close one.
Yes!
That might be it. Sarah moves on.
Is it?
After doing out.
Look at that.
That is
Oh my
absolutely
God.
incredible.
Now that is
602 points.
That is a prime example of how much these bonus games can affect these matchups.
That's right, and I know you've been hanging out with Sarah. I'm sure you want to talk to her. Get down there. I know your team's over with her right now.
Yes.
Marcus, it's been incredible having you on the desk.
Thank you guys so much.
I hope to see you again later on.
Thank you for coming on.
Yes, absolutely. We'll see you
have
next
you
time.
back for sure.
All right.
What the heck just happened, Connor?
You know, we're talking about things are starting to pick up here. You know, a match like that does not happen often. It does not usually come down to the bonus game from behind and dominating that game and securing a lead and winning that match.
And we've said this so many times throughout the weekend. You know what? Those bonus games are not easy to just dominate.
No.
They are very evenly, there's a very even playing field for both teams.
Right.
So the fact that Sarah was able to capitalize so big is huge.
There were about 2 frames where she dominated and probably took a total of, I'd say, 10 or 11 of those volcanic rocks, if you will.
And Andrew Moskowitz must have been feeling confident going into that.
Oh, absolutely, because typically we're going to split those, but Sarah did not go down without a fight, and she claimed it, and she earned that one.
My heart's
Absolutely.
racing. I need a minute to catch my breath. Let's send it over to Jess for an interview.
Hey guys, it's me, Jess. I am back with one of our sponsors, Jägermeister. We have a lot of great sponsors this year. Jaeger's definitely pulling it out for the event. What do you guys think so far of the event? Have you ever done anything like this before?
To be honest, no. I have played Big Buck in several bars, and it's always something that we do recreationally. I had no idea that Big Buck had such a big following and a big community, and it's really neat to see the whole world, travel here for a competition.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. I had no idea that people from all over the world and the nation were going to come to an event like this. It was definitely a shock, but it's really cool to see everybody just, mingling and this bringing them together.
I think that has to be the best thing about the World Championship. People who've been here for the first time are like shell-shocked with what actually goes on here because nobody knows about it. A lot of people do, but there's a lot of people that don't. I'm sure it's on a lot of bucket lists. Now you guys can check it off. Let us know what you guys are doing here with Jaeger. What are you guys offering? What do you guys have to bring here to the event?
Yeah, so currently we're actually in the Jaeger round. So we're here, we're doing giveaways, throwing out some fun goodies, giving everybody nice complimentary Jaeger shots that everybody loves, and just letting everybody have a good time.
Okay, tell us about the shot machine. There's an actual shot machine here.
So basically we have Jaeger on tap. You're going to get ice cold shots instantly. So it's as easy as asking for a Bud Light, but instead you get Jaeger.
Can we buy one at home, or are they not for sale?
I'm actually pretty sure you could buy one for home.
You could pick it up somehow.
Okay, so after this event, everybody go online and try to find a shot machine you can buy, because who doesn't want a Jägermeister shot machine in their home? Right next to their Big Buck HTs. All right, guys, do you want to give any shout outs to friends, family watching?
Shout out to the entire Austin community, keeping Austin weird with the Big Buck Challenge, so that's great.
Yeah, definitely. I would give a shout out. This is my hometown, so I'm loving that we're holding this competition here.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. We can bring it back to the desk.
And we're back in with another big match. Travis Pastrana against Eric Schnitzer on game 1. As we were saying earlier, one player does out, and it seems like the next follows immediately after. Eric Schnitzer just does out, Travis immediately follows. This is a big matchup for both of these players. This is winners round 2. Eric Schnitzer is down 4,000 points against the motorcycle everything. He's a legend in motorsports.
The motorsport legend.
Motorsport, that's the word.
And Big Buck legend. He's playing like one right now.
It seems that way, and he's here to play for sure. Trying to punch his ticket into winners round 3. Eric Schnitzer with 2, Travis with none so far. But he manages to put his first one on the board, but Eric takes 5. That's that lead he needed.
That's Eric playing for the win there. See, after last year placing 51st, not the most ideal finish. Definitely wants to come out here, make a point, and just get past this round.
And of course, he's still in winners right now, so he has his chance if he loses.
He's still looking good.
But nobody wants to fight through the losers if they don't have to. So we're going to be seeing both of these guys gunning to knock each other into losers. Travis Pastrana, though, looking like it might be Eric going down. as Travis takes the 5th site.
I gotta say, on that site, there was a tremendous amount of patience on both players' parts. They picked apart a buck, went across the dough, they took a breath, and then it was just a shootout from there. Went to Travis, but I gotta say, the patience there, the control they have is very impressive.
And of course, we've got the Volcano bonus coming right back up. Travis Pastrana, Eric Schnitzer, there is only 2,000 points that separate these two players, so it is possible for Schnitzer to win. However, Eric picking up 1 Volcano rock so far compared to Travis's 11, that is not pretty.
You know, Travis is looking real good on this bonus game here. This could be one of the more dominant rounds of a bonus game we've seen thus far in this tournament.
Absolutely, wow. Travis just putting on a clinic. Travis Pastrana showing why he is the best. Now this is definitely a player. This is definitely one of those guys who wants to excel in everything he does, and Big Buck is absolutely no exception.
Extremely competitive, but a great guy, you know. He's really great dude. He's going around talking to people. I've seen him give a few hugs.
Absolutely. He's competed in the World Championship before. We missed him last year. He was, I believe, the year before that, though. His entire crew loves it. I believe we're missing a small handful of his gang. Of course, Travis's wife has been out and partied with us as well. But guys, this action is exactly what we like to see.
You know, people come to this Big Buck Hunter World Championship for one reason and one reason. Well, actually, I won't say one reason and one reason only, but I'll say to see some good Big Buck Hunter. You know, have fun and party and drink too, but you know, the primary focus is watching these professionals, these amazing competitors go head to head at you know, my favorite game of all time.
And you know what? I'm hoping we can bring the camera back onto the desk for just a second while we get these guys set up. It's the Jägermeister stag round. I'm feeling a little bit of a breeze coming in. I think it's about time we get our gear on.
I think you're right. You know, it's beautiful weather. I think we toss on our
nice little
official
jackets here.
Jägermeister jackets.
Jägermeister, one of the big sponsors of the World Championship, if not the biggest. Guys, we are incredibly ecstatic to have you with us. You guys have been doing an incredible job. The players love you guys here. Literally a match made in heaven. Again, I'm gonna say literally, it literally means Master Hunter.
Right.
And what better fit than Big Buck HD?
Than being with 64 Master Hunters here right now.
Absolutely. Well, some of them might be going out a little bit early, but we are seeing the best of the best.
But now the ones going out a little early are going to be the ones getting to the Jägermeister first.
That's right, partying the hardest.
Right.
It is a rager here. I'm looking at the round by round here. We have, wow, Mike Byrne versus John Byrne.
I think we need to go to that game immediately. As soon as it starts, yeah.
They are brothers, and not only are they brothers, but they are consistently placing incredibly high in the tournament. They are so good. So let's jump on board game one, Mike Byrne versus John Byrne.
It looks like John's putting a bit of a beating on his brother right now.
And of course, these guys, I'm sure, are okay with whoever wins this. They're going to congratulate each other. But there has got to be a significant sibling rivalry.
You got to wonder who would say the better brother is, you know?
Well, I'm sure Mike says Mike. I'm sure John says John. We'll maybe get a chance to ask them later on and find out. Or maybe we'll find out right after this round. Of course, this is still the winner's bracket. It is so unfortunate that these guys run into it so early.
Now, for those of you who aren't quite sure who to root for in this one, John is the younger brother of the group. You know, if you're like me and like to piss off your older brother, I'd say go ahead and root for John. For the older brother, and you're sick of your younger brother, gotta give it to Mike.
But here's the thing, look at these placings. In 2014, John got 4th. In 2015, Mike got 3rd. They are no strangers to high caliber play.
Hunting is in their blood.
It seems like it might be. John Byrne picking up 4, getting the next. That's 5 after Mike Byrne does out on the site with a dangerous trophy. And he puts it down with 3 shots.
That final shot was just textbook lethal shot, you know.
Absolutely.
Even if he didn't put those 2 shots in before, he may have still gotten that on 1 shot and 1 shot only. You don't know, because he hit it square in the head.
Now, if you look at these guys on stage, they aren't even talking to each other. They aren't even shaking hands. There's no friendly looks. It is all competition here. John Byrne dominating his brother Mike by 6,000 points.
That's one, yeah.
Mike Byrne, though, fires right back. Might be able to hear us. Gets 4 out of the 6. 2,200 to 1,100. That's not going to be enough for Mike to come back.
No, sir.
But I do believe they've still got one more sight and a bonus game. Gearing up for their last chance at some major points. John Byrne and Mike Byrne, brothers. Maybe not so much after this match, though. But Mike does out so early in the sight. What does John need to do here?
Well,
what did he do?
He took a deep breath, and he had free reign to just eliminate as many bucks as possible, max out on points, and he did just that. If you don't have an opponent breathing down your neck, you got to take your time. You got to make sure you hit your shots because they're giving the game to you at that point.
Then that's something that is very, very tough for Mike Byrne to swallow. He's going to be heading to the losers bracket, and I'm sure John does not feel so great about knocking his brother out. But then again, maybe he does. You never know.
Yeah.
I, for one, screw him. Send him to the losers bracket.
Hey, and you never know what's going to happen. How crazy would it be to see these two in the championship round?
And it's very, very possible. These guys are incredibly talented hunters. Of course, as we said, John Byrne with a 4th place finish in 2014. Mike Byrne with a 3rd place finish in 2015.
And go back, we talk about the stories of our players in this community. There's a lot of great stories going on. We have potential to see, best friends against, playing against each other, brothers playing against each other, boyfriend and girlfriend, husband and wife. There are a lot of people with very intimate connections in this tournament.
Couples that hunt together, stay together, maybe even brothers too.
Yeah.
But guys, they get a lot of practice together. We're going to be seeing John Byrne moving on to winners round 3 as Mike Byrne takes his place in the reload bracket. It is all but over. He is very likely to be seeing us again later on in the tournament. I cannot wait. But you know what else I can't wait for? Is every Thursday. Because every Thursday, Mike Colzer and I get to screw around on Twitch. We have our own show. It's called Bucking Around. It's everything Buck Hunter. If you are a fan of the game, the community, you want to see more of it, every Thursday at 7 p.m. Central Standard, we honestly just screw around, have a lot of fun. Guys, this is Bucking Around.
We're bucking around. So ridiculous! Hey, how's it going there?
Come on, let's get some twerking in there.
Cheers, buddy. Oh. That's right. Watch the show.
And we're back. Of course, Dave Snipes in his denim jorts. He wasn't wearing those when he came in.
No, sir. And it has been a trend to see people come in with their jeans and walk out with, a couple feet taken off of them.
Especially when you get it taken off by a couple of male trail guide hunks.
Yeah, we call them the buck studs.
The buck studs, I like that. Of course, Dave Snipes, one of the legends of the Big Buck Hunter community. He used to work for the studio. Now he comes back and hosts the World Championship event. The players love him. We love him. Dave Snipes does an incredible job down on the stage.
It is an amazing job. He gets the crowd very excited. He has, he's kind of a loose cannon. What he's going to say, what he's going to do, but, he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's getting people hyped. And if you aren't here and you have the opportunity to come, I highly suggest come down and seeing it for yourself because it is quite the spectacle.
That's right. As Connor said, if you're not here, get here. It's at the Belmont on 6th Street. If you live within a few hours of a flight, we'll be going for the next 6 hours. Get on the next plane, get here. Maybe not, I just saw it's actually 6.
Yeah.
Maybe not fly here. But anyway, guys, if you're in Austin, if you're in Texas, wherever you may be, get down here. It's free to get in. It's a party. We've got Killer Queen inside having their own tournament, the Bumble Bash. The Big Buck World Championship is happening now. The action's getting on stage. The players are gearing up. We've got some awesome matches coming up again.
And I don't know if you saw this place, if you weren't tuning in last night, when it hits nightfall, this place lights up. It literally looks amazing. I mean, it looks amazing right now, but you should see we have so many lights going on. There's so much to do. It really looks incredible. And so if you have the opportunity to come down here.
And you know what? I'm just noticing. And I think I know what Dave Snipes is making a commotion about. Renee Brooks, 4th place in the Ladies Championship last night. Mark Santander, who I'm pretty confident they're dating relationship-wise. So another power couple.
Okay.
Head-to-head right now in the reload, which means one of these two will be going home.
You know, we're seeing a lot of these stories unfold, and you know, it's almost heartbreaking.
They are jumping into the action on game 2. Renee Brooks against Mark Santander. I don't expect either of these guys to be going easy on each other. I'm intrigued to see how it plays out, though, because Mark is one of the best hunters in Australia. Renee Brooks, though, had a hell of a performance last night. You can see his face as he turns around. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's crushing Renee, and he's not happy about it. 4,400 points to 520.
You know, it's still early on. We're still seeing some smiles. You know, and I wouldn't count Renee out just yet.
No, absolutely not. And the next site is our dangerous game. Renee picks up the first $2 and the critter, but Mark gets the deep shot. I'm not entirely sure it's gonna be enough, as Renee consistently is putting down those bucks left and right.
We have a dangerous trophy coming in. See, that's exactly what you need to do when you have a big target like that from a distance. Those dangerous trophies, as I said before, the bears are typically the ones I prefer to see. A much bigger hitbox and much easier to put down. Now they can be a little bit frustrating if you and your opponent are both, you know, taking a piece of them, and then you may feel like you're putting in all the work and all of a sudden your opponent steals it from right out from under you. But there's a dangerous trophy that I love to see.
Absolutely right. Mark Santander picks up the first $2, manages to miss the third as Renee Brooks secures her first, but he fires right back. Just mistaken as Renee Brooks cleans house.
That is a huge pickup for Renee Brooks. And not only that, she picked up that big game, which I said before is worth 500. That's essentially adding another buck to your collection or your repertoire of bucks.
That's right, and one of these two will be going home after this tournament. This is the end of the road for one of them. We are in reload round 2. Mark Santander, 2 sites left and a bonus game. I'm incredibly intrigued to see what's going on. Now there are 3,000 points that separate these two. They split the critters evenly, but Mark Santander struggling as Renee's
got to pick that one up.
Bucks left and right, 4-2.
You know, we saw Mark, that last buck he hit, he was really struggling with it. He was taking a lot of shots. You know,
a little bit of a less accuracy.
Yeah, I was just thinking
closing.
that. Yeah.
The gap seems to be shrinking between these two players.
And as I mentioned before, the typical accuracy I feel like you're going to see here is somewhere in the high teens, low 20s. So, you know, I'd say safe range anywhere between 17 to 21 was what I said before. You know, these are some great shooters. I'll maybe up that to 25, give them the benefit of the doubt here.
And of course, these guys could not be more happy with each other. Renee taking her 4th place finish yesterday. Mark Santander looking to take first today.
And you know, I want to take a moment to just address what we saw Mark do there. That is him knowing that site. He sees that kudu very far away, and he memorized where it was. That's a 1,000-point buck he just hit right off the beginning. That's a player who's played that site before, many times before.
And I'm confident he is going to be walking away with a win here. Renee Brooks, I'm not entirely sure she's going to be able to make up those 3,000 points in this bonus game alone.
The firework bonus, you gotta love it.
And it's not necessarily an easy one. They come in from both sides of the screen.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing, it's relatively even. You've got multiples coming from your side and the opponent's side, but they cross over, meet in the middle, and that can make it very intense as both players are shooting for the same target.
You know, and it depends on how you go about trying to shoot these. You have the option, if they all line up in the middle and they overlap, you have an option to take all 4, all 5, all 6, however many go up at once. Now, if you take them early on, you can try to steal your opponents, but odds are they already hit theirs. Very frustrating, but a very balanced bonus game. Looking forward to seeing more of that firework challenge and seeing how it plays out.
Absolutely, and that's going to be Mark Santander taking the win. He's got to feel good. At the same time, though, knocking out his girlfriend, Renee Brooks. He's talking to the Australian crowd, Courtney McLaughlin with the red hair, and he's giving hugs and kisses to all of our U.S. competitors. Renee, unfortunately, going home early, but she has secured herself a trophy. She's happy. I was talking to her before this event, and you know what? She's good. She's happy with what she did.
And what we're looking at now is it looks like Scott just received another loss.
Unfortunate loss. Scott Van Humison is another player going home. Scott not feeling good, waving his goodbye to the camera and to everyone at home. the mom and pop of Big Buck. Melinda feels good. Scott's going to be enjoying the party for the rest of the night. We've got beach balls going. It's a party out here. Of course, we're looking to see if we can bring the Big Buck Ninja onto the desk as soon as we can. He's up here in the upstairs on the VIP. Guys, we've got a lot of action coming up, but the action can go all over at the arcade. This is the Big Buck Hunter arcade trailer.
Get ready for the ultimate arcade hunting experience at home. With 2 big game adventures, 6 tricks, over 30 total levels, and 6 bonus games. 2-player head-to-head competitions. Bring all the exciting arcade hunting action home in Big Buck Hunter Arcade. Available on Xbox One and PlayStation 4. Coming this fall.
And now we're joined on the desk by the one, the only, Andy Lynn, the Big Buck Ninja. Andy, how the hell are you doing?
How you doing?
Not
Good to be
too
here.
bad. Yeah, we're glad to have you. Now, this is your 9th World Championship.
It is.
Now, we were talking about this earlier. I think there was a hurricane.
It was a hurricane
that almost stopped you,
this
and
is
you
like,
made it.
I should just make shirts where it says, I was in a hurricane. Like
what we need to do is we need to get you a participation medal for coming to all of these events.
Yeah.
So, or a $20,000 check.
Yeah,
and
I'm down with that too.
And you're in the competition today.
I am.
And you're up against who next?
I've got Melinda Van Humison next.
Ooh, that's a big matchup.
That's a tough
Who do you
one.
think's gonna take it?
Oh, I got to bet on myself.
I hope so.
Yeah.
And I know we're all rooting. It's tough. Melinda Van Humison, of course,
It's
won
tough. I root for Melinda every time she plays. So
Except
that's a tough thing.
except this time.
Except this time.
Except this time.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
Andy, you've been to every World Championship.
I have.
Bias aside, what's your favorite event?
What's that?
What was your favorite event?
Oh.
It doesn't have to be this one.
Right. Let's think about this. Man, they're all so different. The very first one was in a basement. I mean, it was at the Excalibur.
In Chicago, that's right.
In Chicago. There were no projection screens. We had to, for the final, it was Daniel Munchow versus Jared Berg. We had to everyone was just trying to see the screen, actually look at the screen. And I don't know, there's just something really nostalgic about that now because there's so few people that were at that first championship. Jared Anderson from New York is one of those dudes. And I don't think, do you know of anyone else who's?
I mean, the Berg brothers, were they there?
Well, no, they were there, but I'm saying that are
still
here
competing.
and competing. Yeah.
You?
Me? Yeah.
That's right. Is there anyone else from the New York crowd still?
Derho is still playing.
Yep, he's here. He's downstairs.
Yeah.
We'll got to get him on later sometime.
He just got knocked out. Well, he's in the losers bracket now. Virgilio!
And that guy
knocked him down,
is a beast.
Yeah, he's very good.
The Portland crowd is tough.
They're good and they're tight. They're tight knit.
They practice a lot together.
They do. Yeah.
Well, I gotta ask. Aside from yourself, then.
Yes, sir.
Who do you have winning today?
Today, who have I played? I mean, Gardner's always a shoo-in. He's just. I'm watching him play, and he knows the sights, and he's shooting. He doesn't just know the sights, because there's a bunch of people who know the sights now, like Virgilio, like some other people, but he's analyzed them, and he's shooting way faster. Like, he is just clean. Everything's so clean.
Absolutely.
You know? So it's hard to top that.
Okay, so.
But Dark Horse-wise, I played a guy, the Aussie Mark Santander.
Mark Santander, yep. And he just actually took out his girlfriend,
I know,
Renee.
that was heartbreaking.
What?
Did you see that leer that she gave him?
I didn't see the leer she gave him, but I did see the leer that he gave.
I was like, what's going to happen tonight?
When the match started up,
be?
I saw him kind of look at the camera and just go, shit.
Right.
This isn't good.
Yeah.
So I wanted to bring up something before.
Sure.
We saw you take over as an MC downstairs for a little while.
Yeah, that's not my natural vocation.
Okay, but it seems like you had control of it. You know, you had the crowd into it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how did you just take the mic? Is that?
And of course,
hey, I got your wife next. That sounded weird, but I got your wife next.
And of course, Scott Van Humenson and Alex Durher-Hanischen joining us behind the desk. But Scott, Andy, back to it. MCing.
Right, yeah.
You and Dave go way back.
Oh my God, I was so happy when he came back. That was a no-brainer, you know? He's just the best, and he knows the players, and just look at him, he's just a natural MC.
Yeah,
He's
he loves it. He loves it.
No one can fill his shoes.
Now here's one more question about just what do you think of the new wardrobe change that his new jorts?
The jorts.
It was a stroke of genius. But I think he was really just hot. He just really wanted to.
He was really picking up downstairs for a while.
Yeah, he's awesome.
And you really can't blame him. We're in Texas. We're at the Belmont on 6th
We are in
Street.
Texas, yeah.
What do you think of this entire venue?
This is incredible. I'm so glad the weather's held up.
Oh my God, we've been playing with fire all weekend.
You know, we've got there's the glare thing, which I don't know if you guys took it into account, but I certainly didn't, and it was definitely a thing, you know?
Right.
But it's so nice to be outside. So nice to be in a place where it's warm.
You could be outside.
And I can be wearing like half a shirt. Yeah. It's fucking great. You guys have fucking put in so much work. It's awesome, man.
Well, we love
it. It's just expanded so
every
much.
year we try to outdo ourselves. It gets harder and harder every year. At some point, you'd think we'd peak, but we're just gonna keep going.
I'm in a booth. This is fucking crazy. Also, I got a bone to pick about last year. Wait, who was in the booth last year?
Nick Petro and Omar.
Right. They were saying I'm like the Dirk Nowitzki of Buck Hunter. Like they're like, oh, Andy Lynn, you don't know if he's been around for ages. You don't know how much he's got left in the tank. I was thinking about a sports player that he's most like, and I settled on Dirk Nowitzki circa 2011. Like, you don't know if he's got enough to win a championship, but he might surprise you.
So I got to ask you then, if you're going to compare yourself to any athlete, who is it then?
Oh, God.
If you're going to say you're not Dirk, you got to be someone else.
Dan Marino, the best player ever to not win a championship.
Okay.
So far.
So far?
Yeah.
So then you're saying you're taking it home this weekend?
Yes.
All right.
That's what's going to happen.
Now, of course, you were emceeing a little bit earlier on. How would you feel about color commentating a game? You want to give it a try?
Oh, that's not my natural vocation, but I'm down for anything.
You want to give it a go? Yeah. All right, so we've got our games in front of us. Who do you want to see out of this match? Of course, we got Andrew White versus Steve St. Arnold, one of the Nitro Circus crew.
Wait,
Clint Krieger.
Wait, let me figure this out. So
these are our games right here. We've got Eric Schnitzer versus Kelly Clark, Mike Forrest against Eric Lau, another one of Nitro Circus's crew, Andrew White against Steve St. Arnold.
So I don't
Clint
know
Krieger.
I don't know half of these people. I saw Schnitzer's first round. He looked really good. Kelly is she's awesome. She knocked me out in 2012.
Okay, so then let's take it to that. That way you can have a little bit of a grudge. We're going to go to game one, Eric Schnitzer against Kelly Clark. And this is going to be brought up now on this monitor, just so you have it in full. It's going to be an awesome match as soon as they're ready to get into it.
Yeah.
Who do you have taking this one? Eric Schnitzer, Kelly Clark.
I mean, Kelly just looks so dominant. But here's the thing, man. The Irish Elk, if you dough out on that, that's a game changer.
Oh yeah, I mean, there are a lot of points in that Irish Elk, and typically we see one of those big games running in the background there
Clean
too.
it up.
Yeah.
So in my first round, I doughed out twice.
Yeah.
Renee should have won that. She unfortunately doughed out, and I took Irish Elk, and that was like a 6,000 point score. All right, are we watching this?
So we're going to get into this one. Kelly Clark taking the first $3 and the deep shot. Now, I've got to ask, I've noticed a lot of players have a consistent angst against Whitetail.
Against Whitetail, right.
Why?
Why? Well, they're wily, they jump, they're fast, they got small fucking heads. Yeah, it's the bane of every player.
Every Buck Hunter player.
But now we've got Gemsbach, which is like just as wily. Yeah.
So what's your favorite animal then?
My favorite, I don't really have a favorite animal. I really enjoy doing the bonuses, personally.
Can I ask what's your favorite bonus then?
Oh God, I'm looking. Well, I don't really have one. I like the spaceship one, kind of throwback. Since I'm so old, I remember the Ataris. I'm looking forward to the new ones. I saw a weird kind of a Space Invaders.
Space Invaders.
Oh man, that
the
was
Cannonballs and the Diamond Mine.
Real quick, I have a question about. So we just saw in the first one we saw first sight we saw a Dangerous Trophy.
Yeah.
Are you? My personal opinions. I love seeing a bear.
Right.
Easy to hit.
Oh,
easy to kill.
Right. Sure.
What is your least favorite Dangerous Trophy? You see it come at you and you're like,
Oh, I mean, a fast cat is fucking awful. You know, like, slow down.
Please stop. Go away. Go away.
The saber-tooths are surprisingly hard to kill. Maybe that's just me. But yeah, everyone likes a big, fat, slow bear.
Yeah.
That's running from way back yonder.
Most definitely. And actually, the scores, just so you all have a heads up, we've got 8,500 to 4,000. We've got 2 sites left in this with 1 bonus game. Wow. We did see Eric Schnitzer doe out last site, which gave Kelly a huge opportunity to rack up points.
Still
but
anyone's game.
just like that, though, Kelly does out, and Eric responds in kind with 3,000 points of his own. 2,000 points are all that separates these players. Now, as you're a competitor, when you're down, what's going through your head?
You can't. Everyone fucks up. You can't let that affect you. You just got to forget. You have to have a short memory. Let it fall off your back and just focus on the next one. That's it. That's it, you know?
And if you're ahead, what are you doing?
You know, different strategies. If I'm healthily ahead, I'll oftentimes lay back a little bit, but that's also not, you know, I want to keep the pressure up. I want to split. If I can just split going forward, if I'm up a couple thousand, then that's good enough. Don't want to take crazy risks. Don't want to doe out. That's the worst possible thing.
It just looked like Eric doed out on that final site, giving Kelly all the bucks there.
And that's going to put her 14,000 to 7,800. I don't see Eric Schnitzer doing any damage here.
She's on her, I mean, this is home turf for her, right? She's a Texan, I think.
Absolutely, and that is going to be sending Eric Schnitzer home to Tampa. Kelly Clark moving on to reload round 3. She's got to be feeling confident. I know she was a little bit late this afternoon to get to check-in, so I know she was rushed, but she's feeling good. She's happy. She's moving on. Eric, unfortunately, out early, but he's going to be enjoying the party nonetheless.
Congrats, Kelly. Yeah.
And I got to ask, it's a party.
Yes,
This
sir.
whole thing's about the community. Are you here for the tournament, or are you here for the party?
It's all of it. You know, I probably prepped the least this year, like shot. And that seems to be happening more and more as, you know, I have a life, and that life is
all right, Dirk.
Productive. Dirk. God damn it. Yeah, it's the whole thing. So I got here on Wednesday, saw the Cubbies win. Go Cubbies.
Go Cubs.
Go Cubs.
Go Mets. But you know, I wanted to be like, the Thursday party is awesome. The Thursday party is great. It's a reunion. Someone floated the idea, actually Antonio, our buddy from New York, floated the idea of old timers tournament, which would be fun.
A veterans tournament, bring everyone back?
Yeah.
That's not to say we've never talked about it at the office.
Oh, really?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know.
So maybe next year's Vegas tournament?
Whoa.
Am I right?
We'll talk about
Vegas?
it. Now I can't tell anything. No hints, no secrets, no nothing.
Callum, I'm going to get you so drunk tonight that you're going to let it slip.
Let all of them? So really, I just need to make sure I stay away from Andy Lynn tonight. That sounds like the safe bet. Now, Andy, I think you've actually got a match coming up. So we're going to say goodbye on the desk, Andy. It's been an absolute pleasure
Thanks for having me on.
We cannot wait to have you
guys
back
are
sometime
great.
later
Thank you for coming on.
See you guys.
Good luck, buddy.
Good luck. Nice job.
And now we're going to be sending it over to Jess Petra with an interview on the floor.
Hey guys, I'm here with part of Team 314. We've got Derek Tower, Christy Carroll. You guys, what do you think about the Belmont this year? You guys have been plenty of years. What do you think?
It's amazing to be outside. I never thought it would work, but it's pretty good.
I like Austin. It's a good time.
Is this your first time in Austin?
Absolutely.
Same here, yep.
Okay, one thing I have to know is tell me about the neon shirts. You guys are all wearing them. You can't miss them. What's the story behind these?
Open bar for 6 or 7 hours. Later on in the day makes it easier to find who you're with. Oh, I know that guy. I'm with him. I see the shirt, so.
So it's kind of like when people put backpack leashes on their kids, but instead it's neon t-shirts instead.
I've suggested that, but nobody was really down for it, so.
So, Skippy, are you excited to play? You're still in it. You think you're going to take it home?
My next couple of matches are going to be against some really tough players, so I'm nervous, but I think I've got it in the bag.
And you have Christy supporting you. Do you have any words you want to give to Skippy when he goes into his next round?
I'm not nervous for him. I'm just nervous for his opponents.
All right, we'll have to see how he does later on. Let's head back to the desk, see what's going on over there.
And of course, Derek Tower, one of the all-time greats of Big Buck Hunter.
My money's on him.
Your money's on him. But you know what? While we're on the topic of all-time greats, we got to talk about one of the other greats from Play Mechanics. One of the biggest hits right now, MotoGP. It's an incredibly fun racing game. It's actually, we found this venue checking out the MotoGP race at the Austin Circuit of, the Circuit of the Americas down here in Austin. Guys, this is MotoGP from Play Mechanics. With another awesome match on Game 4, Mike Byrne, who we had just a few moments ago, and Bradley Gartner, brother to champion Trevor Gartner.
Right.
This is a tense match. Brothers till the end, competitors.
Yeah.
Where is it going to happen? What's going to go on here?
Well, you know, at this point right now, Mike has, you know, a decent lead. You know, I wouldn't get too comfortable there, but, you know, he's looking all right. And it looks like Bradley's going to be able to close the gap a little bit with that.
That's right. About 2,000 points separate these two players. They're pretty much equal in buck, so it's entirely coming down to that distance.
Right.
But they've got plenty of extra gameplay. They've got one more sight and then a bonus game.
So we'll have to see how this sight plays out. We're going to need a big performance out of Bradley here.
But Mike Byrne picks up the first three. Critter goes to Bradley Gartner as he fires back with his own buck. Mike Byrne forward with this deep shot. That's 5. Mike Byrne extending his lead considerably.
You know, at this point, going into the bonus game, you know, I'd feel pretty comfortable if I was Mike here.
Bradley Gartner is going to be heading home. We're going to be joined on the desk in just a moment by Travis Pastrana, the man of the hour. Travis, how the hell are you doing?
Pretty good. Is that
You're good. You're good to go.
Yeah, no. Well, our buddy Steve just lost. Come over. He was actually our best player. Lost the first round. I feel like Trevor Piranha. He's been doing good, but he's still in. So Steve's the only one from well, he's Wisconsin, so that doesn't really count. But only one of our crew that's out right now.
I mean, he just gets to enjoy the party now, right?
Yeah, we've sorry, they're fine. It's just been absolutely awesome. Yeah, I know. You did good. You did good.
And of course, Travis Pastrana's crew has some incredible tattoos. I've got to ask, the tattoo on his neck, I've heard you got one on your butt. What's going on?
Well, I lost a bet my first year playing Big Buck, and I got a tattoo on my butt. Steve lost the bet. He got last the first year of our crew, so he has lost a bet, Big Buck Hunter, for the World Championships on his neck.
On his neck.
He'd never get a neck tattoo.
No, that cannot look like it felt good to get.
No, but I mean, that's permanent.
But that's what it is. That's what the competitive spirit of you guys. Tell me about it. So you guys have done how many competitors? You've been one World Championship so far, right?
This is my 4th.
This is your 4th. I'm so sorry.
No, that's cool. I got eighth the first year. And it was funny because Street Bike Tommy ended up knocking me out of the bracket of 8, and he ended up 7. So we're like, yeah, he got 7, I got 8. Everyone's like, well, how many people were in this thing? 10? I was like, no, this is awesome. So made some friends. Andy Lynn, Alex Durho, those guys come down the house sometimes. Been shooting some nitro stuff. So been absolutely awesome. 2-0 today.
Yeah, you're having a great day. I got to say, it's been impressive.
It's been the open bar has been really helping.
Yeah.
I feel like as the other guys come down to my level, I just
You
keep
sneak
even
up?
keel.
Right. Now I gotta ask, so Jared Erinson earlier on was saying, you know what, it's not necessarily the best to be under the influence while you're playing. You're disagreeing.
What's that?
Well, I don't know if we're back up yet. Can you hear me?
I can't hear anything in this match.
I'm not sure. All right, we are keeping going. Sorry about that little surge. What I was saying though, you think that it helps to be under the influence while you're playing?
No, absolutely not. We've got a couple strategies. I can't divulge all of them. But actually, we came in today, and I'll divulge one. So we went ahead and stripped down, dumped tequila and Jack Daniels all over ourselves. So whenever we get up there,
Is this a little pre-team ritual you have?
No, it's not a pre-team ritual. We just, because I got dominated last time I was in this event by a guy that smelled like he was more drunk than he was. And I was like, I got my time. I can take my time. So he's not that drunk. Just, it's just the image.
It's a facade.
Exactly.
That's what I love to hear. Now, what do you think of this venue? We're in Austin, Texas. We're at Belmont. The 6th Street is crazy. What do you think?
Austin's one of my favorite places. We have X Games out here. This is awesome because X Games, not to say this is less serious by any stretch of the imagination, but this is more fun. We just come out, we have a good time. We were with all the guys last night just hanging out, watching the women's tournament. This has been one of the best couple days of my life, and just a lot of fun and we got all kinds of, you got Nitro World Games world champion right here, only got to do a double front flip on a dirt bike.
Yeah.
You got a 3-time X Games gold medalist right there. We got Chad Keggy, who's 4-time X Games gold medalist. Come over, Steve, I'm not sure what he does. He's doing what he does best, drinking, but it's cool to come out here with the whole crew. Bongs on things right there with the Australians are doing pretty good in the background, so it's a serious thing. But at the same time, everyone's here to have a good time.
But you can't take yourself too seriously. So I got to ask that before we part ways and get you on the floor. What is your favorite thing about the Big Buck World Championship weekend? Is it the tournament, the environment, the people, what?
I love competition. And for me, with motocross, everything that I've done is very, it's dangerous. When you're you're scared for your life. In a good way. But you come here, and you still have just the same butterflies. You still want to win. You still want to do well. But at the end of the day, it's all in fun and good nature, and it's just cool to hang out with the guys.
And I don't know how you guys do it, to be honest. I came down to St. Louis with you about 2 years ago, and I remember at the end of the day, you're like, yeah, come on up. We're going to go down these ramps. And I'm sitting there going, shit. Uh-oh. And we got up to the top, and you had the floor mat out, and you let us slide down. I'm standing at the top just going, holy Christ, this is high. And this is just a normal thing for you. That's a Monday night.
Yeah, I feel more confident doing that because I know what's going to happen here, especially with the format. Because I'm 50th to 60th place player,
sure.
But in the
not today or not
on that exactly. I'm top 32 right now. But head-to-head format, anything can happen. So it's about just going in there and just being confident. And sometimes I'm not that fast at shooting, but sometimes it helps because if the other guys shoot twice, I get that third shot.
Yeah, the cleanup shot.
Cleanup shot. That's been working for me all day. As long as they don't go for head and hard shots, I feel like I have a chance at this.
Hey, recognizing your strengths and playing your strengths, who's going to stop you?
Right, exactly. That's my thought exactly.
Now, how do you practice at home? Do you guys practice with the Nitro Circus crew? Do you go out to a watering hole? What do you do?
I have to say that it's been a wild experience because we first found out about Big Buck Hunter because Dave Mira was at a rally. He crashed his car early, spent all day at the bar playing Big Buck while we were finishing the race because his car was broken. And he hustled me for about almost $3,000.
Oh, my goodness.
So I went home. This is when it was Big Buck Pro. I bought Big Buck Pro, and I played. I didn't tell him I bought it. And I got him for about $5,000 over the next 3 rally races. And it was great. And then we started playing so much just head-to-head. And then everyone else started playing. And at the end of the day, it's pretty cool because we met, actually, we call him Barry Batternath. He didn't quite make it for this year. He thought he was in the top 24, and then the last day he dropped out. He didn't have enough plays. I was like, oh
no.
But he's a bartender. So we go to his bar. And we just have a good time as a group of friends. At the end of the day, to be competitive and to be able to do it against literally the best in the world, it feels good. No matter if it's, doing this with, no real glasses, or, going for X Games gold medal.
Now, Whiskey Throttle is one of our favorite names in the office. Maybe I shouldn't ask how it comes about. How'd you get the guy's name, Whiskey Throttle?
Well, it's actually really simple. Team Whiskey Throttle comes from anyone that gets on a motorcycle for the first time. When they start to go backwards, their wrist twists. And they actually go wide open into the woods or the car or whatever's in front of them. We call it Whiskey Throttle. So it's basically being in way over your head pin, and just some guys come out of that and they just whiskey throttle like to safety and launch big jumps. They don't mean to do anything. But the people that can adapt and endure are kind of what Nitro Circus is. Because a lot of times we're in the air, we're like, well, this is not what I planned. I'm upside down, I'm spinning, this is all bad. And you have to figure out how to get out of that. So whiskey throttle all the way. We're here. 2 out of 3 of us are still in. Round of 32, pretty pumped.
Now, what are you guys up to these days with Nitro Circus? What's going on with you? What are you doing?
You know, Nitro's been absolute blessing for me. Like, it's been so cool to be able to go out. Now my wife is in Nitro Circus. My kids love the energy, and it's basically like, you know, we have about 40 athletes on every show, give or take, depending on the show.
Right.
And we travel around the world. We have our own buses, not our own, but like we're in buses, we're in airplanes. And when you have, you know, 80 people between the cast and the whatever, just having fun, always energetic. Someone's up at 4 o'clock every morning because the guys are so ADHD, and someone stays up as long as you want to stay up with them. And it's like they're at every skate park, they're having fun, they're just always high-fiving. And that atmosphere, everyone goes, how can you still do this? As you're married and you have kids, like, how can you still ride dirt bikes? And for me, it's like, how could you not give your kids this passion? Like, when we're on a normal plane and they're like trying to jump from seat to seat, you're like, no, those are our friends. I'm like, no, our life is normal for us, but you know, it's pretty fun.
So I gotta ask then, do you think your kids are gonna follow suit and get into motorsports?
Oh gosh, I hope not. But
no.
No, but at the end of the day, my 3-year-old loves dirt bikes. She's already riding her own. She's got a little offset, like a little electric dirt bike.
Probably already better than I would be.
She rips. I'm not gonna lie. She started BMX and stuff, and BMX, she's not as good. She's better on like big hills. I don't know, something about the Pastrana. She likes going really fast and doing jumps at 3, but she doesn't like pushing. So she's gonna need a motorcycle, I think, to get there.
Which is probably giving you a little cold sweat already.
I'm preferring golf or maybe Big Buck. Maybe, you know, actually the zombie game, because you don't actually have to reload. So she crushes it as zombies.
Yeah.
Like all her like older, 4 or 5-year-old friends come over, and she's like, "Come on, let's play." They stand up, so the
So
gun.
she's getting the skills from Dave Merrow, the hustling, eh?
Exactly. Oh, she crushes it. It's
So
pretty good.
motorsports in her blood, but Big Buck also could be in her blood too.
I don't know if either one are in her blood, but she has the opportunity to do both of those very often. So
Awesome. And
Fair.
you know what? We've got you coming up again with some incredible matches. We can't wait to see what's going on. Travis Pastrana, it's been incredible having you up on the desk.
Thank you guys.
I
Really
can't
appreciate
wait.
you
Thanks so much for coming up.
Hey, thank y'all.
We're going to talk to you again soon. Guys, Travis Pastrana.
Wish me luck. I'm going to need it.
Still in the winner's bracket, making his run for himself, doing what he does best, winning. Travis, good luck, buddy. And this, of course, is the Belmont, Austin, Texas. We are downtown, 6th Street. You do not want to miss this party. We have some awesome matches on stage right now. The closest, Bill Hulkey between Philip Beaupre on game 1. There is only 200 points that separate these two titans in the reload bracket.
And you know, that's a few critters, you know, essentially. So they got to make sure not to go out. You know, they'll probably, hopefully, one of them will take more, and then we'll just keep splitting these. Oh, well, it looks like Philip just did.
Philip has a big round.
Yeah.
That is huge for him. He's up 4,000 points now. 200 points separated them before that sight. And now, suddenly, Bill Hulkey fighting to stay alive. 2 sights left with 1 bonus.
You know, and if I'm in Bill's shoes, as we talked about before, cannot let it go to your head. It could just as easily happen again. Tables could turn, and, you know, still has 2 more sights and a bonus game.
That's right. All Bill needs is a doe out from Philip Beaupre. But Philip does not seem to be giving up as easy as he would like. Bill Hulkey, though, with a big round. He gets 3. Philip fires back with a buck of his own.
Oh.
And that's going to be 4-2 split.
Now that's a cleanup shot. We talked about the cleanup shot just a minute ago, and that was a very well executed cleanup shot. And just like that, the gap is now reduced to half of what it was before.
Absolutely. Now we are going into the last sight. This is the last chance for Bill Hulkey to rack up considerable points. If he doesn't manage to do that here.
Now if I'm Bill here, I got to manage my expectations. I got to try to pick up a 4-2 buck lead here on this one.
Ideally, a doe out by your competitor. Not entirely sure we're going to expect either of that from one of these guys. Bill Hulkey and Philip splitting the buck so far, 3-2. And there's the 3-3 split right down the middle. Bill Hulkey versus Philip Beaupre. 1,000-point bonus going towards Philip. There's 3,000 points that separate them. 1 bonus left. I think that has punched Bill Hulkey's ticket home.
Chicken coop bonus.
Now they're heading into the chicken coop bonus. The eggs are going to come down. The targets appear. And it is all about speed here. Bill Hulkey picks up the first 3. Sorry, Philip Beaupre picks up the first 3. Bill Hulke replies with 3 of his own. But Philip
is
Beaupre
just dominating.
Absolutely crushing it, 15-4.
Oh my gosh.
8-19. I don't even know if Phil Hulke's shooting anymore.
You know, on something like this, you really pick up momentum and you keep hitting these targets in stride. If you notice that one on the far right, if you forget one, you know, it's an easy target, go back and hit it. But at the same time, you can't lose momentum there. Those targets go away after some time.
And you know, the bonus games are tough. If you miss a target, if you miss a shot, it really does throw you off. And it's the best time for your opponent to capitalize. If you notice your enemy is kind of caught off guard, maybe made a small mistake, you need to maximize that and hit every single shot.
You know, that bonus, that chicken coop bonus, that is all about momentum. You are hitting these targets in stride, and like you said, you miss, you slip up, you kind of hesitate after that, and it definitely hurts.
That's right, and Dave Snipes on stage, keeping the crowd warm. We're going to be jumping back into the booth a little unexpectedly, but nonetheless, we're excited to be here.
Oh, absolutely.
We're in Austin, Texas. We're on the world-famous 6th Street. It's been a party every night.
Yeah.
The players are out in force. The town's out in force. It's packed here, as you can see on the stage. How are you feeling about this weekend, Connor?
You know, first time here in Austin, Texas, and I'm loving it. You know, I couldn't ask for a better reason to come down than, you know, the Big Buck World Championship. And, you know, these days have been an absolute blast. The nights have been great. And, you know, if you're in Austin, please come see us. Come see, you know, the 2 of us.
We need people. We want you in the booth. If you're a fan of Big Buck Hunter, make sure you get down to Austin. Again, 6th Street, we're at the Belmont. It's free. Jägermeister's flowing. Crystal Creek Moonshine is flowing. The Buck Wild snacks are being munched on. Sure Shot is here. We've got Super Happy Fun, Game Mill, Strong Events hooked it up with some incredible decor. This entire weekend is amazing. But you know what else is amazing? The Big Buck Hunter Arcade.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot get enough of it. Guys, let's take a look at that.
Get ready for the ultimate arcade hunting experience at home. With 2 big game adventures, 6 tricks, over 30 total levels, and 6 bonus games. 2-player head-to-head competitions. Bring all the exciting arcade hunting action home in Big Buck Hunter Arcade. Available on Xbox One and PlayStation 4. Coming this fall.
And we're back, of course, guys. They are here. I believe they're actually getting out some games. The crowd is loving it. They're eating them up. They're making sure they head over to the game booth, the Game Mill booth, of course. But for now, we're going to be heading over to Game 1. Alex Durho-Hanisham against Matt Peterson. Alex Durho is one of those veteran players that Andy Lynn was letting us know about. He's definitely someone you want to watch. Matt Peterson, though, no stranger to competition, incredibly skilled hunters. These guys are battling it out. Loser goes home. This is the reload round 3. And we're going to be heading into site number 3. 1,000 points separate these 2 Goliaths of the reload bracket right now. White-tailed deer, not a fun trek.
No.
Andy Lynn himself said it. They're wily. They jump about. They take hops that you're really not expecting. And even more so, they come in surrounded by does.
That's the hardest thing. When there's a pack of does, you got to be very careful. You got to pick your shot. And it looks like Alex still down by about 1,000. Or hang on, scratch that. Up now by about, less than 50. Starting our next site, we have 2 sites left and a bonus game still, and they're keeping it close. This is a great matchup. All right, so we're on to our next site. Alex takes the first one. Matt takes the second. And the third. All right, now that they're splitting splitting bucks now. And sure enough,
shot.
It's a deep shot. It looks like we have a dangerous trophy coming in. That's exactly what Alex needed.
Absolutely right. We're going to see how many points he racks up here, but he has got to be feeling good about that one.
It's still a small lead, but he's
200 points is all that separates these players. 2 sites, 1 bonus.
But now we have 1 site. That was our.
I'm sorry.
No, so we have 1 site, 1 bonus. Still a close one.
Still 200 points. Fortunately enough.
That is, like we said, a couple critters, or it's even just 1 or 2 more shots in a bonus game.
Absolutely.
And it looks like Matt is off to a strong start.
But some deep shots, 1 apiece. But it looks like Matt secures the 1,000 points, and that.
Yes, and so that should put him in a relatively comfortable position. But we've seen before, these bonus games can be very unforgiving in these type of situations.
Now here's the thing. This is close. It's 1,000 points. This is very, very winnable for Durho. All he needs to do is perform here. And he starts out strong by picking up 3. Matt Peterson on 2. But as I said, once you miss a shot, it is so hard to recover. And Matt Peterson is just putting in work. Durho does not look like he's going to break away like he needs to in this bonus game. 14 to 15. They're playing an even split.
Yes.
Just like most of the bucks they were shooting in their treks.
Look at that. Hey, look at that.
Like Durho sneaking away, up by 9. Most shots don't come in there. Not entirely sure what happened, but they're still hugging it out. I don't think it made much of a difference, and it could very well be just the players giving up. Moving on, 1,000 points separate the 2. Matt Peterson moves on to the reload, round 4. His tournament is not done yet, but Alex Durho Hanishin, a big buck veteran, is going to be rounding it out and just enjoying the party.
And there's. When you get to these later stages, it's going to get harder, and the competition is going to be much fiercer.
Absolutely.
But he performed well. He performed well.
Most definitely. The crowd is enjoying it. There are still more games going on. Eric Lau versus Kelly Clark on game 2. We're going to be jumping into this as this one comes to a conclusion. 4,000 points separate the 2. Eric Lau, one of Nitro Circus's crew, down
Kelly
by
Clark
4,000
going
points.
out there, giving Eric Lau free reign to lay waste onto these kudu.
And here's the thing, Eric Lau was down 4,000 points before that sight, but 3,700 points coming in his favor makes this a 700-point game in favor of Kelly. 1 bonus left.
The chicken coop bonus.
This could go either way, 100%.
It's a game of momentum. We got to keep an eye on Kelly off to a great start.
Eric Lau responding in kind, though, securing 4 of his own targets, but Kelly Clark laying waste. She secures 11 of her own. It's an even split down the middle here.
It's a great frame for Eric.
And this looks like it's not going to help Eric too much. He needs a good chunk of points, but he's doing some work of his own, picking up a considerable lead, 31 to 20 something.
It may be enough. It may be enough.
I'm not sure. We're going to find out these scores. Eric Lau is getting ready to celebrate. Kelly Clark doesn't look happy. That is 1,000 points.
That is enough.
And it happens. Eric Lau moves on in the bonus game. Guys, this is what we are talking about. This 2.5 multiplayer is huge in the bonus games.
We have seen more than enough games come down to matchups come down to the bonus games, and it's been very exciting. It's made for some great big buck hunting.
Absolutely, guys. It is so important that
Take a look
you
at
come out
that.
swinging in the bonus
You
games.
can see the excitement on his face, receiving a lot of support.
It's tough, Eric Lau, that's a big win for the Nitro Circus crew. That leaves 2 of them left in the winner's bracket, I believe. Not only is Travis Pastrana still in it, but Eric Lau. And Eric with the tattoo on his neck. But you know what? Darn it, that's the second time, isn't it? Steve St. Arnold.
Well, like we said, he may have a tattoo, we just don't know where yet.
We just don't know yet, nor do we want to find out.
Has not been disclosed to us.
But there's the crowd. It's enjoying it. It's beautiful weather here. We're at the Belmont on the world-famous 6th Street. If you're in the area, make sure you get here. We are cruising along with this tournament, having a blast. And speaking of cruising blast, here is something we would love to show you from Play Mechanics and Raw Thrills. It's Cruisin' Blast.
Cruisin' Blast.
And of course, that is Cruisin' Blast, a classic remake of the world-famous, loved game, Cruisin' Exotica. Raw thrills, play mechanics, an unstoppable force in the arcade world.
And you know, I'm just taking a glance on the matchups we have going on, and we have some insane matchups happening right now in this winners round 3.
That's right. We have Brenton Garrity and Trevor Gardner. Aussie versus the previous world champion.
Yes.
Danny Arbuckle, one of our men in black from last year, against Derek Tower, a dark horse out of nowhere with an incredible performance last year. And even more so, Mason Powell versus Sarah Erinson. This is tough to decide who we want to go with.
There are a lot of heavy hitters in this round.
Of course, we are narrowing it down on the winner's side of the bracket. We are in winner's side 3. We've got even bigger matches to come down low. We're going to jump on board with game 2, Trevor Gardner versus Brenton Garrity. As soon as they're ready to start up, we're going to be bringing you the action live as it happens. There is so much potential left in this bracket. I would hate to be in the loser side. One of these names are going to be heading over there soon.
Right. And you know,
none of one of these are who you want to play.
I'm taking a look at the bracket right now, and my initial thoughts are, if you do get to that loser's bracket, how on earth are you going to get out of there? Because I truly don't know.
The names on the winner's side scare me. The names on the loser's side scare me. And the fact that after this round, half of these players are going to be in the losers scares me.
You know, and you know, prime example, we talked about before, Melinda came out of the loser's bracket, and she came out with a vengeance.
That's absolutely right. And we are going to be taking a look at game 1. Brenton Garrity, Trevor Gardner has started off hot. Trevor Gardner, we've had a couple people on the desk. This is game number 2. Guys, this is intense. Here's why. Trevor Gardner, one of the favorites to win the whole event. Everybody we've had on the desk so far has just said Trevor Gardner is that good. And just like that, Brenton Garrity does out on site number 2, leaving Trevor. You know, Trevor is not somebody you want to free hunt. He just racked up 3,783 points just like that against Brenton.
You know, it's dangerous to dough out. It's especially dangerous to dough out when there's something like a big game or a dangerous trophy at stake.
Absolutely, and here's the big thing. If you dough out, we've talked a couple times about, you know, if I dough out, there's a chance you're going to dough out right away after. If I'm Trevor Gardner, I'm not going to dough out with you.
No.
If you miss and I have free roam, every shot is going to be the best possible shot for me.
And it looks like Brenton Garrity, well, you know, that dangerous trophy will help, but it looks like Brenton Garrity really took control of that site.
Definitely.
He's still keeping it interesting, and it's still close enough. No evident winner yet.
Not at all. We've still got another 2 sites to go. 2,000 points separate these Goliaths. Of course, Brenton Garrity, we talked about him last night of the ladies tournament, literally spent the last 30 days traveling around the United States after flying from Australia to qualify for this tournament. The last day, no one knew it was coming. Everyone expected, you know what, we've got our 4 Australians, we know exactly who they are. And then out of nowhere, we see a picture surface on social media of Trevor Gardner, of Brenton Garrity in the United States, qualifying in New York, taking the world of Big Buck by storm.
Oh, absolutely, and you know, and he's really holding his own here against Trevor Gardner. I could not be more impressed right now, and he's closing this gap on the final site. We still have this one last site and the bonus game, and I'm truly not sure how this is going to unfold. Dominating the first 3 bucks.
Brenton Garrity gets an opportunity here, though, as Trevor does out. Not something you would expect out of last year's world champion. Now, we have about 800 points between these two. We are heading into the bonus. We've seen it already. The bonus game is game-changing, and this is a brand new bonus game.
The minecart bonus, yes.
The only chance these players have had to practice this bonus game is here this weekend. This is not even released yet.
Now this is a very mental bonus game. You really do see the colors of what targets you hit, and you know that could get to your head. For example, if I'm an opponent and I see all orange or all green, You notice that. You really notice that, and so do the people watching.
Absolutely. But it looks like it's relatively evenly split, and that is not what Brenton Garrity wants. He wants a considerable lead, especially going up against Trevor Gardner. But you know what? This is not a performance to be upset about. Brenton Garrity, one of our Aussie competitors, is doing absolutely incredible. Absolutely. And unfortunately, you know what? I shouldn't say unfortunately. Trevor Gardner, more props to you. Congratulations on pushing through. But Brenton Garrity, don't be upset. You're heading into the losers bracket, and you are one of the names that I am most scared about.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if this matchup happens again. You know, he still has some time to recover, and you know, not a bad performance by any means. You know, that was a very close matchup, much closer to the other two matchups we have going on right now.
That's right. Derek Tower manages to take out Danny Arbuckle.
Right.
And Sarah Erinson continues her run into winners round 4. But you know what? None of these competitors that lost this round are dead. They have tons of time to move in through the losers bracket. Before we move on to these next rounds, guys, I've shown you Cruise and Blast. We've had the pleasure of doing that one. Connor, I'm going to give you the ability and the honor of announcing this one. This is an unreleased game. Connor, take it away.
Well, we have a game down here right now that, you know, one of my personal favorites, and it's been a smash hit at this venue. The cabinet looks great. You know, I'll let the trailer speak for itself. Please enjoy this trailer for The Walking Dead.
From the company that brought you Terminator Salvation, Aliens Armageddon, and Jurassic Park, comes the most epic arcade action shooter ever. They may not seem like much one at a time, but in a group, when they're hungry,
And we're joined on the desk by Michael Ridings. But before we get to you, Mike, The Walking Dead.
Well, you know, that's just the most recent game for Play Mechanics and Raw Thrills. And, you know, if the trailer didn't speak for itself, you know, you got to take a look at this game. You know, there's a crossbow. You're using a crossbow. You're reloading it. There are lights inside the cabinet. It is truly the most immersive experience I've had thus far in an arcade game.
Absolutely, and it's based off The Walking Dead. Now, talking about dead competitors, Michael Ridings. Unfortunately,
there is an open bar, though.
There is an open bar. So it's a win-win. Michael's enjoying the Big Buck World Championship.
And my good buddy Derek Tower is still going to win this whole thing.
Still kicking ass and taking names.
We're going to party like it's 1999 after that.
That's what I like. Or even 2014 when he won last time. But this, right now, we're taking a look at Chris Freem versus Ryan Hodgson on game 2.
Both
of these players are titans of Big Buck.
Extremely, extremely great competitors.
Who do you have taking this one?
Freem.
You've got Chris Freem, then that very well may play out. Brian Hodgson has doed out.
Oh, no!
Very early on that site, which is going to be a huge amount of points for Chris. Now, while we continue to watch this match, Michael, I got to ask, we're in Austin, we're at the Belmont on 6th Street. What do you think?
This is awesome. It's outdoors, which was a little, we were all worried about a little bit, but it turned out great. As always, you guys put on a great event. Had a great time.
Awesome. And how did you do today? I heard you're unfortunately out of the tournament.
I won one match and lost 2. That's what I do every year.
That's what I do every year.
I'm here for the beer and root on Derek Tower.
But you love the party. Is that your favorite part about the Big Buck World Championship then?
Yeah, and all the people you meet.
All right. Absolutely. And this looks
And you
like,
get to lose your voice.
Oh my gosh, by Monday, I guarantee Connor and I are gonna have nothing. But you know what, speaking of nothing, Chris Freem putting on a clinic, making sure Ryan knows there is not much chance here for him to move on. Of course, there is still the loser's bracket, but neither of these competitors want to find themselves there. Now, Chris Freem, World Championship. Were you there when he won it?
Oh yeah.
And what did you think at the time?
I thought that was awesome. My first year was 2011 in Chicago, and I was just there for the show, you know, and I got beat up by everybody. But both of these guys are super duper competitors. Freem's just a little bit better head-to-head. Hodson, turn-based, he's a killer.
Absolutely.
There's only one person better than Hodson in head-to-head, on tournament-based, and that's Trevor Gardner.
Absolutely.
But they're this close, like super duper good.
Did you get a chance to watch that incredibly close game between Trevor Gardner and Brenton Garrity on stage?
I did.
What did you think of that?
Brenton's good too. That's the thing with two-gun. Anyone can win.
It's really anyone's game. Now, I've seen you and the rest of your group in these lime green shirts. Tell me about it.
Oh, it's just 314 shirts this year. We decided to show up in high vis, like a boss.
I know at home, but I know everyone else at home may not. What is Team 314?
Oh, it's St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, and of course that is the buck hunting crowd out there with names such as Derek Tower. You've got Christy Carroll, Michael Ridings. Anyone else we should be throwing some love to?
No, we're getting low. I have a buddy, Jake Lipinski, but he would never come here. Calling him out. He's probably watching.
Right on stream. Guys, let's take a look.
We'll get him here next year.
We'll get him here next year. Chris Freem manages to secure that. Ryan Hosden going into the reload bracket. Travis Pastrana.
He just won.
Just won?
Yeah, he just won. He just walked off stage and celebrated.
Travis Pastrana
Holy
just took
cow.
down Pennington.
Kennington's a beast.
Why is that surprising to you?
Because Kennington is a beast, head-to-head.
Now, are you saying Travis Pastrana is not?
No, but he's got a real job, you know. Sorry, James. You have a real job too, but you're at the bar a lot more than Travis, I think. I don't know.
Travis Pastrana is absolutely doing work. We had him up here in the booth. He's confident. He's feeling good.
I saw Travis do a beer bong out of one of those clap sticks they gave out. They took the guts out of it and made a tube and a water bottle, and he bonged a beer out of it.
All of our viewers actually saw one of the guys in his crew do that as well.
It was epic.
And while we're talking about crews, we have Jess Petro doing an interview down on the stairs. Jess, we're going to send it over to you.
Hey everybody, I'm here with none other than Alex Durho. I think he was a 2010 champ. He doesn't really remember.
That was a while back.
And I can't even say his last name because it's so long and obnoxious. Can you say your own last name?
I most likely cannot either. Derho. We'll go with Derho.
Okay, we'll just stick to Alex Durho. And one thing I've got to know, Alex, you're out, which sucks. But tell me about your training regimen and how you're going to either update it or keep it the same going forward to future championships.
This year was a lot of calisthenics. It was some hot and cold therapy. It was also some microdosing psychedelics. It's the Wim Hof breathing technique and the one.
Can you do that breathing technique for me?
I can barely just breathe as is. So.
And what are calisthenics?
That calisthenics. I think it's some form of arithmetic. I don't know. I gave it a shot. The one thing I maybe should have done more was play Big Buck Hunter. That's what I forgot to do.
Okay, so the training regimen did not include Big Buck HD. That might count for your loss.
Yeah, you want to play a little bit of that before the tournament.
There's always next year.
There's always next year.
Are you coming back?
8 years in a row. I think I'll be back for 9.
I think he's going to be back for 9 too. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, you heard it here first with Alex. We love you.
We love you.
See ya.
We love you.
And we're back on the desk with Brenton Garrity, the man, the myth, the legend from Australia. We've been hyping you up all day. We're all jealous of you. But before we get to interview you and have a chat, we've got to look at this game. Okay. Andy Lynn versus Melinda Van Humison. We had Andy on the desk earlier. He was talking about it. It's a very intense match. Who do you have taking this and why?
I'm going to say Melinda. I've played both of these guys warming up, and Melinda is just on fire at the moment. She's looking really good, so it'll be interesting to see.
And she was able to secure the ladies' championship last night. Did you get a chance to watch that?
I did. I was right down the front with Scott, and he was pacing around, and it was the best match I've seen in a long time. That was really good.
Absolutely.
And now the winner of this match will actually go on to play Sarah Erinson. You know, if Melinda does take this, that could be a very interesting matchup.
I think that's going to be huge. The biggest crowd noise last night wasn't the final. It was the Melinda-Sarah in the reload. So if we can get that again, that'll be huge.
It is a match for the ages. Brenton, I've asked this a couple times. Whitetail, what do you think of it? Oh no, Andy Lynn, I'm sorry, Doe's out. And that means Melinda gets free hunting. She gets to take as many points as she can hit.
And a dangerous trophy at hand too, and she does claim that.
I think Melinda's got this one. And how many frames is there left? Is there one board left?
We are looking at...
It looks like that was there.
After that, we will have
2 sites and a bonus game.
2 sites and a bonus.
2 sites, all right.
So there is very much opportunity to catch up and come back from that one. Again, if you're down 5,000 points against a player like Melinda, what's going through your head, and how do you come back to win this?
It's just speed, because if you miss the next 2 bucks, you're really going to be stuffed. You really have to make sure you get those first 2, and this is going to be even now. And all Melinda's going to be thinking is, as long as I don't doe out, as long as I keep it an even kill, she's got this in the bag, and that's what you see with that frame there. She's probably going to play a little bit more safe. This is almost gone, unless it's a first doe out. Melinda's going to have this one in the bag.
And that is good for Scott Van Humison, who saw an early exit from the tournament. Not the biggest surprise of the night so far. Who do you have taking this whole tournament?
I'm still in it. I still think I'm a chance. I only lost to Trevor by a little bit.
We were watching. That was intense. I was nail biting.
It was huge. I still think it's going to be Trevor or Skippy. They're both looking really good tonight.
Now I have a quick question about during that round you saw a new bonus game.
Yep.
Did that throw you guys off at all, or is that?
Well, it threw me off because I've been playing Trevor all morning, and he's a faster player than me. That's what he prides himself on. He really likes the speed, and as soon as I saw that one come out, I knew it was going to be pretty close. Unless I had some kind of lead going in, it was going to be difficult. But if we're watching here on the screen, it's one of those ones where playing first time, especially if you're a green gun at the start here, you see how all the greens are coming up, you've got a massive advantage because you're going to get a big lead walking into the second frame because it pans from right to left. So this can be fairly even. It does pan left again. Both of these guys are fairly quick, so Melinda's got this in the bag.
And neither of these guys are strangers to the Big Buck World Championship competition.
They're both veterans. Andy's been here every year. Melinda, I'm not sure if she came in 2009 with Scott for the first time, but they're both veterans. Everyone knows them, and it's going to be a hard one to cheer for the winner or loser. But they're still going to be in this one. So
yeah, absolutely. Heading over to the losers bracket, we will see Andy Lynn, the Big Buck Ninja.
And I'm not going to count Andy out yet. He's had a great day. The losers bracket, there's a lot of talent down there. Who would be up against next?
That's a good question, but I did just see Courtney McLaughlin, one of your other Australian players, just lost in winners round 3.
Yeah.
That can't feel good, but you Aussies are putting on a hell of a show this week.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. We've put in a lot of practice this year, and it took so many games to qualify for a lot of those guys. They've got so many bucks under their belt. They're going to be really good. But yeah, Courtney losing just then. RJ he's a dark horse, really. RJ is probably the best player at memorizing sights. So whenever you're playing RJ, you'll see his gun move to different areas on the screen, and it puts you off a little bit because you know that's where the buck's going to be coming out. So it can work in your favor because if he misses the first shot, you can clean him up. But yeah, keep a watch for him because he's pretty zoned in. He's got his headphones in, he's got his glasses on. You might think it's a poker tournament, but he's really having a good crack at this one this year.
Now, Brenton, obviously you're one of the best players out of Australia. We've got an incredible scene over in the United States. We've been talking about it all night. What can you tell us about the scene in Australia? Obviously, we've never been over there, so.
Yeah, well you should come over. Maybe we can host it there next year. I'll save some money on some flights. But it is building. It's one of those things where, look, it was just me for a long time. And I used to have it pretty easy. It might be maybe 4 or 5 good players that I used to qualify against, and they used to make things easy. But there's actually a really good company down in Australia now called Southern Star, and they put on the first Australian Championship earlier in the year, and it was huge. They hired a boat, they put it on Sydney Harbour. Mark actually won that one. That's why he's here. He won the ticket. But that was really big, and it's going to be one of those things where I think you'll find it's just getting bigger and bigger. And they've already planned another one. They're going to have another Australian Championship next year. So yeah, it just feels like it's building every year, just like the championship builds every year.
So it sounds like we'll be seeing some more people from your neck of the woods come.
I hope so. The more tickets they're going to give out, the better in my books anyway.
Yeah.
The cheaper.
Now I've got to ask, who's the best Australian?
I like to be a modest guy. I think I'm probably the best shootout, but Courtney Oh, Courtney just went the reload as well. I would say me and Glenn are the best single shootout, where we always get the highest score. But Mark, he beat me in the Australian Championship. He's a very good double gun player. And because Renee's his partner, they play a lot.
Right.
So it's pretty good. So.
All right, well, I'm going to tell you what, we're going to get on board with Courtney right now on game number 1.
Okay.
So we have Courtney against Philip Beaupre, I do believe. And Courtney saw an early exit last night.
Yep.
How is she feeling today? Have you had a chance to talk with her about it?
She was pretty bummed last night because, yeah, she did go out early, but she got some practice in. She got to bed pretty early last night. And she's, as you can see there, that's a huge trek just then.
Yeah.
Cleaned him out. Did he even go out then, or was that just a straight out clean out?
I'm not actually sure.
Huge.
Once our scores will update, we're going to have it on our screens in just a moment.
That was huge.
Yeah, he's putting up 0 there.
Yeah. I don't think he died, though. I'm not sure.
No,
so
I think she just cleaned him out.
Yep.
She's got to be feeling confident about that. That is definitely something you want to experience. It's just a clean sweep in your first sight of the tournament.
So now we've talked about this before. If you're picking the site, are you leading with your strongest site? Are you going to try to?
Depends on the guy. Like the people that play it a lot, they memorize sites. So what they'll generally try and do is pick a site they know early to build a bit of a lead. But someone like myself, I try not to memorize too much. I just try and shoot what I see. So if you ever see me pick a game, I'll just pick as fast as I can, whatever the next one is, and try and put them off a little bit. That was a good sight by Courtney there.
Yeah.
Very even.
I mean, she dode out, but that's at the end, with the dangerous trophy. That's pretty common if you're going to take that risky shot.
Yep.
And you know what? All Courtney needs to do is maintain. She doesn't need to build, she just needs to be consistent.
But it is tough because all you're thinking in your head is don't do, and then that sometimes opens the door if the other guy's thinking, well, I have to pull something out of the bag here, and they do really well, so.
Absolutely.
See, she might be taking it a little bit easier here.
But it's an even split down the middle so far. Philip Beaupre with 3, Courtney with 2.
Wow, massive headshot.
That's I was about to say it looks like she's taking some safe shots, but that was a great shot, and a few players might dote there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and what you'll find is if you're up by a few thousand, always watch the other person. They generally will get the first or second buck in the bag because the other person's probably taking it easy, reading the site, not wanting to do what I just did and hit the first dough on the side. So
absolutely, and we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. Philip Beaupre needs to perform if he wants to stay in this tournament. This is the reload round 4.
Oh, 4.
And there it is. Philip does manage. He manages to put up some big points there.
And you could really tell that they're really going for bucks, and they're trying to play it safe. We had 3 critters just go right through the screen.
Yeah. And of course, you don't want to dough out trying for a critter.
Yeah,
that's an amateur mistake.
Now, something we've seen a lot of players actually completely avoiding the critters, not even bothering going for them.
Well, it depends. That's some people's strategy, but you watch a player like Chris Freen, you practice against him, he memorizes where the critters are. He's hit them all the time, and sometimes that 300 points per site can make a huge difference by the end of it.
Absolutely. And Courtney,
do you find yourself to struggle at all with critters like birds versus critters on the ground, or is it all the same?
Yeah, well, look, on the ground they're much easier. Depending on the bird, sometimes if they're up in the air, they're pretty far away. You just leave them. There's just no point.
Yeah.
Courtney with a very, very impressive sight just then heading into the bonus game.
I think Courtney's got this one in the bag.
It does look to be that way. It's 11,000 points to 7,000.
Also, it's the other Aussie on game 3 at the moment, Mark Santander's got a nice lead over James Kennington.
Absolutely, but James Kennington just secured the victory.
There you go.
Speak of the devil.
So that's Mark done for the day.
1,000 points. Brenton, you're still in the tournament.
Yep.
You've got a lot of action ahead of you.
Yep.
We're going to let you get some food and beer in you. Do you want to give any shout-outs before you get out of here?
No, that's all good. Oh, I better. My parents are watching at home. Thank you very much for getting up early and watching, and everyone back home. I keep getting text messages from everyone, so thank you. Kevin Norman, have another shot for me. He keeps telling me he's doing picklebacks at home watching, so have one more. Have a good time. We miss you, buddy. We wish you were here. So.
All right, Brenton. Absolutely pleasure having you on the desk. Thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in the tournament.
I think I'm up soon. Go me.
Have a good night. And we're going to be sending it over to Jess Petro. She's joined by George, the president of Play Mechanics, on the stairs.
Hey guys, I'm live with none other than the creator of Big Buck HD and many other awesome games, George Petro. How you feeling tonight, George?
I'm feeling great, Jessica.
And just so everybody knows, there's no relation between Jess Petro and George Petro. We just have the same last name for no reason. You know, a lot of people come to events like this, they don't realize that there are so many things that have to work to get these events to happen and to be as awesome as they are. George, can you tell us a little bit about who we can attest to who made this happen tonight?
Well, every year we try to do something different. We wanted to bring the event to Austin this year. And when we move the event out of Chicago, it takes a lot of people to get that to happen. One of our great partners, Betson Enterprises, does an amazing job moving all the games down and loading them up, loading them out. It's just such a huge deal. The team that works at Play Mechanics, can't say enough about them. Everybody that even makes the game. We do all this stuff too. And the people at Belmont's been an amazing venue. I mean, look at the place. It's like super awesome. So we're having a great Austin time right now. I understand this is the Austin experience. This is the South by experience.
Have you gone to 6th Street yet? Have you partied on 6th Street yet?
No, I have not.
He actually called out sick last night, so we're going to try to get him out tonight. We'll have to see how it goes. Hopefully he'll be able to make it. Do you want to give any shout-outs to anybody on the Twitch stream, George?
I don't do shout-outs.
No shout-outs?
Maybe to family. Give a shout-out.
We should give a shout-out to the Petro family watching right now.
That's right, the Petro family watching right now. That's my shout-out.
All the Petros, we love you guys. And thanks for hanging out with me, George. Love you.
You're welcome. Love you too.
See you later. Back to the desk.
And we're back with the man himself, Brenton Garrity, on game one, going toe-to-toe against Andrew White. Of course, Brenton Garrity, the man of the hour. We just had him on the desk. Pleasure of always. Of course, he was on our actually live show a few weeks ago, bucking around. He's making his way all around the United States, making a stop in Austin, Texas for the Big Buck World Championship, up against Andrew White, wearing an old Milwaukee hat fashioned like the Pope.
What a great hat.
It's wonderful, and that's just a little bit of the culture that you'll get with the Big Buck World. These guys are goofballs, they're energetic, and most of all, they know and love to have fun.
Yes.
Now Brenton.
Take a look at this dangerous trophy. Oh.
It goes to Brenton Garrity. That is easily one of the best sights Brenton could have hoped for. He needs to make it up, though. He's got 3,000 points differential. I don't know exactly what is going to happen in this series, but I cannot wait to find out. Now Brenton Garrity misses the first two. Andrew White manages to secure them. The critters going in favor of Andrew. Again, this is one of those games where you've got to slow your game down. You need to pace yourself. You need to make those shots matter. 200 points is great, but it's not enough to close that gap.
Right, and you know, on one hand, you got to be happy you're trying to make that gap a little smaller, give yourself a little more, you know. I mean, right now, he still has a little bit of time, but 2 sights in a bonus game, he really has to make these last sights matter.
Absolutely. Brenton hoping to not see a trip out of this tournament. He is in the reload bracket, so the loser of this does go home. Andrew White, though, showing no mercy, going for those big shots.
And we had Brenton with a pretty substantial, that second buck was very far out. It's a 1,000-point buck. That's something he needs. Lead is getting, the gap's a little smaller again. We're almost looking at about 1,000, probably 1,500.
And as you said, just over 1,500. 1 sight and a bonus to go. Brenton Garrity needs to perform here. He is not out of this tournament, but it does matter now. This is not something you want to lose coming all the way from Australia.
Very strong start for him right there.
3 bucks is huge. Andrew White might be feeling the pressure. A deep shot.
Oh my.
Another one.
A sweep. That's a clean sweep.
6 bucks for Brenton Garrity. 3,000 points is going to give him a handy lead.
Now that is huge, and that is something you got to feel good about. That's not even a dough out. That's just a clean sweep.
And Brenton with a huge lead going into the bonus. He has got to be feeling good. I know his crowd, his girlfriend, his Australian competitors are here cheering him on with him.
And it's pretty hard to dominate this one. It's almost like pick a side if you can. If you're going to try and play it safe, but we have so many jugs distributed throughout the screen that it's pretty hard for you to claim all at once. So it's a really safe bonus game for such a commanding lead.
And of course, with Brenton Garrity cleaning up we're going to be taking a look to see what happens. But it looks like it's all over for Andrew White. Brenton Garrity takes the win. He's feeling good. That's 2,000 points in favor of him. And you know what? We've got to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. Buck Wild Snacks, Jägermeister have been incredible all weekend. We've got our Jaeger gear on. They're out in the venue handing out shots. The players are loving it.
We're looking good too.
We look good. We feel good.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got some Jaeger in us. Guys, this is the Big Buck World Championship weekend. The venue is decked out in strong events gear. The decor, the taxidermy is amazing. Super happy, fun, showing some love, game mill, and of course, in favor of that last bonus game, Crystal Creek Moonshine, who have color-changing moonshine here.
It's incredible.
It's amazing, but you can't have alcohol with a little bit of food in you. And of course, what better food than Buck Wild Snacks, right? So, with that, Buck Wild. Now this is tough. Connor, we've got some awesome matches coming up. Courtney McLaughlin, another AU competitor. This is the Reload quarterfinals against Joe Miller, one of the Scotty Snipers. Going further than that, we have James Kennington against Drew Baldock, another foreigner from Canada.
You know, and I gotta say, I love Drew Baldock. The only Canadian here. You gotta give him some love. You know, I'm really hoping he does well here.
And at the end of this round, one of these players, well, two of these four players will be going home.
That's right.
And early, well, I guess not an early, at the end of the day, if you're in the quarterfinals, you cannot be upset. Yeah. There are 64 of the best competitors here. And while you're at it, you might as well become the best at Sure Shot. Guys, we have some awesome sponsors participating in this event. Sure Shot's another one. Sure Shot, take it away.
Are you ready for a whole new gaming experience? One that transforms your living room and brings arcade-style action home to your flat screen. Introducing Sure Shot HD, an exciting new video game system that brings arcade-style shooting games home to your HD TV. The action and vivid graphics will provide endless entertainment for you, your friends, and family. Open a whole world of features by creating a free Sure Shot HD account. Access the Sure Shot shop to download free and premium games and add-ons. Compete in weekly tournaments and rival challenges. View worldwide leaderboards to see where you rank. Access your games library from any Sure Shot HD system. Just log in and play. With games and new content being added all the time, you're sure to find something for everyone. For even more fun, play head-to-head with friends and compete for bragging rights. Time to get trigger happy. Plus, Sure Shot HD goes where you go. It's light and easy to connect. Bring it with you, anywhere, anytime. The Sure Shot HD complete video game system features stunning 1080p high-definition graphics, cloud storage for anytime access to all of your purchased games and add-ons, built-in Wi-Fi for easy connection to the Sure Shot shop, global leaderboards, and tournaments. The Bluetooth wireless gun features realistic aiming and bullseye accuracy, instant response trigger, rapid reload pump action. Best of all, the Sure Shot HD system includes the complete Big Buck Hunter Pro arcade game. All 6 adventures, 18 regions, 360 challenging levels, and 18 exciting bonus games. Transform your living room and take aim at fun today. Order Sure Shot HD online. Learn more at SureShotHD.com.
And we're back, but only for a brief moment. You know what? The 2016 Big Buck World Championship might be my favorite yet. A lot of players here had a great time at the 2013 World Championship. Actually, you know what? To be fair, every World Championship is a blast, but 2013 has a special place in a lot of these hearts. Guys, we're going to roll a recap just to let you know why it is so significant in the world of Big Buck.
Welcome to the 2013 Big Buck World Championship. We have a total of 90 players here. They come from 36 states and we have one from Australia.
We got players that have been working all year, brutal qualification round. Now we're down to the best of the best. We're going to find out who is the best Big Buck hunter player in the world.
I love the game because it's interactive, it's social, it's fun, so I love the competitiveness of that. It's the greatest event as far as gaming goes. I look forward to it all year.
You got the game, that's great, but the people, I mean, these are people that you're going to see online, you see their photographs on the interweb, but now they're here in person, and it's just, you already have a bond from all year long, and now you get to see them.
There's community here.
This is probably one of the coolest things about this. We get a chance to meet the people that actually play our game.
The greatest thing about Buck Hunter is the camaraderie of the players. It's just fantastic.
My name is Melinda Van Hooverson, and I'm at the Big Buck Hunter World Championships, and I just took first place. It feels so good. Kept doing the forehead thing. I'm not sure why, but this is good luck. I just knew going into this that she was going to be big competition. I was on, but I wasn't 100% on. And there was actually quite a few other girls that surprised me who were really bringing it tonight, and it was just so intense.
I did all right, you know. I came in, I was a wild card to start, so I didn't have high expectations. I just wanted to hang.
I lost, got some whiskey, started to do better, and I don't think I was on my right level.
Big Buck World Championships, and I won. Yeah, 2013, 15 grand with $15,000. I'm bringing my gorgeous wife on vacation.
Big Buck Hunter 2013, came in second place, won $7,500. Can't wait to be here next year and win the big buck.
Yeah, buddy.
And of course, as you saw, Trevor Gartner there taking home the trophy. Right. Did it again in 2015. Derek Tower breaking that up in 2014.
Right. That's why I have my money on still.
Exactly. They're both here looking to do it. They're both still in the tournament. We've got some awesome action. Let's take a look what's going down on the stage. You know what? As we said, Big Buck World Championship is all a party. It's a lot of fun. And with that, we just wrapped up some Flippy Cup on stage. Drew, Dave Snipes, Mike Colesworthy enjoying the party. Our game wardens cleaning up the act. Guys, this is what it's all about.
You know, and that was like a little bit of a messy game there. You know,
it's a party. It's a great time. The crowd's loving it. The lights are on. We're down in Austin, Texas at the Belmont, overlooking a pretty skyline. Guys, eating some good barbecue. This is what it is all about.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, as I mentioned before, when this, you know, when it hits nightfall, this place just looks amazing. And I'm sure you can see it right now. I mean, look at these. Like, the lights are great. All the decorations are just completely spot on. And you could not ask for a better venue or a better 2016 Big Buck World Championship.
That's right. And we're going to be gearing up in just a few minutes to get into the next round of action. We've got some awesome games. The Reload quarterfinals are going on again still. We have Courtney McLaughlin, again, one of those Australian players. Joe Miller, Scotty Sniper, gets to practice with Trevor Gardner, Bradley Gardner, Nate Boyer, who saw himself a very, very early exit in the tournament. And then we've got James Kennington against Drew Baldock. I'm not sure which game I want to watch. These are both incredibly exciting.
I have to agree. You know, maybe the Drew Baldock for me.
We're feeling Drew Baldock?
Yes.
Okay, we can go with Drew Baldock. James Kennington, of course, is another hot shot. We're going to be joined on the desk soon by one of our players out of San Francisco.
Right.
But of course, he's enjoying some barbecue.
Unbelievable. It's
cannot blame him. 512 events. The Belmont in-house catering team has done an unbelievable job getting us some of this barbecue food. We are munching away on the desk. It's so good. But again, there are so many factors involved with this World Championship that we've got to pay tribute to. Jägermeister, you can see the tent in the background there, the bright orange. The Jaeger girls are around the venue with shot trays. Legends are being made this weekend.
I mean, yeah, just take a look at that. Look at all those faces. You know, you see some people on there a couple of times, and you know, it's up to, you know, a tournament like this championship, to find a new champion to dethrone the previous one, and it might be what we're witnessing right now.
Absolutely. And again, the Jägermeister has people feeling good. The Crystal Creek Moonshine has people feeling good. Sure Shot, Game Mill, they're all here. Buck Wild Snacks, everybody is here making it happen. The party is live, the crowd is enjoying it. The competitors are taking the stage, getting ready to get into their next match. Of course, we have Joe Miller, Courtney McLaughlin, James Kennington against Drew Baldock, Danny Arbuckle against Brenton Garrity, and Andy Lynn versus Mike Byrne. Now, we've got two matches that we can choose between here.
Right. Now, what are you thinking right now?
James Kennington and Drew Baldock,
right.
Obviously going to be a good one.
Okay.
Danny Arbuckle versus Brenton Garrity.
And, you know, and that match wasn't on our radar right away. We just got that. And I know we said we'd watch Drew, but I think we got to watch that game. You know, Brenton's been nothing but beyond entertaining to watch.
Absolutely, and Danny Arbuckle. So last year, Danny Arbuckle was a relatively unknown player.
Right.
Really
young, 21.
Exactly, fresh talent, fresh blood. And he showed up, put on an absolute clinic. And here's the thing. He performs so incredibly well. You cannot forget about him. You can't, he's just so good.
Yeah.
But Brenton Garrity might be better. I don't know. We're going to find out in just a minute. But, again, this whole round is incredible. Reload quarterfinals. The loser is going home. There is our bracket.
I mean, just take a look at that bracket. Look at all those names. You know, it may be hard to follow, but, I mean, come on. Look at this. We watched all these matchups. It's unbelievable. Right now, that loser's bracket is getting more and more dangerous as it progresses, as we see these people moving on. And if I was in the winner's bracket, I wouldn't feel too confident just yet.
No, not at all. There is still a long road to go for any of these players. And we're going to be joined on the desk by the one and only Andrew Moskowitz. Somebody we've talked about all night. He's done a hell of a job getting players out here from San Francisco. Andrew Moskowitz, how the hell are you doing, man?
I'm psyched to be here.
Absolutely. We're incredibly stoked to have you on the desk. We're going to be tuning into this game, Brenton Garrity versus Danny Arbuckle. Who do you have taking it?
I love Brenton, but Danny's been pretty ridiculous tonight. He had one loss to Skippy, but he was one of my predictions for a possible winner of this whole thing.
And you know what? Danny Arbuckle, or losing to Derek Tower, is not something you can be upset about. He is so damn good.
Former champ.
Exactly.
Doesn't get much better.
Now, it's an even split, but Danny does get the big game.
Right. We have the Dangerous Trophy now,
which goes over the other way to Brenton. So that is a pretty relatively even split. Now, Andrew, we were talking a lot about you bringing out players from San Francisco. Tell me about all of that.
Yeah, we got a great crew. I think there's 6 of us that were competing today. We had Jill over in the ladies yesterday. I've been trying to convince them for a year and a half to come out. They finally made the push for it, and we're all here. And they've been telling me that they've been regretting not doing it in the past.
So how are you guys enjoying this whole weekend? What do you think of the Belmont, this whole venue, the World Championship for 2016?
Every year, better and better. Belmont's awesome. Doing it outdoors was a really cool twist this year. And down in Austin. I mean, I've never been. I think a lot of people haven't been. And, partying out on 6th Street afterwards. And, well, when the party's done at the Belmont, it's not done for the night.
Now, I know you spent some time out in Tennessee, and you're a big fan of barbecue. What do you think of the barbecue we've got here today?
Food that we've got today, this is my 3rd championship. Food that we've got today, hands down, the best that I've had at a championship. If that's the progression, I can't wait for next year. But we'll let this night wrap up first.
Well, shucks, really dug ourselves into a hole here. But
Set the bar too high.
Yeah, but Brenton and Danny are not digging themselves deep. Danny, just behind by 400 points as Brenton Garrity is showing why he's one of the best players, let alone, as he said himself, the best player in Australia.
You know, they're keeping it close here.
Now, if you're a little bit behind, Andrew, and you're up against a player like Brenton Garrity, how can you get in his head? How do you win? How do you turn this around?
I think you just got to keep playing your game. The biggest thing is not necessarily winning games, but not losing them. You can't hit those, and you got to hit your shots.
And just there, we just saw Danny Arbuckle just dote out and late in that round and gave Brenton a 4-2 lead or a 4-2 split on that site.
Now, Andrew, you are a veteran of the World Championship. You've competed on our stage multiple times. Did the nerves ever go away?
No, I thought I was good going into my first game. I was like, I'm fine, no worries. And then I think halfway through my first game, started getting tingles a little bit, a little shaking. Fortunately, it worked out. Immediately grabbed a beer after game one.
I don't blame you.
I'm sure that helps.
Danny is doing out. I'm confident he's starting to shake. I think I might have seen his hands quiver a little bit there. It's not the best time to go out. Of course, nobody wants to lose at all. The Reload quarterfinals, not something to be upset about, though.
No, I mean, the bottom line is, people ask before every game, oh, is this person good? Is this person good? Everyone that's here is good. There's no shame in losing to literally anyone in the field. Everyone knows what they're doing. They're all here for a reason.
And it's unpredictable. Shootout is my personal favorite mode in Big Buck HD. It's intense.
It's great, and doing only one track, 5 boards, and a bonus, you do out one game.
It could be a game changer.
It could be a total game changer.
But you know what? This looks like Brenton Garrity is going to be taking it away.
And so now, how does that change for, we have our championship game, which consists of an adventure. What kind of differences are we going to see there compared to what we're seeing now?
You know, I think it's like any sport when you get into the World Series compared to the first round where you have 7 games versus 5, the better team comes out. So, if you got, a guy like Trevor who really doesn't miss, but if he does, there's plenty of time for the top player to make up for it.
Right.
And I know you are good friends with a lot of the New York crew. We just saw Andy Lynn take down Mike Byrne. Is that something you were expecting?
I think there's nothing to expect here. Like I said, everyone here, they know what they're doing.
Hold the phone. I am so sorry to interrupt. Our next match on screen just came up. Trevor Gartner versus Derek Tower in the winners quarterfinals. And Sarah Erinson against Melinda Van Humesen. What the hell are we gonna do? Chris Freem against Travis Pastrana. This is where it gets exciting,
These are
folks.
some of the best matchups we've seen of the night, and I don't know which game we're gonna watch. I really don't.
I don't, but you know who might? Andrew, what are you feeling?
I think we got to go with Trevor Skippy.
I think that's probably the best bet, and it's tough. All of these matches are so incredible, but you're right. We have 2 previous world champions. Trevor, the defending champion. Derek Tower, the year before.
And last year's championship matchup.
Exactly. This is a rematch.
And, we seem to find ourselves in a situation again where your guy is going against my guy.
Oh, we've been betting drinks all night. And I'm going for Trevor.
Right.
You go for Trevor.
I don't
even know what you're
I don't
betting
even
on.
know anymore.
I have Skippy.
He's got Skippy. I've got Derek. You're the decider. What do you got? If you're wrong, you owe us both drinks.
I've been saying this since the whole weekend that I'm friends with so many people here, and I don't know who I'm supposed to root for. I think Trevor's going to take it, though.
You think Trevor's going to take it? What do you think Trevor has over Derek Tower?
One more championship.
One more championship, and you think that makes the difference? He's got the momentum.
I think so. I mean, he really doesn't miss. You got to go faster than him. Derek's been great all night, but he's had a few slip-ups. I don't know if Trevor's messed up all night. So
now here's the exciting thing. After this match, we've got 4 games going on in just a minute, and after this one, those players will be halved and they will meet again, which means we are going to be seeing some of the most incredible Big Buck HD action of the weekend, all happening coming up for the rest of the night. So do not go anywhere, of course. This is the Big Buck HD World Championship.
And these games only make the losers bracket that much scarier.
These last few games are always going to be super intense. They got the best of the best going. Winners bracket, losers bracket, doesn't matter. Everyone is awesome at this point.
Right.
Now I've got to ask, if you're in the losers bracket this early in the tournament, What do you feel when you start seeing names like this getting knocked back out?
It's not much of a loser's bracket.
It's really not.
I mean, I guess we call it a reload bracket for a reason.
Right. Exactly. You get your second chance.
Yeah, it's definitely not a loser's bracket. When you get down to these last few, everyone's on point.
Right, and and last night we saw Melinda come out of the reload bracket to win the whole thing. So, at this point, anything can happen. And just in that last night, we just saw a double dough-out very early on. There are not a lot of points on the board right now. We're looking at 500 to about 300.
And these are two of the best players in the world. I don't expect one to dough out, let alone two. And that just speaks mountains of the speed and intensity of these matches. And Trevor Gartner and Derek Towers split it pretty evenly right off the bat. But I genuinely don't know which way this is going. But $4 go in favor of Derek. Trevor struggling to stay alive. There's still plenty of time, though.
Plenty of time, and one of the cool things I think when these two guys play, and I heard it last year at the championship, and we can hear the game audio here, it sounds like they turn both their guns to full automatic.
Yeah.
They're so fast that it's tough to go against these guys.
Now, obviously, they are both gunning to hoist that $20,000 check and the right to lift Pappy's jug one more time for both of them. You see these bucks for a second on the screen, and they are going down. I don't know if there are any players in the community with muscle memory like these guys.
And just there, we just saw Trevor, he just stood out, but earlier we talked about really memorizing, every sight. And just there, he knew exactly where that buck was coming out, and he hit it maybe it was on the screen for maybe a split second.
Absolutely.
Automatic headshot.
Callum, you said a second before. I think a second is generous that these bucks are on the screen. Some of the shots these guys are taking, you don't even see anything.
All we see is the buck hitting the floor. 1,300 points separate these two players. 2 sights and a bonus game left. Andrew, do you want to reevaluate your judgment on the winner of this match yet?
I'm sticking to it for now. You can't, you can't change your pick right before Game 7. You got to make it before the series starts.
Fair enough. Andrew staying faithful. This is intense, guys. There are more dough-outs than I would have expected from these calibers of player.
Yeah, absolutely not expecting that. These guys know what they're doing, and to see it it just shows how fast they're going. You get a doe behind a buck. They're both firing so fast, you end up hitting that one behind it, and it's a game changer.
And again, these guys are no strangers to the World Championship stage. I don't know if they're getting too anxious, but Trevor Gartner hits a very, very deep shot and cleans house 5 out of 6. Wow. Derek manages to pick up $1, but it is not enough. 4,000 points going to Trevor Gartner.
Still sticking to my pick.
That's
we'll
fair.
See what happens in the bonus.
It's close. We've got just over 1,000 points. This is where it all matters. Of course, the 2 times multiplayer. Andrew, this is the first weekend you guys are seeing the Space Attack bonus. What do you think of it?
Awesome to see all the new bonuses. The minecart, and cannonballs. And I know talking to the other players, we're all psyched for Gemsbach to come out next year.
Gemsbach, you heard it. He said Gemsbach.
It is Gemsbach.
I don't know if that's right.
We've been fighting all weekend about Gemsbach or Gemsbach. So every time someone comes on and says it a little different, we all get excited for our pick.
Well, the problem is everyone, whenever I decide on one, someone says it the other way, and then it just sounds better that way, so I just keep going back and forth.
I think that's the real bet to make this weekend. Is how you pronounce it.
Gemsbach or Gemsbach. Well, Trevor Gartner has secured his way to the next round of the winner's bracket. He's going to be going to the semifinals. Also going on in this match, we have John Byrne against Rogelio Anguiano on game number 2. We're going to be switching over to that. Now, we talked about game 1. Rogelio, John Byrne, both veterans of the Big Buck community. They've both been here before. What does Rogelio have against John? Over John, sorry.
Rogelio, he knows those sites, I think, almost better than anyone. When you see some of the high scores he puts up, 7,500 points on one board, is pretty ridiculous. I literally don't even know where those points are coming from. As someone that plays this plenty, I don't know how he's doing it.
And we're going to stay on this match, but just give you guys a quick update on the rest of the bracket. Sarah Erinson has taken down Melinda Van Humesen by 5,000 points in the winners quarterfinals. Melinda's going to be making her run through the losers bracket again Don't count her out yet, though. She did climb through and take yesterday's ladies tourney championship.
She seems to strive down there, so and in the reload bracket, I think she'll be all right.
I don't disagree at all. And going on game 4, Chris Freem has taken down Travis Pastrana in a very close match of just 1,000 points. But back to this game 2. John and Rogelio, 2,000 points separate the two. Now, it's getting down to the wire. We've got 2 sets and a bonus left. How much are you sweating?
I'm fine now. I'm done.
I know, I'm done. If you're losing in the quarterfinals, now, are you thinking, you know what? I can come through to losers. I can recover this. I'm fine. Or are you thinking, you know what? I'm going to keep kicking ass and taking names, which is exactly what Rogelio just did. That 3,000 points is going to make a huge difference against John Byrne. We are going to see them going toe to toe. Neck to neck, it's getting down to the wire.
This next site, I think you just got to keep it close because, as we've seen, 700 points isn't a whole lot when you're going into the bonus games. A lead like that, these bonus games have had a huge impact on who is winning these matchups. So Rogelio just needs to keep it close, I think.
And Andrew, we've been talking a lot about different trains of thought. Do you want to be aggressive and be putting shots everywhere, or slow down your gameplay when it's this close?
I don't think you can take anything slow here. When you play single player, you can let stuff run, let it go deep. But when in shootout, you got to get, it's better to get something at 200 points than not get it at all.
Absolutely, and Rogelio has his headphones in. He's doing a little dance. He feels good. He just turned it around majorly against John Byrne. He's now up 2,000 points going into the Space Invaders bonus. Rogelio, all he needs to do is maintain consistency, but instead it looks like he's going to be wiping the floor with John, unfortunately sending John into the loser's bracket. That might not be the end of him, though. John, with an incredible performance last year, will be fighting his way back. We'll be checking in with him again shortly to see if he is able to make his way to the finals. Andrew, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the desk. You've been kicking ass and taking names in San Francisco. I love the crowd you brought out here today. Do you have any shout-outs before we send you away?
I think my parents are watching, so I got to give them a shout-out. Everyone back in San Francisco, New York, thanks for tuning in. And I think it's time to hit the bar.
I don't blame you. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us. Have a wonderful night.
Thanks, guys.
Enjoy the bar. We'll catch you again later on.
Thanks.
Those were some incredible matches we just saw. I am flabbergasted at the intensity of these matches.
Again, we haven't seen the last of the people who lost those rounds, and we're going to see this reload bracket having even more talent. It really, what he said before is very spot on. Everyone here is good. Everyone here is a contender and has a real option. Has a real chance of winning not only Pappy's jug, but the $20,000 that is at stake here.
And those players have to be excited for it. It is getting closer and closer. Sarah now going on to play Trevor Gartner. Chris Freem waiting for the winner of RJ and Byrne. So obviously, Rogelio Anguiano against Chris Freem, Sarah Erinson against Trevor Gartner. That is just your winner's bracket.
Now take a look at this. It looks like they are
jumping rope. That's Corleone, one of our game wardens. Corleone, always the life of a party. One of the greatest people at Play Mechanics. I love the guy.
And I'll say best hair.
And easily the best hair. I don't know how he does it or how long he spends on it, but he does it every day.
And it actually does it. It seems to change. If you're watching the highlights, I think we see him, 2004, 2015, 2016. It seems to change, slightly every year, but you got to give him credit.
Absolutely, and you can check it out. The floor, the players are dancing. They're having fun. Scott Van Humison just is coming into the booth now. We've been waiting for this moment all night. Scott Van Humison, the papa of Big Buck. We've got to talk to him. Melinda Van Humison's still in the tournament. We want to know what is going through her head. Scott Van Humison, let me ask, how the hell are you doing?
Dude, 2 nights in a row. It's killing me.
Melinda's kicking ass and taking names, though. How does that make you feel?
I have no words. She's my hero. She's everything to me. And if I talk about it too much, I'll just cry. So
Now, I saw Melinda actually crying last night after winning the ladies' tourney. Obviously, overdone with emotion. She's incredibly ecstatic, and there's still a very real opportunity that she's leaving here with $25,000.
Yeah, that'd
She's
be
got to
nice.
be feeling the nerves.
No.
Not at all.
Nope.
So Andrew Moskowitz was just on the desk saying, you know what, the nerves never go away. Nerves have never been a thing for Melinda, huh?
No. It's really weird that you bring that up. And if I think about it, no. She needs me to tell her no nerves, and then she doesn't have them.
And then they're gone.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah, we do the head bump thing. You see it?
That's a magical connection you guys have. We love you. The mom and pop of Big Buck. How long have you been around in this community?
Forever, since the beginning. I only missed the first one because I didn't know that they did it. You know, it wasn't online at our bars, so I had no idea. But I got to tell you guys, and it's really important for me, for everybody out there to understand, it's so hard, even though I love my Melinda like nobody's business, it's so hard to root against anybody. I love them all. And it's a really good community. And every once in a while, we get a buckaroo in here that doesn't fit in, and he's gone. Or she's gone.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Now, I've got to ask, it's hard to root against anyone. I understand that. I know you probably don't want to play favorites. You don't want to make a pick. If you could not pick Melinda, who would you pick to win this World Championship?
It's going to be Trevor Gartner.
You think he's going to win it?
Have you seen him?
We've all been watching him very closely. He's been performing incredibly.
You know, that guy is almost, there's something surreal about it. And he put in the work. I remember back in the day when, 8 years ago, when he was just some punk kid, playing those national tournaments and getting fired up about 10th place, you know? And now look at him.
Right. And now he's here with
defending champion,
possibly coming in again. He just took out his championship rivalry from last year, Derek Tower. I saw you had a chance to take a look at that match. What did you think?
My goodness, you gotta say, he's sharp. Everything about it is so sharp and so back, bam, 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 bam. Watch it. I mean, a lot of people. Okay, here. My favorite part about all of this is that you get to sit around and talk shop with these guys. And a lot of people that are watching on TV tonight, they don't get it, but they enjoy it. To watch these guys do what they do, how they do it, systematically.
Right.
And he's a robot. He's a cyborg. He's impressive.
He's that good. Now, what makes him so good?
Hard work.
Hard work?
Hard work. Hard work. He works harder than anybody in the game, and I'd love to be able to do that. I believe he's a nurse, so he gets a couple extra days off a week, and I think that's how he spends it. But he's a great guy. He's one of the nicest guys in the business, and I love knowing him, and I love seeing him every year, like I love seeing everybody every year. But he works harder. The only person who works harder is Hodgson.
Yeah, and Ryan, what a showing yesterday. We've got to talk. If we're going to talk about the Hodgsons, we've got to talk about Kylie. Wow, what a matchup in the ladies' championship finals.
Yeah.
Melinda, your wife, incredible hunter, one-time world champion or ladies champion, and yesterday she claimed her second title against Kylie, who's never been in the finals before. But the crowd was pretty split. Melinda, Kylie.
It really was. It was 50-50. And it wasn't like nobody wanted Melinda. They just wanted people that were different. And Kylie, she finally conquered those nerves. I've told her for years, you conquer those nerves, and girl, you're going to get it. You're going to get there someday. And think about it. If anybody that knows anything about Big Buck knows that somebody, it didn't matter if it was, I'm a little partial, but it really didn't matter if it was Melinda or Sarah or who did it. They had to break that up, and it had to break it up kind of early in the bracket. or it would have been Melinda and Sarah. It would have been Melinda and Sarah for another 3 years.
And I know we were incredibly ecstatic that it was not another Melinda-Sarah rematch. We got a little bit of a different variety. And speaking of that different variety, of course, Melissa Romanek and Renee Brooks rounding out the top 4. Tell me about their performance. That was incredible.
Melissa's always been one of my favorites. There's just something about that mild-mannered little girl that I absolutely fall in love with every year. She was another one, like I told you about Kylie, same thing. Speed is not a problem. Accuracy was. And if you calm those nerves down and drop those things the first time you hit them or double tap them, anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. And she was one of them. Kylie, Lindsay Garver surprised me a little bit. I thought being in the home state, Lindsay had smoked.
All right,
so,
and Scott, you've got 2 choices. Melinda's about to be on game 1. Would you like to watch up here or down there?
Dude, it kills me anywhere I am. I'm staying right here.
All right, well, we're getting the action live. She's going to be going up against Jo Miller. She's the 21st seed. Jo Miller's the 3rd seed. What's going through Melinda's head? How is she going to secure this win?
She wants no moose sights.
No moose.
No moose.
If there's a moose sight, I don't know. Joe's pretty badass, but I gotta tell you, Melinda, well, look at her. She's my angel.
And she's confident. Of course, she's coming in hot off of a ladies championship win.
And you know, one thing I noticed about Melinda, she never looks visibly rattled. It looks like she's dancing. You know, we talk about calm nerves. You know, she's in the zone, but at the same time, she's having a lot of fun up there, and she does not look phased whatsoever.
Not in the slightest. Melinda's arguably one of, if not the best female in the world as of yesterday, of course, taking the ladies championship by storm. I can see the nerves going through your eyes already, Scott.
Dude, it kills me. It kills me. She survives, and I think it's taken years off my life.
And she's incredibly talented. We cannot stress this enough. Melinda is not somebody you want to play against. This is the Reload quarterfinals, and she's putting on a clinic. Jo Miller does out early, which lets Melinda take all $6.
Including with a big game too, that's huge.
And that is the start Melinda wants to have.
A 6,000 point site, a 6,000 point lead is huge.
Now, Melinda, with that momentum,
you know what I would tell
ride
her?
with it?
You know what I would tell her right now? I don't have to tell her. Play it safe now.
Play it safe.
No crazy ass shit.
That's something we've actually discussed a lot on stage or on the broadcast. Yeah. Take your time. Once you've got a lead, coast. Ride with it, continue your momentum, and just cruise. Jo Miller, though, firing back with 4 shots of his own. He does out, though, letting Melinda pick up the dangerous game.
And, you know, if you're Melinda, that's all you can ask for.
Look at her.
They did so much work on that cheetah. And then last minute, that doe out gave her 1 shot. All she needed was 1 shot.
Melinda is a fierce competitor. And, of course, Scott, you guys have an entire cheering squad down there.
Yeah, all my babies are here. I got to tell you, we've talked about this. If I have to go down there and talk to her right now, I haven't done my job. There's nothing I can tell her. She knows what to do. She may poach off of now a little bit, you know, and that means follow his gun. She's killing it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Melinda is doing wonderfully. She picks up 4 out of the 6 so far. Jo picking up 2. Melinda is feeling good.
She is fired up. She is fired up.
And of course, this cheering squad of the Van Humesons in the pit, getting excited, feeling it. Scott, you've got to be feeling good right about now.
Not looking forward to college with all those kids.
No, I don't blame you.
But it looks like she's going to help out.
Exactly. This $20,000 check can't hurt on top of a $5,000 check last night. Melinda absolutely doing work, putting in shots, taking out one of the Scotty snipers. Jo Miller feeling the stress, does out, which allows Melinda Van Humeson to take as many bucks as she wants, and that is all 6 again.
That is a huge
Melinda.
sight. You know, the biggest mistake may have been sending her the reload round because she seems to thrive there.
Absolutely.
She's killing it right now.
It wakes her up.
Yeah.
That's what happens. When she lost to Melissa, she really didn't do anything wrong.
Right, right.
She just was kind of cold. Last night, yeah, she got cold flat-footed, you know, and now look at her. And you one loss with Sarah, and look what she's doing to Jo. And Jo's one of the best players in the whole wide world.
Now, of course, as we were saying, your kids are down there watching. What does that feel for Melinda, knowing that her kids who love Big Buck, love the game? I know it's a household activity for you guys. Tell me, what does it feel like for Melinda to know her kids are behind her, supporting her like this?
It makes a huge difference. She doesn't like to disappoint anybody.
Wormhole bonus.
And, you know, look at her. But the biggest inspiration for Melinda right now, and I don't know if you guys have heard, her mama's at home. I'm gonna cry. Her mama's at home right now watching this. And that's why she's doing as good as she is. Because her mama never got to see anything like this. Melinda played volleyball, Melinda ran track, Melinda cheerleaded. She got to do so many things when she was a little girl. And her mama couldn't see it. Her mama's at home watching it.
And her mom is nothing but proud, as just as much I would imagine you are. Melinda Van Humesen has punched her ticket through to the next round.
Truly amazing.
She's not done yet. I know you've got to be feeling more than ecstatic for her. We're gonna let you go down and celebrate with your wife. Tell her from the desk, congratulations,
Absolutely.
Scott.
I will. I thank you. And hey, Brady, time to take a shot.
There it is. I've been waiting for that all weekend. Somebody to get Brady to do a shot.
Thank you so much for having me, you guys.
Scott, it was an absolute pleasure. We can't wait to talk to you guys later on. Have a good night, all right?
All right, buddy.
What a matchup. Joe Miller, Melinda Van Humesen. I don't know what it was, but Melinda, just a fire under her, just demolished Joe Miller in the Reload quarterfinals.
And it looks like, you know, we also had some other pretty intense games going on. We have Derek Tower, you know, securing a victory against James Kennington. We had Brenton Garrity defeating Travis Pastrana, and John Byrne taking down Andy Lynn, which means a lot of these people are done for the night.
And again, here's a big match coming up. Melinda Van Humesen playing up against Derek Tower in the next round.
Oh, man.
Melinda, again, ladies champion. Derek Tower, previous champion.
Right.
This could go either way. I genuinely don't know. But what I do know is we've got an incredible venue, the Belmont on 6th Street. We are having a ton of fun here this weekend. Guys, we cannot wait for this action. It is so intense, but before we get into it, of course, we've got to give shouts out. You can see Scott Van Humesen reunited with his wife in the crowd. Melinda and Scott are so happy. Melinda's moving on to the next round. But before we talk about that, Master Hunters, Jägermeister, Strong Events, Super Happy Fun, Game Mill, Crystal Creek Moonshine, all of our partners, Buck Wild Snacks, have done such a good event coming together, make this happen.
Right.
The players love it, we love it. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying it at home. But with that, guys, we are going to send it over to Buck Wild Snacks. And I can't wait to be eating some chips of my own later on after this World Championship.
You know, we would be eating more, but I don't think we can crunch into these microphones because...
No, not at all. But something we can definitely do is take some sips of some Jägermeister. Guys, Jaeger is here, the alcohol's flowing, the food is being munched on, the players are loving it, the VIP upstairs is packed,
it is
the
bumping.
free play is packed, the venue, as you can see here, is packed inside and out. Killer Queen is going on inside, Buck on the outside.
And you know, we just got a good look at some of those cabinets that we have inside of, you know, the games we've been talking about and showing trailers for before. Guys, it is amazing here right now. The place is electric.
Now, before we can get into Melinda and Derek Tower, Brenton Garrity is going head-to-head with John Byrne in the Reload semifinals. These are huge matchups. Every single one of these shots counts. You do not you cannot, afford to dough out. Melinda hyping up the crowd, getting everyone ready. She's going to be going up against Derek Tower in just a moment. We're going to be switching over to that. That is a very, very high-profile match that we cannot wait to see.
Well, absolutely, and it's a little hard for me. I have Derek Tower winning the whole thing. Melinda was my pick last night.
Oh, that's
Both
right.
Awesome. So it's difficult for me. I gotta say.
I didn't even think about that. You have Melinda and Derek both winning separate tournaments.
Right.
How funny would it be if you win 2 for 2?
Hey, that'd be the only thing I'd be right about all weekend.
And what a thing to be right about. Melinda and Derek are winding up. As soon as the site switches over, we're going to head to Game 3 and tune in with Melinda and Derek. Now they are pre-shooting into their sights. Melinda Van Humison, the 2016 Ladies Champion, versus Derek Tower, one of the best hunters in the world and the 2014 World Champion. Who do you have taking this one? I know you have to pick.
Gosh, it may be too soon to tell.
I don't think it is. Melinda Van Humison, $4 out of the 5 out of the 6 against Derek Tower this early on.
That is, that's a great cipher, and that's a lot of points. Like we said before, those Irish elk, there are a lot of points at stake there, and you can see she picked up 4,000 points on that side alone.
Melinda, I don't understand what it is about the loser's bracket that just lights a fire under her ass. She just takes everybody's face through the loser's bracket. She's, I think, honestly, one of the very, very, very elite players here who I would genuinely be up against and just go, shit.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Derek Tower's doing a great job of staying in this. He's splitting this site, it looks like. That Doa doesn't do any favors, but again, the site was split. It's okay. She's doing well. She's hyping up the crowd. Derek's trying his best to close this gap. And around 2,500, that's not too bad. It's very, very manageable.
One of these players will be going home after this match.
We still have 3 sites and a bonus round. There are still plenty of big buck hunter left in this matchup.
I cannot fathom what is going through both of their heads. It is so incredibly intense now. This is crunch time. Melinda with a very, very far shot. That will rack up some huge points for her.
Absolutely. And she's picking up some critters left and right. She's playing some good buck hunter right now.
Absolutely, but Derek fires back with 4.
It looks like we're heading to a dangerous trophy.
And it goes to Melinda. Well, with that deep shot, that might actually be in her favor. And it is. That's 200 points that she has up over Derek Tower.
And if you're Derek Tower, you just have to be so frustrated there. He laid 4 shots into that dangerous trophy. And sometimes Melinda took that headshot, and that's what really counts. He laid 4 across the body, and it really just wasn't enough. None of those shots were lethal. None of them were well placed. But he really turned it out there.
Absolutely, guys. This is a nail biter. Just over 2,500 points separate these two. Both of these Goliaths of Big Buck. One's the ladies champion, one's the world champion, and they are both gunning for the title. Derek Tower does out. Melinda needs to take her time here and just make every shot matter, and that's exactly what she does.
Yeah, and it's what we talked about before. She really just took a step back, and she slowed down her pump. She just took 2 shots, made them count. And at that point, it's hard because when you're coming from behind, you have to take those risky shots because you need to dominate these sites. And so, it's very uncharacteristic for someone like Derek to dough out, but rightfully so in that kind of situation, it does make a lot of sense.
Now Melinda up 4,000 points. All she needs to do is coast. She needs to ride this through, play it slow, focus on her shots. She doesn't need to blow Derek Tower out right now. She just needs to maintain.
That's a great shot by Derek Tower right there.
Exactly what she's doing, though. Split down the middle, gets the 4 to 2. Melinda looks like she's going to be punching her way to the Reload Finals.
Oh, this is crazy. This is something else.
I did not expect this. Melinda, she's feeling it. I guarantee you her mother at home is excited, if not jumping for joy. Melinda, this is an incredible performance. I know last night the crowd on Twitch was going bonkers, giving her energy, and it seems like it's carried through to tonight. Melinda up 5,000 points against Derek Tower, the 2014 World Champion.
And let's talk about Derek Tower for a sec. Even if he's eliminated here, it does not, nothing wrong on his part. He faced off against 2 of the most elite shooters in this tournament. His 2 losses coming from some really heavy hitters. He still placed very well. it's hard to be disappointed about his performance here. He did a great job.
Absolutely. Melinda playing it safe. All she's doing is coasting. Derek Tower is not going to be able to make as many points as he needs to come back here, which means Melinda Van Humison sends Derek Tower home in the Reload semifinals. What a match.
Unbelievable. Great sports here. You know, there's a lot of respect between the two of these people.
Of course, they are Big Buck veterans. They are no stranger to the main stage. Derek Tower, nothing but gracious, bows out, gives her the praise, walks off to his team 3-1-4. There is nothing to be ashamed about if you're Derek Tower.
You know, I have to double check on you know, the situation of what his prize would be, but I know for certain she's still walking away with quite a bit of money, even from this alone.
Absolutely, and while we are here, Jess is going to be joining us for an exclusive interview. Jess, take it away.
Hey everybody, I'm live at the 2016 Big Buck World Championship. We actually have 2 tournaments going on. We have also the Bumble Bash, which is a Killer Queen tournament going on right next to us at the Belmont. So I have some of the awesome Killer Queen players with me, right behind me. It's an awesome game, and I thought who better to explain how this game is played besides Killer Queen players themselves. So give me a little rundown of how the game works.
All right, so this game's unlike any other. There are 10 people on the cabinet at a time. You've got 2 teams, 5v5. You got a queen on each team. There's 3 ways. You can win on an economy victory, where you take berries from around the screen, you get them back to your hive. You can win on a military victory, which is just killing the opposing team's queen 3 times. And my personal favorite way to win is via the snail. You run the snail across the screen into your team's gate, and it's game over, and you win.
That's right, she said you can win via a snail. That was not a mistake. That's my favorite win as well. How about tell me a little bit about the history of the game? Let me know.
So 2 guys from New York actually made it originally as a field game, so something that you run around outside with foam swords and plastic balls that you try and get back. And there was a drunk there and said, hey, I bet you guys can't turn this into a video game. And they did, and here we are with 170 people.
And who are those guys that turn it into a video game?
Josh DeBonis and Nikita Mikros.
That's exactly who it is. We love those guys. Now, does anybody want to give a shout out to anybody watching the live stream right now?
Oh my God, I don't know anybody that's watching BBH. They're all watching KQ. Come on.
What do you guys think about BBH? What do you guys think about BBH?
Shout out. Can I shout out to my mom? Love you, Mom. Also my mom.
All right.
Watched me cast earlier.
We love our moms over here. Killer Queen, everybody. Back to the desk.
And we are back. The crowd is getting excited. I'm excited. My voice, I'm confident, will be gone by the end of the night.
Oh, there is no doubt.
Sarah Erinson up against Trevor Gartner, another ladies champion against former world champion.
And this is another just, a matchup of 2 elite players.
Absolutely.
Sarah's off to a great start here.
This might be the day where we see 2 ladies champions take out 2 former world champions, which is just going back to what Andrew Moskowitz was saying earlier on the desk. Anything can happen. All of these players are so damn good.
They really are, and you know, if I'm in this situation here, definitely can't go in here thinking that after this game, it's gonna be over, but this reload bracket is getting more and more intense, and the stakes are getting high. And now this winner's bracket, they are safe for now, but
there's one.
Losing here, not really necessarily a great option, but it looks like Trevor's coming back here with some vengeance.
He does. 5 shots, $5, and the big game, I believe, going to Sarah, which is a little bit of a help, but she manages to maintain that lead by 400 points.
You know, making the gap smaller was the name of the game at this point. Trevor, you know, 400, 500 points here. Now I'm not too threatened by that.
No, not at all. And Trevor Gartner is one of the last remaining Scotty snipers. I believe actually the only Scotty sniper. Sarah and Trevor both out of Wisconsin. Last year, both of them won. We had 2 world champions from Wisconsin. These guys are so good up there.
Wow, that was a massive sight from Trevor.
And he knows it. He's feeling good. He's getting ready. He's pacing up. Trevor is all business. Sarah is here to party. She loves it. She's one of the best hunters in the world, but Trevor comes to hunt. He's here to play. He knows he's the best, and he capitalizes on it every time.
Absolutely.
Now, Trevor Gartner, Sarah Erinson. How many sights do we've got left? We have 2 sights and a bonus. Shots down the middle, 1 apiece. Sarah getting the 3rd. Critters going to Sarah. They're going to be focusing on the next box.
Wow, that's a great shot by Sarah.
Absolutely. Trevor does get his chance to make some shots back. getting it an even split 3-3. But the big game's coming down the center. It's the Panther, and it goes to Sarah Erinson.
That's a huge pickup for her. You know, she's going to need a little more out of this next site. Got to make this gap very small because this bonus game, that could decide it. We've seen it happen so many times here tonight.
Absolutely, and between these two players, when you're up against another Titan of Big Buck, you do not want to be relying on the bonus game.
So our final site here is a moose site. There's a lot of points to be had here, and it looks like Trevor's going through. You know, right there, that shot, that's just memorizing. That is memorizing where these moose are coming from. He just took 2 shots. I don't think I even saw either of those things.
And he picks up a hell of a lot of points there. That is going to be Trevor Gartner, 4,000 points up over Sarah Erinson. That is exactly what Trevor wants, and it's exactly not what Sarah wants. The bonus game coming in. This still could go, but I think we're going to be seeing Sarah punching her ticket into the loser's bracket.
Sarah would need a double perfect here to pull anything off, and I just don't see that possible.
Absolutely,
especially not anymore.
Not at all, Trevor
And
Gartner.
for those at home, a double perfect, it's 100% accuracy and hitting every critter. So,
and that is damn near impossible in a bonus game at this level of competition.
I think someone have to drop their gun.
And I don't think that either of these players are upset about it. Sarah moving on to the loser's bracket. Of course, Sarah's one of our game wardens from Wisconsin area. We're going to take a second to take a look at the next match. Game number 3, Rogelio versus Chris Freem. It just ended. Rogelio has sent my man, Chris Freem, into the loser's bracket.
As of right now, the matchups are looking pretty good in that reload bracket. I believe Sarah Erinson will go against Melinda yet again.
It's looking that way, but before we get into that matchup, of course, Chris Freem and Sarah Erinson, both game wardens for the Big Buck World. Guys, the game wardens are our brand ambassadors. They are out and about. They are promoting the game. They are getting together leagues, organizing tournaments. You know what? Instead of me talking about it, let's let the tape talk.
Big Buck Hunter Game Wardens are Big Buck's official street team, brand ambassadors, and the voices of the Big Buck community. Their mission? Expand the player community through events and leagues. Get more games into more locations. Get more people playing in cash tournaments. And be the voices of the Big Buck brand. Play Mechanics launched the program with 9 dedicated and passionate players this year. These prominent players in the Big Buck community pioneered social events like Big Buck hunting leagues and hometown tournaments, while harnessing the power of social media to spread the word. They also showed off their hunting skills and endless knowledge of Big Buck Hunter at the Las Vegas Amusement Expo this year as celebrated special guests of Play Mechanics. Are you the next Big Buck Game Warden? As a Game Warden, you will be rewarded for recruiting new players and receive credit the more they play Big Buck HD. Place new games in new locations and earn cash. Organize Big Buck hunting leagues, create events to make money, and bring home exclusive prizes. Don't worry, you'll get help all along the way. Being a game warden won't impact your ability to compete in the Big Buck National Series or any other national live tournaments. So don't hold back. Follow your true calling. Become a Big Buck Game Warden. This year, we will be expanding the Game Warden community. If you have a passion for Big Buck Hunter, have the ability to engage people in the sport of tournament play, and enjoy the social aspects of the Big Buck community, we're saving your spot as an official Big Buck Game Warden. For more information, contact us at gamewarden@playmechanics.com.
And we have way big action coming on in.
Oh my goodness, these matchups are gonna.
We've got 2 big ticket matches, the reload semifinals here. Melinda Van Humison against Chris Freem, my man to win. But again, Melinda, you can't bet against her. John Byrne against Sarah Erinson. We are going to be watching Melinda versus Chris Freem this match. Again, Portland, Vancouver, an incredible scene. But Chris Freem from Minnesota, that is another huge Big Buck hunting scene. We've got a lot of players from both of those areas tonight. Chris Freeman and Melinda gearing up. The crowd behind them is starting to dance. They're starting to feel the party. This is all but over for these two. They are not ready to party yet. They are not ready to call it a night. All they want to do is hoist that $20,000 check at the end of the night and Pappy's jugs.
And I don't know if you can check on game 2 here. It looks like we have a Joe-out occur. It looks like John Byrne just doed out.
Unfortunate for him nonetheless, but Chris Freeman and Melinda Van Humesen splitting it down the middle. 4 in favor for Chris Freeman. He's feeling good, giving it a little fist pump. Chris, this is his chance to lift the Pappy's jug another time. He won before in 2012. He's looking to do it again in 2016. Melinda never hoisted the jug, but this could be her first and record-setting if she were to win the ladies and the world championship.
You know, let's talk about one thing. That's a lot of jugs.
That's a lot of jugs, and it's also a lot of cash. That's $25,000.
Oh, absolutely. And both players are off to a great start, both splitting $2 apiece. And looks like they split the whole site. And those bucks were at about equal distance.
Those last 2 bucks were incredibly close, and not only that, but they were very crowded. Those were very risky shots, and we saw both of them hit it perfectly. I just saw 32% accuracy coming in there.
Oh,
That's impressive.
Right, you know, and we have not. I couldn't tell you the highest accuracy we've seen all night, but 32 is definitely on the higher end of what we've seen.
There's one, and we may be seeing both of our ladies champions.
Ooh, that is just a very frustrating situation for Melinda. But a 4-1. There was a little bit to salvage there.
It definitely could have gone worse. This doe out, as we said, once one player does out, it seems to be a trend that the other one will follow. But if you can capitalize, you can make major points and do some very serious damage.
And looks like we have a dangerous trophy on this site.
And it's the Lion, I believe. But we'll find out. Melinda with a very deep shot. That's going to be huge amounts of points. But Chris Freeman replies in kind with a buck from behind the trees.
Chris Freeman is just hitting him right in the sweet spot.
And I very much so think we may be seeing both of our ladies champions knocked out of this round. Sarah Erinson struggling against John Byrne. Melinda Van Humesen struggling against Chris Freeman. This is not something for either of these ladies to be upset about. They have done so incredibly well. They made it to the semifinals through losers. They've played some of the best players in the world, and they can gladly consider themselves among those.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's no question about that.
But we've got 6,000 points between Melinda and Chris. In order for Melinda to win this, Chris needs to doe out, and Melinda needs to hit all 6. And that is not something that's going to happen. Chris Freeman needs to take his time, put the shots on that matter, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Now we also have a quick update from the Sarah Erinson-John Byrne game. Sarah's just trailing by a little under 700 points, and they're in the cockroach bonus, probably splitting them at about 9 apiece.
That's right, it is 11 or 12-12. I don't know if we can get game 2 up right away, but this bonus game is absolutely crazy. 700 points. Sarah Erinson needs to do huge work here, but John Byrne looks like he's able to manage to keep it close. Guys, we are going to be going into the bonus here with Melinda versus Chris Freeman. We will let you know the scores of the Sarah-John match in just a second. And that is going to be Sarah Erinson out of the World Championship by 200
I don't
points.
believe it. It's literally less than 200 points.
A nail biter to the end. Melinda Van Humesen will be joining Sarah in saying goodbye to the Big Buck World Championship.
Like we've said so many times, you really cannot be disappointed. They had amazing performances, not only tonight, but this whole weekend. I mean, that's a lot of Big Buck Hunter.
It is, and it's a long, grueling weekend. If you are one of these lady competitors, it's long, and there's no love lost. Scott Van Humesen, Melinda's husband, going up and congratulating her competitor. Melinda knows she's happy, she's cheering still. The crowd's happy. Chris Freeman's cheering. He's happy with his Minnesota squad, and Chris is getting a chance to go for that $20,000.
And just like that, we've lost 2 more players, and we are definitely narrowing the scope of what we have left.
This is what it is all about, guys. This is competitive Big Buck HD at its finest. If you don't know about it yet, if you've never been to the World Championship, you want to be here. We are at the Belmont on 6th Street in Austin, Texas for the 2016 Big Buck World Championship. Chris Freem in the crowd, feeling ecstatic. He knows what that means. He's going to be moving on to the next round, where he will be going up against John Byrne, another one who we just saw take out Sarah Erinson.
Right.
Both of these players are coming off of very, very motivating matches.
I got to tell you, I think going into this, I knew John Byrne was good, but I think I may have underestimated him just a tiny bit. He is the real deal here. He is taking names.
And I can see Lance stepping up on stage. The crowd probably wondering what is about to happen. Maybe you guys are at home. We are going to be taking a short break in just a few minutes as Lance, the guitarist for Big Buck HD and prior games, he's out here. He's going to be playing all of his music live for the crowd. It's going to be wonderful. We're excited to send it down and then come back right back into the action. But Connor, what do you have to say?
I mean, I just have to say, this guy shreds, okay? We heard him earlier today, and I have no doubt this crowd is going to get so fired up after this. We have a few games left, and what better timing?
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. The matches we have left, we are down to our final 4 players.
Absolutely.
We have Chris Freem, John Byrne, Trevor Gartner, and Rogelio Anguiano.
Absolutely. I'm going to walk through 2. We have a 1 seed left, and then the rest are the 11th, the 14th, and the 15th. So, a lot of the higher seeds got knocked out. We're seeing 11 through 15 there. That's a great showing.
And that's exactly what people were talking about. Anything can happen in Big Buck HD.
Oh.
In shootout, it comes down to so much. For those of you who are just joining us, perfect timing. Some of these matches are about to be unbelievable. We have 2 previous world champions and 2 very, very good players contesting that spot.
These guys are all the real deal. Trust me when I tell you, if you are tuning in right now, do not go anywhere.
Absolutely, guys. And we are so happy that you are joining us. This is the venue. We are in Austin, Texas, the first ever Big Buck World Championship outside. The players are loving it. We're loving it. And even more so, we're loving all of our sponsors and partners that are here with us today. We have Jägermeister, who has done an absolutely incredible job giving these players and getting them into their hunting mood. Of course, we talk about the Big Buck buzz pretty often, and they exactly what they are doing. They are keeping them in that buzz. We have Strong Events, who have done an awesome job decorating this place. We've got taxidermy all over it, and it is some of the coolest stuff I've ever seen. We have Super Happy Fun Game Mill with some incredible games up on top here. We have Crystal Creek Moonshine with some very, very popular moonshine that actually changes colors.
Yeah, let's talk about this. This moonshine changes colors. So for the sole reason alone, getting drunk's one thing, but changing color moonshine, come on, where else are you going to get that? But the Big Buck Hunter 2016 World Champion here in Austin, Texas.
And what better way to fuel that Big Buck buzz than Jägermeister and Crystal Creek. Here's the story of Crystal Creek.
I fear it's not enough.
Crystal Creek Moonshine, and of course Jägermeister. We couldn't be more thrilled to have both of you guys here. Jägermeister has done an insane job. It literally means Master Hunter. I couldn't think of a better fit. Obviously, the gear looks great.
Seriously, take a look at these.
How could you not like it? There's tents around. We've got banners. Jägermeister girls handing out shots. It is electric here at the Belmont and 6th Street. If you are in the area or on 6th Street for that matter, get here now. We have some insane matches coming up.
You really do not want to miss this action. Before, we had some amazing games, and I can only imagine it's going to get that much better. We have a great show going on in a couple minutes. Some absolute legends. Some of the best big buck hunters in the entire world are going on stage in less than a couple minutes, and I am so excited for it.
And something we might not have to wait much longer for is the guitarist himself of Big Buck HD. He's going to be taking the stage, giving you guys some musical tunes to enjoy. Of course, the crowd is going to be taking through a nostalgia trip as he plays all of the music for Big Buck, going through the ages. We can't wait to hear it. Of course, the music itself is another, you know what? It's an aspect of Big Buck HD that you don't often think about. I mean, it is very,
the
very
music is very familiar. You know, you hear it and you're like, you understand. You know, it's great. And I think when you see it live or you hear it live, you're gonna realize just how great it is.
Absolutely, it's something that as soon as you hear that first twang of the guitar, you know exactly what you're getting into. As soon as you load up an arcade cabinet, as soon as you get into your bar, you hear it, you know it's Big Buck, and that is exactly what these players love.
And you know, like we said before, but you know, we heard him go on just to warm up, and I was blown away. So I can only imagine how great it's going to look tonight here. We have all the lights going. It's a beautiful evening. The whole crowd's here. The place is electric. I cannot wait.
Absolutely, and it is absolutely packed behind us, as you can see. There are free play games. We've got the VIP to our side, and of course, Dave Snipes warming up the crowd on stage. Dave Snipes in his wonderful denim shorts.
It appears that his beer belt has significantly less beers than before.
And I don't blame him. It is a party here. We've been sipping on Jägermeister all night. Crystal Creek going at the bar. But for now, the show is on Lance and his guitar.
You see this guy up here with a guitar, what's gonna happen? Well, this, my friend, is a legendary Big Buck guitar player. He's been playing and recording the score for Big Buck since Big Buck Pro, ever since then. He's legendary, he's awesome. I've heard him play, you've heard him play. You've fallen asleep listening to this guy in your head all day long. My friend, Lance Keltner. Texas, my buddy, Lance. Thank you so much. That's amazing. I swear to God.
And what a performance by Lance, taking us through the ages of Big Buck HD.
How about that?
And I know the crowd was loving it, and even more so, we're going to be getting into some intense action in just a few minutes. Chris Freem, John Byrne, battling it out for a chance at the Reload Championship Finals, where they'll get to play either the loser, well, sorry, not either, they will be playing the loser of Trevor Gartner or Rogelio Anguiano. Now, Chris Freem, John Byrne, this is an intense matchup. I know Chris Freem was excited after taking down Melinda Van Humison. John Byrne, though, just took down Sarah Erinson. That is huge for both of them. And they're both coming in high and hot and ready.
You know, honestly, all night we've been talking about, you know, who you can take this in this match, who you can take in this matchup. I really don't know who I'd take here. I'm going to go with John Byrne here.
Good, because I've got Chris Freem.
All right, let's have a drink on it.
Always.
All right.
Wouldn't make a bet otherwise.
Right.
Jägermeister?
I'm normal. Yeah, of course.
Of course.
I'm normally wrong, but I have a good feeling about John Byrne here.
Absolutely. And of course, we are outside at the Belmont for the 2016 Big Buck World Championship. You're getting a quick glance at the venue. Of course, this is the first time we've ever done a Big Buck World Championship outside. We're making history here. It's intense. We've been playing with fire with the weather.
I know. I got to say, you know, as I saw some worried faces this morning and yesterday, you know, it's been raining in the morning, but I don't know if we're just extremely lucky or what's going on here, but
I think it's the Big Buck gods showing us a little mercy.
It seems like everywhere I go, I bring the Midwest weather with me, so I got to stop traveling, it sounds like.
But the crowd is packed from front to back of the venue in this amazing alley-style stage, with the venue inside being dominated by the Killer Queen Bumble Bash. Now, I don't know what is going to happen. John Byrne, Chris Freem going toe-to-toe, trying to get a chance at that $20,000 check. What would you do if you won $20,000? Where would that money go?
Oh, God, I don't know. I guess I'm still a student. Maybe help pay for my education. Yeah. But knowing me, not very fiscally responsible, I'll probably take it elsewhere.
That's fair. I understand entirely. I've got to say myself, I would probably be heading down to Jamaica for a very nice trip before putting some money away. Maybe my parents, but of course that's just the modest, humble thing to say.
If you're watching at home, we're going to pay you back, guys.
Mom, Dad, you guys are great, but Jamaica, come on.
Yeah.
But you know what? Mike Goldsworthy's on stage, getting the crowd ready, and I know everyone at home is ready to see this match. John Byrne, Chris Freem.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
Big Buck legends. But before we get into that, Jess Petro is on the floor with an interview.
I'm taking a break from stage just to say hello to you all. Hello, world!
Dave Snipes could not have come at a better time. We are about to introduce Mark with Super Happy Fun, repping his new product from Sure Shot HD, Big Buck Hunter Pro at home. Tell us a little bit about it, Mark.
This is a new video gaming platform we have out. It comes out for $79. And it features Buck Hunter on it. It has the original Buck Hunter Pro on it. You can also download Buck Hunter Open Season. It's available on Amazon and SureShotHD.com and coming to major retailers this Christmas. Get it now.
And this is actually an all-in-one package, so all you need to do is buy this. You can play Big Buck Hunter with real 10 guns at home. No consoles necessary. I have a
console on top, and there's extra games you can download. We're getting a bunch of new games coming online as well. So not only can you play Buck Hunter, but there'll be a number of other games you can download with it. And you get to have real arcade shooting action in the home. And from SureShotHD.com, you can also order a second gun so two people can play at the same time. Again, it's an Android-based console. It sits on top of your TV, and it has a gun. So it's a complete video game system. You don't have to buy anything else except for this.
You know, I haven't even played it yet, so I have to go and play this right now so I can make sure that I get a game in, or maybe 2 games. Will you play against me?
I will. All
right, we're going to go get it done. See you guys.
And we're back, of course, Jess. And we can see Mike Colesworthy giving away some Crystal Creek swag on stage. They've provided some awesome moonshine, some color-changing stuff, and even more, some swag for the players who are loving it, including the dinosaur in front.
You know, I mean, right now I'm hearing some crazy train. And so if you're in that crowd, I don't know how you're not just full of adrenaline, ready to go watch these two monsters.
Absolutely.
Battle it out.
And even more so, we're talking about the crowd preparing. I can see Chris Freem right there heading his way off camera. What is he doing to prepare? He knows this next match is huge. This is the difference between walking away with a couple $1,000s or $20,000.
I mean, I don't know how you prepare for something like this. I really don't, you know. It amazes me that they're able to get off, you know. I mean, I think after a while, I think I'd cool down, you know. But they're able to get off stage. I think they must compose themselves. And, you know, they have to stay hot. So I have no idea the type of either exercises or what they're doing right now.
Absolutely. And it's definitely a long day. Mike, make it a gamble by throwing video games into the crowd. But you know what? The players here love it. He's giving away some awesome stuff. They all want it. His arms are up like crazy. Mike is loving it. I know he is. I guarantee you I'm going to be hearing about this later. But it is all thanks to our incredible sponsors of the 2016 Big Buck World Championship. Of course, first and foremost, I have to thank Jägermeister. They have done incredible all weekend. We are decked out in Jaeger gear and we look good.
Oh, yeah.
But we cannot forget our other sponsors, Crystal Creek Moonshine, Strong Events for doing an amazing job putting this venue together, Super Happy Fun, Game Mill, and everybody else who's been a part of it, like Buck Wild Snacks. We cannot thank you guys enough for being a part of the 2016 Big Buck World Championship. We have had a pleasure working with you. We hope you guys have enjoyed just as much, and we are so excited to see what happens throughout the rest of the night.
I mean, trust me, I am more than happy to keep eating these snacks and drinking this liquor. So, you know, they can keep sending it our way. I have no complaints about that. It's absolutely wonderful. It's amazing.
But to be honest, at some point, if we keep going, I'm going to need to buy myself some new gear because I'm going to be unbuttoning my pants and popping out of my shirt.
But, you know, fortunately, I think we have a store for that.
That's right, the Big Buck General Store.
Take a look.
Do you love Big Buck Hunter? Of course you do! Outfit yourself, your family, and your hunting party with all new gear from the online Big Buck General Store. Browse the latest designs or create your own at bigbuckhd.com/store.
And I was decked out in my Big Buck gear yesterday. I don't see any on these two players on stage, but I don't think they're too upset about it.
No.
Chris Freem, John Byrne on stage, getting ready, gearing up on Game 3.
We're going over right now. I have John Byrne.
I've got Chris Freem. Jägermeister on the line.
Yeah, I mean, we want to hear from you guys too. Maybe share it on the stream. Let's hear through the chat. Let's hear who you guys have.
Absolutely. John Byrne with a very high finish last year. Chris Freem's highest place obviously being a world championship title itself. We are going to see a dangerous trophy coming out on the first sight, which could be huge.
You know, and it looks like right now these two are pretty composed, and they seem to be splitting these bucks. 2 and 2.
2 so far. These deep shots are huge.
Game, that's not going to count unless you hit a buck. So, unfortunately, picking up that critter was a waste of a shot.
Absolutely, but you know what? When you're down 6-0 in that sight, there's not much else you can do.
No, and you know it really is hard to get swept. You know, if you don't go out and you know you're just getting beats every shot, it's hard. It's very frustrating. And I can only imagine the frustration he's feeling right now.
And John is a very talented hunter, but Chris Freem gets some deep shots there, giving him about 900 points up back into this. It is a 200-point game. This is the Reload Finals. One of these two players will see themselves out with a 4th place finish. The other will continue to fight to make that championship match.
All right, we're underway.
And John Byrne does out right off the bat. And that means
early
Chris Freem can take as much time as he wants and get every shot that he needs to rack up huge amounts of points. $6 and maybe a dangerous trophy if he can hit it, and he does. That is not good for John Byrne. The pressure coming in hot.
You know, taking 4,000 on a late set like that, that's very hard. I don't know how it's going to play out after that.
John's all smiles, though. Chris knows exactly what that means. He's got a huge advantage, 4,000 points up. What is going through John's mind other than, I've got to do something drastic?
He needs a dough out. That's what he needs.
He most definitely
he needs to take all 6, and it doesn't look like he's going to.
No, Chris is one of those competitors who knows exactly what he needs to do in every situation. He needs to take his time, pace his shots, and hit everything that matters, and that's exactly what he does.
And I will say though, I think it's the third WBC hit there. It was a bit of a dangerous shot. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, granted, he hit the first 2. That's fine. Gotta love it. You know, he's confident. He's taking these shots. He's making sure there's no way John Byrne is gonna get back into this game.
Absolutely, and we're heading to the Wild West bonus, a tribute to shooters of old, of course. The villains pop up. The innocent victims do not count and penalize you, so you do not want to hit those. Both of these players know exactly where and when to shoot, and we're seeing an even split right now.
And you know, we had mentioned this when we saw this bonus game at last night's the ladies tournament, but there's a lot of very familiar faces here in this game.
Absolutely, it is a very, very even game here, which means Chris Freem is going to be moving on to the championship of the loser side finals. We have one more match coming up on the winner side after this. Trevor Gartner against Rogelio Anguiano. And I would love to get an interview with Chris Freem if it's at all possible. Jess, what do you think?
Guys, I have been interviewing my little butt off.
And you've been doing an incredible job.
I missed you guys.
Oh, we missed you too.
I missed you, but I'm going to try to get Chris Freem right now. I got to run down there ASAP.
You are the best. Chris Freem is my personal pick to win. I've got some Jaeger shots on him,
we're definitely going to need to get him on.
Absolutely.
I think I may have called almost every person at this desk Jess at one point, so.
I know, it's tough to replace me, but I saw a lot of awesome players up here, so I'm excited they got a chance to be on the stream.
Oh, it was great. It was very entertaining.
We're having a lot of fun. How is it on the floor? You enjoying the interviews?
Oh, yeah. Loving the interviews. There's a lot of great energy out there. I think I've crushed at least like 10 today. My face is like numb. My voice is almost gone, but I'm going to get Chris Freem.
Oh, yeah.
I am going to get him.
Your voice being gone will be the most relaxing time of my life, I guarantee it.
I haven't even been on the desk all night. And look, I got a water bottle being handed to me. Everybody knows what's up right now. I still love you, Callum.
It's nothing but love.
Maybe
Jess.
I won't get Chris Freem. I don't know.
Oh, come on. Well, at least get one of them. We need one of these guys. We have an awesome match coming up. Trevor Gartner against Rogelio Anguiano. The loser will be playing Chris Freem for another shot at that winner's championship finals.
And you know, another match where, you know, Trevor Gartner, many people might go with that, you know, but I don't know. I really don't know. Rogelio's looking really good tonight, and it would not surprise me for him to upset Trevor Gartner right here.
No, it definitely wouldn't. You do not make it to the Final Four, let alone, no, I'm sorry, you don't make it to the Final 3 of the Big Buck World Championship unless you're one of the best. Rogelio, you can see, he is selecting his tunes. He's deciding what he wants to listen to get into the mood.
He is ready to go. He is all zoned in. And quite frankly, if I'm Trevor, I'd be a little concerned right now. He is all business, okay?
Absolutely. Trevor is always intimidating. You do not want to be playing Trevor at any stage of a tournament, but Rogelio has to be feeling good. He's one of the Portland Hunters. His dog Snoop may be watching at home. We don't know.
Let's hope so.
Let's hope so. Rogelio, all of our energies with you. Trevor Gartner looking to claim another world championship. We'll see what happens. And we're going to be joined on the desk for just a brief moment by the one and only Mike Colesworthy, my personal partner in crime on Bucking Around, MC of the stage and co-host. And Mike Colesworthy, how the hell are you doing, man?
I'm good. This is crazy.
It's been an amazing weekend so far.
Oh,
how are you feeling on the floor?
A little hoarse, Just gave away a lot of prizes. People got very excited about that.
We were watching. It looked like a lot of fun.
You seemed really into it. I think you're really feeding off the energy down there.
I think I should get into a job just giving things
just
to
throwing
people.
things into crowds.
Yeah, it's a charitable job.
I think you should keep riding the high here. I think you should help us out and take a look at this game and do a little bit of commentating yourself.
Now,
oh God!
What
okay,
we've got game 3. We're looking at Rogelio Anguiano and Trevor Gardner.
Yes.
Who do you have taking this one?
This is really tough. Trevor Gardner does not go down without a fight, but I got to say that RJ has been playing masterfully today. His best finish, I think, was 10th or 11th, and this is really a breakout year for him. I'm sure Snoop is very, very proud.
We were just saying Snoop's probably watching from home in Portland. Rogelio, I don't know what he's listening to. We're going to have to find out what it is that makes him play so well.
I'm actually really curious on what his soundtrack is. But I was saying before, he has to turn those headphones all the way up because it is very loud down there.
It is. It's crazy. I wish I could stay with you guys longer, but I'm going to have to get back down there before too long.
No, absolutely. We understand. Mike Colesworthy, of course, is one of the guys running the show down there. You've been doing an incredible job all weekend.
And Callum, you'll be happy to know I asked everyone what their favorite show is on Twitch.tv, and guess what they said?
I hope it's Bucking Around.
It is Bucking Around.
Woo!
Yeah, they love it. They love it. Yeah, so I guess I will see all of you when we're back home and back at the Internet Bar.
And ready to go. Absolutely. Yeah. Mike, it's been a pleasure. I look forward to talking to you again soon.
Absolutely.
Have fun down on the desk.
Hey, thanks, guys.
And we are getting back into this match. RJ Anguiano, Trevor Gardner. It is close. Trevor just holding a small lead, but that does not mean it's over. Rogelio has plenty of time to make it up. But Trevor takes 4 out of the 6. The dangerous game coming up next.
Going to need this.
And it goes to Trevor Gardner. As you said, Rogelio most definitely needed that.
That's hard. That was an 800-point bear, it looks like. So that definitely would have helped that 4-2 split on that site.
And Trevor Gardner very well may be punching his ticket to the World Championship Finals all the way through a winner's bracket. He has taken out some incredible competition all day. Andy Kaleba, Scott Van Humison, Brenton Garrity, Derek Tower, Sarah Erinson, and now possibly RJ Anguiano, otherwise known as Rogelio, as we've been calling him all night. Trevor must be riding the momentum and feeling good about this.
Oh, absolutely. That's a hard site for him. He definitely won that site with the 4-2, but the results, the scores didn't really show that.
No, and that is a 4,000 points difference going into the bonus game. RJ knows it's over. Trevor knows it's over. But you know what? There's nothing but sportsmanship here. They are going to shoot it out and go.
I'm a big fan of this bonus game, and this is a little bit of a different one because if you play it enough, you'll eventually be able to memorize where these gnomes are going to be when the lights turn back on. And there's that Snoop doghouse.
Of course, in the doghouse we have Snoop. But Trevor, RJ, splitting it pretty evenly. We're going to be joined on the desk by a special guest for just a few minutes. Sarah Erinson is joining us. Hold on just one moment. Sarah, how the hell are you doing?
Fucking butt hurt.
Yeah, that did not look good. I am so sad to see you knocked out. John Byrne took you down.
You're sad.
In the same round as Melinda Van Humison, nonetheless.
I know, and she got crushed too. So
it didn't look good for either of you guys down there.
No, it did look good. I only lost by 200 points.
But you lost.
Every time I see that moose sight and that bonus, I'm gonna think about that.
I think that was the most entertaining cockroach bonus game I've ever seen.
All I needed was like 4
I know, it was heartbreaking.
Now, Sarah, we've got a very, very talented final 3. Trevor Gardner, Chris Freen, RJ Anguiano. Who do you have taking it?
Trev.
You think Trevor's taking it?
I've never played him before until tonight.
Absolutely, really?
It is mind-blowing.
He's that good?
It's so impressive. Impressive.
So what does it? What separates him?
He has it all memorized.
Everything.
Right.
You don't even have time to think about where
before
things
he's already
are coming
shooting
up.
at it.
Exactly.
Wow. And that's nuts. And of course, you've been having a great weekend, enjoying the party, I hope.
Yes.
What do you think, of the Belmont in Austin?
Oh, it's awesome.
Enjoying
this is great. Yes.
Awesome.
Bigger and better, of course.
Bigger and better every year, which means we're going to have a struggle next year.
Oh, yeah. We set the bar too high.
Yep. Vegas! Woo!
That's what everyone's saying.
That seems to be what everyone wants. But I've got to ask, Sarah, yesterday during the ladies tournament, we saw you knocked out a little bit early than you'd have liked. What happened?
It was pretty early. I honestly used that night as a warm-up night, and tonight was what it was all about.
And you did not place too bad. You are up there.
Yeah, I think I got 5th. Again.
That's not...
2 5 places. Woo!
That's not something to be upset about, though.
And I will say, I'm not saying I called it, but I knew you would place very high
Thank
tonight.
you. Thank you.
So
I'm not doing that ladies tournament next year.
No, you're focusing 100% on Worlds?
Yep.
Wow, that could be interesting. That means it's either going to be a Melinda or a new face.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, I'm done.
So I've got to ask then. I've got to ask, who is the best female hunter apart from you and Melinda?
Kylie.
Kylie.
Look at who she has to practice with.
Right. Ryan Hosden, that's something we've commented on a lot about tonight.
Yeah.
That is incredible hunting partners. I've got to ask, the Twitch chat loves him. How's Jared doing?
He's all right. I forgot his medication this weekend, so he's kind of he's tweaking out.
But we had him actually on the desk earlier. The crowd loves him. The chat loves him. Jared himself is just a big buck phenomenon.
I love him.
We all love him. There's a little bit of competition there, but nonetheless, Chris Freem and RJ Anguiano starting up right now. We're going to send it down to game 3. Sarah, who do you have between these two titans?
Chris Freem.
Chris Freem, one of the world champions from 2014.
right.
RJ, I believe, further than he's ever been in the world championship. I've got to ask, do you know what his soundtrack is?
RJ's?
Absolutely.
He's listening to something right
I
now.
don't. Apparently we found out James Fish's is dubstep.
Dubstep.
So I went down if it's the same weird shit.
I don't know. RJ strikes me more of like a metal kind of guy, or maybe like...
I'm a metal girl.
It's either metal or Real Big Fish.
I'd be pumping Slipknot.
Real Big Fish.
Slipknot is what gets you going.
Yeah.
Okay. So I gotta ask, the Big Buck Buzz. What do you? We've had various players throughout the night. Some of them like to be under the influence when they play. Some of them are staying away from it. What do you do?
Last night I gave her, because that was practice, right? Tonight I had about 2 drinks an hour. It's a long tournament.
Right.
And then luckily there was a water cooler that was self-served by the bar, so you could drink water too at the same time.
Hydrated.
Will we expect to see you on 6th Street later tonight?
You know it, on the bar again.
On the bar, that's right, at Coyote Ugly. But for now, we've got to focus. Rogelio and Chris, RJ slipping behind as Chris Freem looks to take a demanding lead. What is RJ thinking right now?
Who knows what he's listening to? I don't know.
He's taking those deep shots, though, with 3
Man.
to Chris's 2.
That's a great
an
shot
even
by Chris.
Split. I don't know what that score is going to look like.
Oh.
Very close. But RJ doesn't need close. He needs decimating. And the crowd behind them, Chris and RJ. RJ jamming out to something. Chris just focusing on the tournament itself. Sarah getting a little bit of nutrition in with the alcohol.
Thank you.
Now,
maybe he's listening to the Big Buck soundtrack.
Maybe, very likely with Lance in the house. But this is what I'm talking about. RJ needed some points, and here he is taking 4 out of the 6.
And we have a dangerous trophy coming up too.
And it goes to Chris Freem, which is exactly what he needed. He needed to maintain those points. And that's exactly what he's doing.
He only had 6% accuracy.
Who needs accuracy when you get points?
That's true.
Now,
Very true.
I gotta ask, what do you focus on? Accuracy or speed?
Both.
Well, so break it down.
You gotta have it both.
How can someone get to a world championship level?
And then follow up with what you think your average accuracy for the tournament was.
What do I think it was?
Yeah, total.
I think it was pretty good. I think it was like 27%.
I believe that.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that's very damn good.
Yeah.
That's one of the higher things we've been seeing a lot of like 18, 19, 20.
Right.
And it looks like Chris Freem is going to punch his way into the finals after this bonus game. It's the Clockwork bonus, one of my personal favorites. Sarah, what's yours?
What's my favorite bonus? Oh man, they're all really cool, so it's hard to pick.
And you've had a chance to play the new bonus games, the Diamond Mine. You've got the Space Invaders.
The Space Invaders. There's 57 Space Invaders to shoot.
That's a lot of targets.
That's a lot.
And it's an awesome throwback. It's a lot of fun.
You know, one thing I really like about that one is the way the Space Invaders pan in. You know, coming from left, coming from top. It's very well balanced, and there's a lot of options. There's a lot to shoot.
Absolutely, and Chris Freem punches his ticket to the World Championship
There he
Finals
goes.
against RJ. Sarah, we're gonna let you go so you can enjoy it from down low. Thank you for joining us on the desk. We hope you enjoy the rest of the party, and we will see you out on 6th Street later tonight.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Now, Chris Freem knows what this means. He's going for $20,000.
We got another one.
Now this is what it is all about. Chris Freem's getting excited. This is a big, big ticket matchup. Now, we are joined on the desk by Alex Durho-Hanneshin. Alex, how the hell are you feeling today?
Excellent pronunciation, by the way.
Yeah, not bad, right?
Thank you.
Well, that's Colesworthy. He knows you so well that every time he says it, I'm just like, Durho-Hanneshin.
I know he does. I know he does.
So,
I just really appreciate a seat.
Yeah, well, you know what? I don't blame you. It's a long weekend.
A seat at the table.
I've got to ask, how are you feeling? How are you enjoying the event?
I'm pretty aroused right now.
Maybe we don't want you to have a seat.
Yeah. And that has not much to do with Buck Hunter, but
that's standard.
Nonetheless, it's probably the Jägermeister or Crystal Creek, I hope at least.
Is that the moonshine?
Crystal Creek is the moonshine.
Oh,
what are you thinking? You enjoying
delicious.
it? Oh, it's so good.
It's delicious.
It's so good.
Right.
And it's very disarming, like it's pink lemonade.
And you're like, oh, this is pretty, and I like this. And then all of a sudden, you're drunk.
I'll have 7 to 8 of those.
Now,
fall apart at the seams.
Alex, we're going to get very intense when we get into this last match. I've got to ask, and we're joined. Andy Lynn, of course, joined us on the desk earlier.
Hey, Bubby. Hey, Bubby.
Now,
Ask Alex about Mario Kart.
Alex, I've got to ask about Mario Kart.
I'm a fine Mario Kart player. Although we played last night, me, Andy, Jared Erinson, and it was the Wii one where you have to actually
the wheel.
That's a nightmare. You know, I consider myself a pretty good Mario Kart player, but when you throw that into the mix, I am just god-awful.
Yeah. I might as well have been playing with my feet.
Now, Alex, I've got to ask, before we send you away, Trevor Gardner, Chris Freem, number 1 seed, number 15 seed, both previous world champions. Who's taking this one home?
I gotta go Freem.
You're going Chris Freem?
Oh, yeah.
I like the way that's looking. That's who I've got.
Only because I beat him once. I think it's his turn. He's due.
That's fair, and I know Chris Freem is gunning for that $20,000
It's
check.
like $100,000.
Suddenly, all of a sudden, $100,000.
Let me be back in. Because 20's not enough.
That's right. But you know what? We are going to be taking it down and heading to the stage in just a minute. Alex, thank you for joining us. We're going to let you get down there. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for being on here.
Cheers, boys.
And before we get into that match, we've got an interview with RJ, with Jess Petro.
Beautiful
Hey,
wife.
thanks, buddy.
He just placed third at the
No more.
2016
So we
Big
can
Buck World
focus on the game.
Championship. $8,000 richer. How in the hell are you feeling right now, RJ?
Awesome. It was just so nice to have all my friends and family, everybody here. It's like so supportive. It was so cool. I feel like I won.
You did.
Yeah.
This is the highest he's ever ranked. I know he's been working really hard for this. So we just want to say congratulations and let us know, what are you listening to in those headphones?
It's a band called Lucine, and the song is Autopilot.
All right.
Ambient music.
Awesome. We can't wait to see you next year, RJ. Back to the desk.
And Trevor Gardner head into the World Championship Finals. And just like that, Trevor Gardner takes a commanding lead, 4 bucks to 2.
You know, like we said before, we have an adventure, you know? There's a lot of big buck to be played in this championship game.
And nonetheless, this is an incredibly tense match. $20,000 on the line. That is no small chunk of change.
No, and
Chris Freem, Trevor Gardner.
Yes, and second place prize is $10,000. So you know,
you're not upset either way.
No, sir. But you gotta go for the 20,000 here, you know.
Absolutely.
And Pappy's jug.
Of course, and Chris Freem fires back after a disappointing first sight, taking 4-2 over Trevor. Now, what he got here was the big game. He's got the 29% accuracy. Those are huge points, giving him a 400-point differential with Trevor.
You know, these two have had such great nights. We say this, you know, about many of the people that that go this far.
And Trevor goes out right off the bat. Chris Freem is going to take his time and rack up huge points. What does that mean for Chris?
He needs, Chris is slowing down. He's taking these shots. That's a substantial lead now. 3,000 points. Yeah, he's up. He's up 3,000 points. I don't think Trevor's too worried just yet. Like I said before, we have a full adventure that's 3 treks. There's still a lot of Big Buck Hunter to be played in this championship game.
But Trevor, no stranger to competition. Chris Freem, the same. Chris, all he needs to do is maintain composure here, ride it through, and take over and win against Trevor Gartner, one of the best hunters, if not the best in the world.
Oh, absolutely, and you notice we have a dangerous trophy on this site. Looks like they're going to split this, so the dangerous trophy should decide who is going to take this site. And it's going to go to Chris.
And of course, both of these competitors are so damn good. It's scary. I would hate to play either of them in a competition.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that was a 700-point dangerous trophy. That really sets the tone for the rest of this lead. This lead is massive.
And the crowd is shoulder to shoulder watching intently as Chris Freem, one of the crowd favorites, looks to take over Trevor Gartner's spot as the reigning world champion. 2-2, 3-2. We're going to see if Chris Freem can tie it out, and he does.
Great shot. He knew exactly where that buck was coming from.
And it's not too bad to be down. If you're losing a site by 200 points and you have a lead, that's okay. Move on to the next one. We're going into the bonus game here. 11,000 to 8,000. This is just Trek 1. Explain to me again, what is a full adventure?
So a full adventure is going to consist of 3 treks. And now a trek is going to be 5 sites with the bonus game. So, as I said before, we have 3 of those in 1 adventure. And this here is the fly trap bonus, and looks pretty even for the most part so far.
And that's exactly what Chris Freem needs. If he's not decimating and dominating this competition, all he needs to do is maintain composure.
Now it looks like Chris is going to take this first site. I'm sorry, this first trek.
Which is all fine and dandy with Chris Freem getting ready and gearing up to go into the next one.
We are at 18 to 12 for the buck count.
Now, Chris needs to win. His fans to the left, Melissa and Andrew, World Championship competitors with Melinda just behind them. The crowd shoulder to shoulder, eager and wanting to know who will be the 2016 World Champion. Trevor Gartner, though, starts off very, very strong, taking 5-1.
That is exactly what he needed, and he only lost that last trek by about 3,000, and so that 2,000 point lead there to close the gap is huge for him. Like we said before, losing 1 trek does not mean you are out of the adventure.
Absolutely, and Chris Freem starts off strong, picking up the first 2 and the critters and the third.
And
Chris
next critter.
Freem. Will he get the deep shot? He does.
Shot.
That's huge. Both of those are worth so many points.
And now we're moving on to the dangerous trophy. And the distance is a big bear, and it has been taken down by Chris Freem.
Absolutely incredible job. Chris Freem, the crowd is lit up and ready. Chris is dominating and showing Trevor Gartner how it's done.
That was just a massive sight for Chris Freem.
This has got to feel good for Chris. His wife, I'm not sure if she's in the crowd watching, but I'm sure she's rooting him on wherever she is. Chris,
look at that.
Picks up 3, make it 4, make it 5. Chris putting on a clinic over Trevor Gartner. This is Big Buck World Championship competition at its finest. And I know there is a very, very considerable amount of the crowd who don't want Trevor to win, but he's so damn good, it just might be intense if he falls this late in the game. A perfect ride through the winner's bracket to stumble against Chris Freem, who fought his way out of the loser's bracket.
He is just absolutely dominating. This buck count is going from, now it's going 34 to 20. He is 14 bucks ahead of him.
Now Chris continuing to show what it's all about. He's feeling good. He's looking to take control of this adventure. And of course, Chris fighting his way out of the loser's bracket. Trevor Gartner has another chance still.
That's a great start. 3-0, 3-1.
With the deep shot going to Chris Freem, but he does out, but I don't think it's gonna hurt him at all as it is so late in the round.
No, he regardless, sure, I mean, he took a risky shot, but, if that buck's going to go to Trevor, going out there is not the end of the world.
Not at all. Trevor, though, knows this is getting to the crunch time. he still has a good shot at taking this championship.
We're now heading into the Flip and Frog bonus, an instant classic.
Now, just for everyone at home, you do not shoot a frog just once, but 4 times. And once it starts into the air, it's anyone's target, and it will continue to count as long as you go.
And you know, the best part about this is these frogs are meant to like bounce. You're meant to shoot them, and they're meant to bounce and come back down. They're not even making it back down. They're going all the way up. They're getting shot so fast. They're getting hit by all 4 times just on the way up alone.
Absolutely, and Chris Freem shaking it out. He knows that this is huge. He's up by 10,000 points against the 2015 world champion. This is incredible. Jess, I haven't seen anything like this in a long time.
You guys, I'm back, and I could not get Chris Freem because Chris Freem needed to prepare for this, obviously.
Did he have any type of preparation? Did he say anything? Like,
oh, I could not even find him. I'm sure he was prepping somewhere.
Oh no,
Wow.
Chris does out early. Trevor getting his opportunity to make some big points here. Again, he's down about 12,000 points. He gets some very deep shots here, and that is going to make a huge difference.
That's a great sight for him. He really needed that, you know, to change the pace of this adventure. Will it be enough? I'm not sure. We still have a few more sights left. We'll just have to find out.
And that's 9,000 points that separate these 2 titans of Big Buck. Our 2012, I believe, world champion, and our 2015
You know,
champion.
and I think this is a huge wake-up call for Chris here. He needs to realize he doesn't have many sights left. He has to play it safe. He's going to have to just piece, you know, 1 or 2, maybe $3 a sight, and not try to overcompensate.
That's right, but Trevor looks
Even
like,
threw a critter in there.
Looks like Trevor, something lit a fire under him. He's coming out with a dominating performance on that site.
We're only looking at about a 7,000 point lead at this point, and honestly, at the rate Trevor's been heading, very manageable.
It looks like he might be able to close it bit by bit.
We have 3 sights left and a bonus game.
In this adventure, exactly right. But we're going to Moose and Chris
another
Freem,
go out.
Feeling the stress, he does out again.
This
Trevor
is insane.
Knows exactly what he needs to do. There are some huge shots coming in here. Moose is known for its very high points.
You know, you really cannot give that sight to Trevor. If you recall, that is the same sight Trevor took down Sarah Erinson from. He knew exactly where those last 2 moose were coming out, and he just hit him.
And just like that, a 9,000 point difference becomes 2. Chris Freem feeling the stress. The crowd behind him still cheering him on. This is still anyone's game.
We're looking at another dangerous trophy. You can really not afford to dough out here. There are a lot of points at stake at this site.
Absolutely.
It's a great start for Chris.
Chris could not afford to dough out twice so far, but he picks up the first.
Wow, he's picked up 3.
That's 3 going on 4. Make it 5. Can he get 6?
Oh
He
my.
does.
Wow.
He shuts out Trevor Gardner like it's nobody's business.
Just when you think he's going to close the gap, Chris puts a 2,000. Extends his lead by 2,000 more points.
And that's going to make it a 4,000 point difference between these two. 35,000 to 31. This is incredible. This is the Big Buck HD World Championship. I cannot contain myself. This is absolutely amazing. Chris and Trevor splitting 4-2 in favor of Trevor. That is going to shrink the gap, but it is not enough just yet. He needs to dominate these next few sites.
You know, it really seems like Trevor knows the moose, every moose site so well. He knows exactly where they're coming out, and it's kind of scary.
And we're going into the bonus game. Chris Freem needs to win this if he wants to maintain his chance at winning this $20,000. If Trevor wins it, I think it is all but over. Now, again, they are evenly split right now. This is exactly what Chris wants. He doesn't need to control it by dominating. He just needs to maintain composure. Again, as I've said so many times this weekend, if you have the lead going into this, take it slow and just tie it out.
There's really no reason to try to beat a dead horse.
Absolutely right.
And it looks like Chris is well composed. Looks like he's taking a shot. And at this point in the game, it's split pretty well here.
And that is going to wrap up that bonus. Chris Freem taking that adventure. They're hugging it out. They know what this is, but I don't believe it is over yet. Chris, fighting out of the loser's bracket, is going to have to go up against Trevor Gardner yet again.
The chat is going crazy right now. We have a pretty even tie vote for Trevor versus Freem. I think it could be anyone's game as far as who they want to win in the chat right now.
Yep, and I don't blame them.
They love those frog legs.
I don't blame them. We've got 2 world championships on the stage right now. This is huge. I cannot stress how big this match is. 36,000 on Trevor Gardner. Chris Freem, 38,000. It could not be any closer. 2,000 points separate these two after a full adventure.
This is what it's all about.
This is Big Buck Hunter at its best.
It absolutely is. Trevor wiping the sweat off. Both of these two are taking a second. Dave Snipes in the middle, happy as can be. He loves that he's here. We love that he's here. And we love that we're in Austin, Texas at the Belmont. The crowd is electric. They know exactly what they want to see. And that is the best of the best going head to head for $20,000. Nonetheless, do not feel bad if you place second. You're still going home with a pretty chunk of change, $10,000, but you don't get the right to hoist Pappy's jug, which is what we're all here for. Now, Dave Snipes in his wonderful jorts.
And it looks like he may have, I cannot tell if the belt has been refilled. It looks like it is not.
It doesn't. I think that might just be water, but he's got beer in his hand.
Yeah.
And that's what matters. Dave Snipes knows how to party. He knows how to keep it electric.
I need to get me one of those belts.
Oh, we all need some of those belts, but even more so, we all need some of that beer.
Oh, most definitely.
Now the crowd, it's funny. We've had a very, very packed upper level all day, and it is just about empty up here. Everybody is down in the pit, on the stairs, wherever they can be to watch these two Goliaths battle it out. Chris Freem, Trevor Gardner, chat. Let me know who you want to win. I cannot wait to see this. And if I'm not mistaken, you had Trevor Gardner the entire day.
She did.
You had Trevor Gardner.
I did. Yes, I did. I didn't even remember I did.
I've got Chris Freem.
What?
One of us is owing drinks to the other tonight, Jess.
It's down to me and Callum right now.
But Trevor Gardner with the first three. Chris Freem needs to hit this next one to secure it, but Trevor, with the pre-shooting off screen, manages to secure it 4-2.
You know, if you're Chris Freem, you really do not want to go up against Trevor on any more moose sites. It is evident that Trevor is dominating these moose sites.
Absolutely, you are not wrong, Connor. Chris had an incredible performance going in to that first one. He manages to slip away with a 2,000-point lead.
We have I believe we have a big game coming around here too, if I'm not mistaken.
And those are some deep shots. Trevor is racking up some big points, but the big game goes to Chris. But Trevor secures the bucks, and I believe that's going to be a huge points difference.
As we mentioned before, Irish Elk, there are a lot of points in these Irish Elk sites. The big game, at some point, yeah, 500's, you know, it's good, but these Irish Elk are up to like 12,000 points, and taking 4 of them is, you know,
it's a big difference.
Yeah,
but Chris Freem picks up the first 2 of Whitetail. This is one of those harder treks, and Chris has performed so incredibly well on this one all weekend. That's $4 for him, but Trevor Gardner responds in kind with 2 of his own. That is only a 50 points difference. Trevor with the deep shots, Chris with the multiples.
You know, and sometimes the 4-2 is, you know, it's deceiving because those first 2 bucks add up to about how much the fourth or fifth is going to be worth, and it can be really frustrating if you win a site, but not by much.
And as we said, Whitetail is one of Chris's one of those sites that he performs so well in. Right here, Chris picking up the first 3, but Trevor pre-shooting knows exactly where they're coming from and gets the points for where it matters. The dangerous game coming in next, and Chris Freem needs to secure this to make a difference. And it does!
That is a great shot.
Just barely manages to slip by. Those points managed to keep him tied up with Trevor on that site.
You know, we have about a 3,000 point differential, and you know, that's not a lot in an adventure at whole. You got to keep that gap small.
Absolutely.
We have another moose site, which cannot be good for Chris.
No, it cannot. Now it's going into this next site. Trevor and Chris split right now, going for all the critters. Trevor managing to pick up 3 of his own, but Chris picks up with the deep shots. Trevor with another one just in the back. That's about 1,800 points in favor of Trevor. He's feeling good. That's a substantial lead that Chris needs to pick back up. And we're heading into the Pigeon Park bonus, which is one of the most speed-orientated bonus games in Big Buck HD. I'm a fan of it, the players love it, and I think we're gonna see a pretty even split here.
You know, it's interesting, when you play this one by yourself, typically it doesn't go by this fast. You know, you get to a certain frame and you sit there until all the pigeons are gone, but these things are just getting decimated.
Absolutely, and it is, as I said, a pretty close, even split. We're going to see those scores in just a second. Now keep in mind, guys, this is the championship round, which means they are playing full adventures. Chris Freem takes the first one from the loser bracket, which sends us to another one. This is Big Buck HD at its finest. I am incredibly excited about this match.
You know, Chris is still, you know, he still has time to close this gap, and this is a huge second trek for him.
Oh no, Chris Freem goes out just as the sight starts. That is not what he wants. Trevor Gartner is now getting the opportunity to pick up every buck that he wants.
He took full advantage of that.
The Wildebeest go down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Trevor Gartner. That's gonna put Chris Freem about 10,000 points behind. That is not what he wants.
Nope. We have a dangerous trophy here. There could be, you know, going out can happen at any time. There's a lot of room for improvement on Chris's part here, but I wouldn't count him out just yet.
And we've seen Chris Freem go out multiple times this tournament so far. It is not over for Chris. He can capitalize at any time. The danger's coming in, and it goes to Trevor as instantly as it appears.
That's a great shot. That's about a 1,000-point dangerous trophy.
As soon as it appears, it goes down. Trevor Gartner has got to be feeling a little bit more confident, and I'm sure the nerves are starting to kick in for Chris Freem.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think they're actually starting to kick in when Trevor started closing that gap in that last trek. Granted, it ended up going in Chris's favor, but still, you know, that's got to be mildly concerning.
Chris with a beautiful first shot. Trevor responds with his own. The big game goes to Trevor. The critters for Trevor, but Chris picks up the box.
That's a huge pickup.
And it's a 4-2 split, but the big game in favor of Trevor Gartner. 900 points in favor of Chris to close that gap. 10,000 behind. And this is getting closer and closer.
We have two sights and a bonus game left in this trek.
And Chris, again, Whitetail, one of Chris's best treks. He picks up 4 like that. Trevor with 1. The last one goes to Trevor.
You know, being great at Whitetail is definitely
one of the secret advantages, I think, that he's probably taken him through this tournament so far.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Whitetail, speaking for myself especially, I struggle on Whitetail by far the most.
We've heard it time and time again. It is one of the hardest sights and treks to play on because the animals are wily, they jump, they're unpredictable. And that is, I think, what Chris Freem capitalized on. That back deep shot goes to Trevor. The points look like they're going in his favor as that is 3-4-2. 2,800, 1,500. Trevor Gartner securing his lead on this trek. We have an entire trek left after this. Chris Freem is not out of this tournament yet. And the basketball bonus, I don't believe we've seen this at all this tournament. Now, how this works, the balls are gonna come in left and right. Once they are hit, they are out of play. Chris Freem needs to do big things right here.
And it looks like Trevor has a bit of an advantage on this so far. Chris is doing a good job of coming back, though.
And those on the right side, of course, are in favor of Chris Freem. But Trevor managed to secure the last few. It stays close, which is not what Trevor wants. But at the end of the day, it is not going to ruin his tournament. A perfect tie, 2,600 points apiece.
Let's head into this last trek here.
12,000 points between the two. Trevor Gartner on his way to win the Big Buck World Championship of 2016. Chris Freem looking to claim another title.
There's one. That's one.
Chris needs to do incredible work throughout this entire trek if he wants to win this game.
And Trevor is just not letting up.
No, he's not, and that is why everyone here is predicting him to win. He is that good. He knows where they're coming, when they're coming, and he's ready to shoot right away.
I mean, after taking a beat down on that first adventure, Trevor came back fully composed, and I tell you, it's scary seeing him like this.
It is, and Trevor is in his truest form here. He's dominating, and this is how everyone considers him to be the best. But Chris Freem is not down and out, but Trevor making it harder and harder for him to come back by putting in these
That's
shots.
just a great shot by Trevor.
Chris has got to be feeling the pressure here.
I mean, there's not much you can do there. I mean, Trevor had some beautiful shots. He's patient at the right times, and he is just aggressive at others. And it's really hard to read him as a player.
Absolutely. And there's Melinda Van Humison, our ladies champion, and very, very, very skilled hunter who is in our tournament tonight. Just knocked out in just the last few rounds. Trevor and Christo splitting bucks here. Critters being killed. Chris picking up the second. Making it the third, but it's an even split down the middle.
Relatively even sight here. And even then, Chris still can't take this one. It's not looking good for him right now.
No, it is not. That is a very, very strong lead that Trevor Gartner has, and all he needs to do is seal the deal, and he is the 2016 Big Buck World Champion.
As you can see, we have 2 more sites, one of them with a dangerous trophy and the bonus game left for this adventure.
And that's 46 to 32 bucks in difference between these two players over the course of these adventures. That is a considerable amount of bucks that Chris needs to make up, and it doesn't look like Chris Ream is going to allow him to do it.
Now, I think if Trevor... Let's see here.
Oh,
that's
and
not
Chris
good.
Ream does out going for the dangerous game.
I was going to say, it looks like Chris had that sight, and that dangerous trophy probably would have decided it, but it looks like that dangerous trophy only resulted in about a 400-point differential.
And Chris knows it. Trevor knows it. You can see the Scotty snipers in the pit starting to celebrate. They know what's about to happen. They're feeling good. Trevor Gartner's wife, who just actually had a baby after last year's World Championship, they were hesitant about whether or not he would even be competing this year. They actually said, I don't know if I'm coming next year because of the baby. And here he is, about to become the 2016 Big Buck World Champion.
You know, $20,000 on the line here. And obviously second place going home with $10,000.
Is not disappointing. Chris had an incredible performance throughout the entire weekend. Sorry, the entire day. He did not compete in the ladies tournament. But Chris going into the duck hunt bonus here. Of course, a tribute to the classics of old. Now Chris doesn't want to go down without a fight. It doesn't look like he's going to be taking this. Trevor Gartner is not even shooting. Trevor Gartner knows what is happening. He knows where he is. He knows that this is his. Trevor Gartner and the Scotty Snipers look like they're about to take home another Big Buck World Championship.
Man, those Scotty Snipers, dare I call them a dynasty?
It's starting to look like it. Trevor Gartner himself, the crowd is ecstatic. Trevor Gartner, this is what it's all about. He's feeling good. That is adventure number 2 in the books. There's one more to go. Now, Chris Freem, still in it, but, oh, I'm so mistaken. That is it. Chris Freem is your 2016 Big Buck World Champion.
And look at that confetti, look at these lights. What a celebration.
The cannons are firing, and Chris Freem. Trevor Gartner is $20,000 richer.
He is hoisted up.
He will be hoisting the jug. The Scotty Snipers have him on his shoulder. He's happy. The music's going, the lights are blaring. We Are the Champions is on, and Trevor Gartner and the Scotty Snipers on stage.
This looks like a repeat of last year, guys. I think I remember that throne very well.
It absolutely is. The Scotty Snipers filling the stage, ecstatic that one of their own has won the championship.
They're going to have a celebration tonight, I tell you. Unbelievable.
That's right. Trevor Gartner has got to be feeling good. Melinda Van Humison on stage, giving them hugs, along with Nate Boyer, Joe Miller, Andrew White, and Bradley Gartner, his brother. The stage is electric. Trevor Gartner has got to be feeling good about this.
You know, you gotta give Chris Reed some credit here. He came out so strong, and he looked so good in this championship game. Trevor just showed, you know, extreme composure and really locked it down in that second adventure. You know, granting him the title of the 2016 Big Buck Hunter World Champion.
Absolutely. That is wonderful. He's $20,000 richer. That is a nice chunk in the college fund for his newborn kid. The stage is lit. The green and orange lights are going, and the team is going to be heading to the stage for the check ceremony. We're going to send it to the stage for just a minute.
And there is Pappy's jug. He brought it in, and he's gonna leave with it.
You know that means you'll see him again next year, bringing it again one more time. Repeat, 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 repeat. Trevor Gardner is the first player for Big Buck HD to defend his world championship title, and here is his check for $20,000. All right, Scotty Snipers, clear the stage just for a moment so we can bring up the other winners from today. We've got the full trophy ceremony coming up. Make sure you stick around for just a couple more moments. I believe open bar is still going on for VIPs. I think it's not 10 yet, so don't leave. Stay up here. Dan. All right. We would like to bring up to the stage our fourth place winner, the Better Burn, John Byrne. $5,000 and a gun trophy. Please join us on stage. We've got your trophy. We want to celebrate you. Come on up. He's probably at the open bar. Good for him. Here he is. Let's get a... Nice try, Trevor. All right, congratulations to the Better Burn. 2 trophies in 3 years for John Byrne. 3rd place, let's bring him up, his best finish yet, through $8,000 later, RJ! Join me on stage. This is his first gun trophy. Hell of a player, hell of a guy. Come on up. RJ, I will take your trophy home. All right, RJ, last call. RJ. All right, that check has been canceled. We're giving it to Brenton. We're giving it to Brenton. Yeah, RJ, right here. All right, thanks, RJ. Good job. All right, and we've got our 2nd place champion, if you will, Chris Freem, previous champion, 2nd place, $10,000 gun trophy. He brought it to the final match. Nope, 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 nope. RJ, get your ass up here. Here he is. We're gonna reverse it back. Reverse it back. We need a picture of RJ with his gun trophy. He worked his ass off. He played well. Here he is, RJ. All right, and your champion, 2 years in a row. He has not given up the trophy in 2 full years. Our friend, your friend, Trevor Gardner. Here's the Pappy's jug. Here's the trophy. Here's the gun, the green gun. You already have the check. There he is, everybody! Cash money! Scotty Snipers, come on up!
Ladies and gentlemen, the action concludes with an incredible finish by Trevor Gardner, defending champion. He's just secured his 2-peat. He's going home $20,000 richer. We are so ecstatic. It's been an incredible weekend for everyone here. We'd like to give a major thank you and shout out to Jägermeister, Super Happy Fun Fun, Game Mill, Crystal Creek Moonshine, Buck Wild Snacks, and of course Strong Events for decking out the event. I'm Callum Fletcher, joined by the one and only Connor Canay and Jess Petro on the desk. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It has been an incredible weekend here at the 2016 Big Buck World Championship. We'll see you next year. Have a good night.